morning in Surf City, El Salvador. Welcome in. It's the ISA World Surfing Games 2025, day 3 of competition. Once again, we're blessed with beautiful scenes here this morning, and the key ingredient, Rachel Tilley, is waves, and we've got plenty of them too, it looks like.
Yeah, well, we keep calling this the wave machine, and it is for good reason, because it is non-stop here, both at La Bocana and El Sunzal. We can expect to see great surfing.
Theme has been, obviously, we're running our double podiums throughout the event. We've been focusing on the men out here at La Bocana, our main podium, but we're actually going to switch things up today. We're going to see the women. What are we expecting from them in terms of performances this morning?
Well, we're going into round 2 now, so the women are well primed already, having their getting their feet in the wax, getting comfortable, and I think the performances are only going to continue to get more intense. But it was very crowded out in La Bocana this morning with everyone practicing. Yeah,
trying to get free surf waves out there, an absolute feeding frenzy. You can see the real quality. Once again, nice and clean. And opportunities to belt some lips, and a really different task from what the women have been surfing over at El Sunzal, a completely different wavescape here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I mean, the task that these surfers have to do is really adapt to 2 completely different waves and be on top of it and on fire right when that buzzer goes. So these women have just been surfing over at El Sunzal, a long right-hand point, a wave that is timed about 1 minute long if you get it from the outside all the way in. So here, shorter rides, more punchy, more powerful, and of course, the lefts have been dominant here. So anyone who's on their goofy foot, I'm sure, is pretty stoked.
Teresa Bonvalo making her way in over the rocks, and a little chuckle from her, almost slips. That is one of the things to figure out about surfing your heat here, is navigating those rocks and then getting out to that lineup. We will see one of her compatriots out in the water in our first heat, but podium 1 right here in La Bocana will be round 2 of the women. The men will be happening at the same time over at El Sunzal. There it is as we fly above, so around about a kilometre, something like that, around about half a mile down to the west. And as we were mentioning, Rachel, completely different sort of wave, so a really long wave. And not only the surfing dynamics of that wave, completely different, but also just the way the heat works in terms of getting your scores and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, it takes a long while with replays and things like that for the judges, so almost completely different in every way, surfing a heat over there.
Yeah, I was actually talking to the judges about that this morning, and their heats or their days over there, same number of heats being surfed, but it's been taking about 40 minutes longer to actually finish because the judges are really taking their time with their replays, making sure they have it, but with such long rides, thinking of watching that all the way through for the first time and then watching a whole nother minute-long ride as a replay. It takes time, and the judges have been working their best to be super accurate with the results.
Crunching the numbers for the 2025 Games, largest ever field of athletes, a whopping 297. That is absolutely huge. Also, another key stat, 61 national teams, 2 of those are brand new. And of course, a bunch of Olympians as well. So an incredibly stacked field, loads of different storylines emerging. Still really early on in the event. I mean, it's a long way towards getting into talk about medals and things like that. But so far, just performance-wise and what we've seen focusing on the men out here, it's those big nations, the heavy hitters who you might expect. They got the strength and depth in terms of quality, and they're already making some statement performances. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Australia, I think, really reigning and shining yesterday with their performances from all of their male athletes yesterday. Dane Henry particularly getting 2 excellent scores.
Yeah, strong showing from the Australians, also with Callum Robson yesterday. Team France as well. They've been pretty impressive so far. We'll get to see the women today, and obviously going all the way for that team medal. It is all about having the talent on both sides of the draw. Having a look from the Netherlands, Zoe Zietz, Michaela Castro of Costa Rica. That's the youngster we saw getting ready as we came in at the top of the show. Yolanda Sequeira Hopkins out of Portugal. And Enilda Alonso of Panama. So that's our quartet hitting the water, first of all. Yolanda Hopkins, one of many Olympians out here. And another team that we expect to go really, really well is that Portuguese team. A lot of strength and depth from them. They'll be looking for a big show to kick off the morning in the right way. Just 20 minutes on the clock. And we're going to keep saying it because it's going to remain one of the sort of key cornerstones about putting heat together here. That quick start, trying to get a wave early on, get in rotation with the sets, get in rhythm early. It's going to be key.
Well, I mean, I know we keep talking about how the women have been surfing at Al Sunzal, but over there, with it being such a long paddle, such a long ride, it is so crucial to get that quick start. If you don't have a quick start there, or at least have a wave in your score line by 12 minutes remaining, you might struggle to actually get 2 full complete rides. So these women are used to that. They've been dealing with that heat strategy, particularly here. So I'm sure it's kind of a nice, they're going to enjoy a little bit breadth of difference in this one as we kick it off. Timer is counting down.
Yeah, we're underway here. Just as a competitor yourself, if you're surfing first heat in the morning, what, 7 a.m. local time, what was your routine typically look like? You're getting up, I mean, you don't want to get, I guess, too early. People probably not dealing with jet lag as much now. They've been in town for a few days, but you'd be down there an hour, maybe more than that, get your practice waves in?
Yeah, I'm definitely someone who, especially if I'm first heat, I love to get, actually any time of the day, there's a way to reason with it, but I love getting waves early in the morning before the contest starts, just to, get any of your falls out of the way. I think that's where if I fall in my practice session, I go, okay, good, I got it out of the way, so I'm going to be strong and steady by the time I make it into my heat.
What's your coffee sitch look like in the morning? What's your coffee count before paddling out? Got to get that right.
I usually just have one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I just drink black coffee, especially here in El Salvador. They're known for their coffee bean.
Delicious.
So it is really nice to take advantage of. But if I have too many, I then get jittery. So
the dreaded shakes.
Yeah, especially in competition, I'm like super mindful to only have one.
Maybe a little glass of water with that coffee at the same time as well. If you really want to have a great time, maybe a little sparkling water alongside.
No.
No?
No.
Not into it?
Hate it.
Okay. Hey, it's a sport of opinions and tastes. That's why we like it so much. Couple of minutes off the clock so far. We haven't seen a wave ridden in anger. Let's see who puts themselves in position. You see right in the middle of that isosceles triangle, Yolanda Hopkins in green. And she'll be looking to get things going with that tenacious approach that she has. Let's see how we go to kick things off here. A wave will just slip under. So a first surf for the women here at La Bacana, but they would have been warming up here for sure already. We saw the scenes from this morning, but over the past few days. And in fact, some teams getting here well in advance of the event. I mean, some teams have been here 5, 6 days, almost a week ahead of competition.
Yeah, and I feel like that's really necessary to get here at least those 4 or 5 days, because yes, you're adjusting to the waves, which there's no other waves like these that I've experienced around in the world. So it really takes time spent on these waves to adjust to it, but you're also adjusting to the heat, the water temperature, getting kind of we're not in wetsuits, so always I get like a rash at first when I start surfing in a bathing suit again. You kind of work through that. And so by the time your heat's actually kicking off, you're not worried about your stomach rash or well, you can only do so much about the temperature, but hopefully you're a little bit more adjusted and expected a little bit more.
Looking at the numbers for today, maybe dial down the swell a touch, 3 to 4 feet. Still plenty out there in terms of wave height. Significant tidal swing, over 6 feet of tide, that's 2 meters. So we're draining out towards the low. Another couple of hours of that ebb tide before it will swing around. And with slightly smaller swell, that maybe have a greater effect on the higher tide when it comes back in. Let's see how that goes. And some nice looking numbers at the bottom in terms of water temperature. It's warm. Just coming back on your beef with the sparkling water. What's that about? Could I maybe in a glass bottle in a restaurant?
No,
with
I don't like it.
Really cold from the fridge?
No.
With a little slice of lemon and/or lime?
Just flat,
Just
still
sound,
water.
Just the sound it makes as it kind of comes out and the little bubbles.
I'd rather have a soda than a Sprite, I love Sprite. That's the bubbly and then water's the still.
Okay.
Yeah. I have my Shaper's granddaughter. She calls it spicy water. And I have to agree. I think that's a great, and I hate spicy things.
My
so.
kids used to call it beer water. All right, let's go. Here goes Anilda Alonso. Panama, good looking right for her. And goes up real late and gets that wrong because that was a good looking wave. And after over 4 minutes of nothing going on, that was a mistake. Here's Zietz, Netherlands. Strong team from them once again this year at the World Surfing Games. And Zoe Zietz, the backhand attack from her. Not quite going in the pocket as yet. Just a touch out towards the shoulder. The last turn's a bit more critical. Here's Hopkins. And she gives that a good crack. So really nice rhythm from her with the power and the flow. And after a couple of minutes, she'll feel, well, everyone's going to feel better about getting a wave. Here goes Castro, the youngster. And the Goofies were loving these lefts the last couple of days. In the men's division, coming from Costa Rica, she'll know a thing or two about a long tropical left. So everyone getting in rotation, getting a wave under the belt. Felt like definitely the biggest sort of single maneuver we saw was probably Yolanda.
Yeah, that was my takeaway as well. We have Team Costa Rica there. Ilani McGonigal supporting Michaela Castro. Finishing it off, like you said, the youngster.
In the background, Team GB as well. See Logan Nickel, Alice Barton getting ready. Alice will be coming up next. Beric de Vries from Team Netherlands as well. To the right of your picture, we've got the Panamanians. Just to the left of your shot there. So everyone watching on, cheering on. And that first heat of the day goes towards setting the tone in terms of energy and performances. Also the scale from the panel. So they'll have a think about this way for Yolanda. Team Portugal. A multiple event winner and Olympian, Teresa Bonvalot. And the team there just vibing behind Yolanda. She'll get them fired up when she gets a number. So this is the first wave, that right-hander that we saw.
Yeah, nice mid-face carve here, but just unfortunately meets the lip in a way that she would not have wanted to. Gets to it a little bit too late, but it is our surfer in red here, Zoe Zietz, getting a nice left that runs around, whacking it, finishing it off strong. She'd feel good with that start. Taking a look at this front on. Nice utilization of her upper body to really help with that power. Not getting quite all the way to the top of the wave, but releasing a lot of spray on that one. Keeping her forward momentum, weight on her front leg. Staying patient with this one. It's all about patience and reading this wave so that, I mean, well, it's actually finding that balance. You don't want to be as patient as we just saw from our surfer from Panama, where you meet the lip with your face. But you need to be patient enough so that you just have the right timing of the wave as you go on. And Zoe did a really nice demonstration of exactly that on this whole ride. Clean and in control the entire time.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there from Zoe Zietz from Holland. This was Hopkins.
Yeah, this was the real standout of the exchange. Lots of power, good variety of maneuvers. She has that opening carve, snap there, brings it back around, and then knows that she finished the wave out. She looks like she has a lot of fire under her feet. And it is our 11-year-old from Costa Rica on this left. That score already dropped for her, 2.33. And you can tell in her size difference that she is growing into it. But what I love seeing from her is her fundamentals. You know, she doesn't have as much power naturally just being 11 years old right now and just still being small, but she has really nice fundamentals, really nice use of her rail and her upper body.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, you can tell she spent a lot of time surfing already. Even at 11, you can see how comfortable she is, instinctive, knows where to be on the wave. Bright future ahead of Michaela Castro. Really cool to see here. The World Surfing Games 2025. First heat will tick down towards that midway point. And it will be Hopkins with the best of the opening exchange. Decent number for her, 6.67. And the speed really, I mean, we talk about the criteria. There's lots of ways we can qualify that criteria. But if you go fast, you do big turns, put it in fairly simple terms, you're going to get good points. Kayla Castro will snap. And again, she'll tag it. Costa Rican team in full voice cheering her on. Good energy from them down on the beach. And that support network is all about being vocal, bringing the energy during the heat, but also behind the scenes as well. Able to draw upon your more experienced campaigners within your team, everyone sharing ideas and strategy. One of the things that makes the World Surfing Games unique.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love the opportunity to surf in a team component and getting to see all your friends that you compete with surfing in a team component as well.
You're a proud member of Team USA, but if you could switch, if you could trade, this could be based on flags, on colours, on vibes, on who you liking.
I like this.
Yeah.
Gosh,
You can
well,
think about that one.
I have True in the background pointing at Team Australia as in herself. Team Australia would be fun to join. The Irukandjis. You know, we've also talked about Team Canada repping that maple leaf. I don't know. I have to give some good thought into it. Do you have one that comes to top of mind for yourself?
Yeah, British Virgin Isles.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so still sticking with that British in the name there.
Got an amazing flag.
They do.
They got a really cool team. Hung out a little bit with them this morning, and I just like the place. I want to go there. That could be key in their surf team. Here goes Anilda Alonso, Panama. Much better from her, making really good amends. A mistake early on the right. Best way to wash that off is to get yourself another wave. If she connects with it well, and you saw the little fist bump, she likes it.
We see Yolanda looking for her second wave.
Here goes Hopkins. Bang, off the top, hammers it. Just the one turn, efficient surfing. And she is absolutely taking this heat in her stride. Yeah, BVI first. I'd say in equal first place, I'll go Jamaica. Yeah, they look like they got a pretty cool team going.
I agree.
And I got a little bit of a connection there as well.
Really?
Yeah, family connection.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my dad went to school over there for a couple of years.
Okay.
Kingston, back in the 60s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you visited it?
I never have, but I tell you who did visit his school was the Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia.
Wow.
Came and did a visit to the school, which is pretty amazing, really. So yeah, I'd go Jamaica if I could. I'll have a look at maybe some of the paperwork and see where we can get to. I don't know. Stay tuned. 7.5 on the clock here. Hopkins, she's leading this one. So she's very much in the Portuguese camp. Of course, does have origins from Great Britain herself. Her mother is from Wales. And she even from time to time gets involved with some training programs with the Brits when they're over there. Very much a cool character on the European surfing scene, having a great season thus far on the Challenger Series. She wants more, though. Her goal this year is to win the Challenger Series and qualify for the CT with the win on that tour. Let's see how she goes about doing that. She's in a pretty strong place already. Of course, next event will be over in Portugal. Meanwhile, let's pick up live action here with Anilda Alonso. Soft away from her. I love the way she's making amends, though, from that just early misstep and staying real busy.
Well, I mean, we saw the excitement from her after she finished that last wave nice and clean. And sometimes, you know, with 8 minutes remaining, she still needed to find something to go into her scoreline. That came in, the previous one of this last one came in as a 4.33. And that feels really good when you have a way that you just started the heat in a wave that you did not want to. It's nice to finally get one that just feels clean and that can really then turn the heat for you from there on. So she improves her scoreline, gets a 2.5 for that last one. She's currently sitting in second, but our surfer in red has the second highest single wave score of the heat at 5.33. So she's only looking for something very small.
Yeah, Zoe Zeke's really poised, isn't she? Think about her number, just that one wave. She's been real patient and selective. Sitting with the priority. Can go a couple of ways, a couple of ways even. Let's see the next couple of coming minutes here, particularly in terms of energy from the ocean and when the sets arrive. She's buzzing around a little bit on the lineup. She wants to go and get another score on the board. Wants to get up to an advancing position. Has a look right and then goes left. Really nicely done. Tight corner there, really, to figure out, and that was good surfing from her.
Yeah, I really liked that. I was thinking, is she going to make it up in time for the second one? And she did. She just accelerated as she was going up the face there, and that blew me away. So that comes in quickly as a 4.53. She wasn't just looking for a 1.5. She was looking for something that was really going to solidify her into that advancing position, now putting the pressure on our surfer in white and blue to get a score in the final minutes.
Down towards the last 5 to go in our opening heat of the day. This is the second round for the women. For the first time here featuring at La Bocana in this year's event. They've been surfing El Sunzal, just down the coast, our second podium. This is our principal podium, and this is the last look at Zoe Zeitz' second wave.
I love this. She looks right, gets a quick one right off the bat, and this, you can see that acceleration off the bottom turn up onto that lip. Just perfectly read, well placed. Really, really appreciated the surfing. Very critical. You know, only a 4.53 just because of the size of wave and all, and the judges being first heat are keeping that scale, you know, relatively modest at the moment so that there is time to expand as they go throughout the day. But just from a technical standpoint, I really appreciated that surfing.
Yeah, the surfing was better than the wave, wasn't it? The wave was always restricting the potential, it looked like, but really sharp and incisive from her. And that's going to feel a lot better. Just consolidate that position, get a second score in. Don't want anything weird to happen. You sit with just one wave, final 5 minutes of a heat. Enilda Alonso, her requirement, that's gone up now. 5.53 is what she's looking at. And it's quite a big number for Michaela Castro in terms of a 7.53. Still time for a couple of waves, though, for Michaela. Here she is. Nice style, cruises in, and then snaps that tail high in a lip. She's enjoying these left-handers. She'll just keep rolling on those, as will Zoe Zeitz on a right this time. Loads up with the speed. Netherlands off the top. Really nice. Great control, style. It's a touch caught in the white water, but really like the spark that she's bringing already in the early morning here at Surf City, El Salvador.
Yeah, I liked that word spark. I feel like that wave had a lot of spark from Zoe. You know, there was that slight stall and extra little push as she was up on the lip and just adding her own personal flair to these maneuvers. You can see as the conditions maybe get bigger, we can expect to see even more of that demonstration on these waves and really putting that pressure on and solidifying herself into this place, into this second place. You know, in the final minutes, she waited so long to get to get that 1.5. She improved upon it. Look at this. See that stall up at the lip. Turns into like a little snap / floater. Really, really liked that. So we take another look at this from the beach. Yeah, I loved that. Lots of flair, lots of zest in her surfing that I'm seeing in this early morning heat.
Yeah, enjoyable heat so far. In terms of the form book, kind of as we might expect, in the form of our Olympian, Yolanda Sequeira Hopkins, dominated this one really numbers-wise. Got a couple of points on the field. Zoe Zeitz doing a good job chasing her down, though.
And you can see the maturity from Yolanda here. Only 2 waves surfed. Both are in her scoreline. Both have her leading this heat.
Yeah, I mean, in her kind of mind map of how the event's going to go, she's surfing in the final, right? She's not expecting to lose early, so she's like, all right, I need to manage my energy.
She's pacing herself.
She's pacing. She is a very early riser, though, known for a sort of 4 a.m. run club. Likes to get up early and do a run. She's been doing that here and avoiding the main heat of the day. And quite often you go down and you think, I'm going to be first person in the water. I'll get down there real early. No,
wrong. Yolanda.
Well, she's coming out. She's just had a surf and already been for a run and probably hit the gym as well. maybe read
Wow.
a couple of chapters of a book, done some journaling, and loaded the dishwasher. Yeah.
She's incredible. She's incredible. We love Yolanda. Incredible.
Final 40 seconds here. Will we get a little flurry of activity in the final throws of this heat? Castro and Alonso looking for numbers. Nilda does have that second priority. Surfer out of Team Panama. She'll have a paddle here. Might be an opportunity for a left. She can't quite get there though. The wave will just go underneath that. Similar story for Michaela Castro. 11-year-old from Costa Rica. What a cool story for her to be part of that strong Surf Nations team here at World Surfing Games. And we're all wrapped up with the action from this morning. So far, so good for the Europeans. Portugal and Netherlands advancing in first and second. And that's our first heat of the day wrapped up. We'll come back with more live action from Surf City, El Salvador, right after the break. Very warm welcome back to La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador, as we welcome the women to our principal podium here. Round 2 of the women of the ISA World Surfing Games 2025 in action right now this morning. A great first heat to set the tone. Yolanda Hopkins, a statement performance from her. Having a look at the second heat, Alice Barton of Great Britain, Victoria Munoz from Argentina, Sol Aguirre of Peru, Ariana Shuri from New Zealand. 2 will stay in the main part of the draw. 2 will head to repechage, where they won't get another opportunity to lose, essentially. That'll be it. Once you go to repechage, you have to stay in that top 2 advancing position to stay in the competition, keep contributing points to your team. Having a look at Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian, on the screen. This is a paddle from Victoria Munoz, Argentina. Strong surf team they're bringing this year, and this is good. Well-paced ripping from Victoria. And just firing into this long left. And gets a clean finish as well. Very nicely done. The team love it as well. We can hear them in full voice.
Yeah, you can really hear them cheering out behind us, Paul. She did really well to read that wave all the way through. You can see she's in really shallow waters there, but it was well worth it because I think that end section really stood up for her nicely, giving her that opportunity to put that final stamp on the wave for the judges.
Warm-ups here down on the boardwalk, keeping eyes on the lineup, watching the waves are coming. What's happening out in the ocean, but also in prep for battle, as these great looking matchups will continue throughout the morning and throughout the day. So you're looking at surfers at the moment that either won or got second in the opening round. So some of the front runners From the initial stages of competition, we're a long way away from talk about medals and all that sort of stuff. Here's a look at Alice Barton of Great Britain. Great hit with speed from her. And on a wave that stretches out, if you're going to go and hit the closeout, do it like that, hard, with speed, and complete it.
Yeah, the sets that have a bit of that extra size on them still are a little bit more rare and take some patience to find. But man, look at that spray that launched off the tail of her board, showing the power that she entered into that maneuver with. Bang. Really controlled throughout the entire thing. That would feel really good, Paul.
Yeah, something of a La Bocana move as well, that jump off here. If you're wondering why people are exiting so emphatically like that, it's because the rocks come at you really fast here. So as soon as you ride out of your turn, you're jumping off. Meanwhile, here goes Ariana Shuri from New Zealand. Good carving style from her. This is nice and clean. Powerful. Great looking wave. You see the spray so steep on the face, those redirects. Throwing buckets of spray. And again, meanwhile, here goes Soligeti. Another extremely polished performer. Challenger Series level. And Alice straight back into it. Team GB in the pocket. Really nice position for the bottom turn. She goes from behind that white water and allows her on a smaller wave to get quite critical with the turns on the forehand, laying it over on a rail. Alice looks really well prepped for this. She's on fire.
Yeah, she has 2 different waves now that she's been able to demonstrate to the judges. A set with just one maneuver, really powerful, really punchy, and a smaller wave, but allowed her to do multiple different maneuvers. So, you know, I really like that strategy because for me as a competitor, I get to now see what the judges are really rewarding and what they're wanting from me. But here is another look at Sol Aguirre's last wave. She was really patient, read that wave really well, made it around that section, getting a powerful hit. And another look at our surfer, Alice. Couple of carves, smaller wave, but trying to still include that variety even up until that last turn. So we're waiting for the judges to drop that.
Time to go and say good morning to Chris Cote with winner of the first heat, Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, team. Good morning as well. Yolanda Hopkins, first heat of the day, came down here, as you always do, and put full effort into the task at hand. Tell me about competing out here early this morning.
I mean, when I went out for the free surf, it was way more consistent. So once I got out there and we were waiting for it to start, I kind of adjusted a little bit my strategy because I could see it was like, I don't know, maybe it's the phase of the tide. It was just going to be a really slow heat. And I just waited. I was already at the back. I just waited for that first set. I was going to take the wave that Zoe took, but I was like, nah, I'm for sure there's going to be another one behind. And I was lucky. It looked a bit steeper. I'm not sure. But it gave me like some good points. And then normally I always like to back up. But on my way out, there wasn't anything like with a lot of potential, so I didn't, and I didn't like that. So I was like, as soon as something breaks any close to me, I'm gonna go for it. So then I caught that right hand, and that was pretty much my 2 ways of the heat. I just wish there was a little bit more consistent. I could like loosen up a little bit, maybe put a bit higher score, but I'm just happy to pass.
Well, you know, I always see you compete with a lot of passion, but also a lot of joy. Tell me what it feels like when you come to these ISA events, which you've done many, many times in the past, to be surrounded by 61 nations, to meet these new faces. It's a different type of surf event, isn't it?
Oh, completely, and especially because you're in a team environment as well. I feel like it's mellow but more competitive. I don't know how to explain it, but you do definitely meet a lot of people from all over the world that you wouldn't normally meet. And yeah, you make friends that you only see like once a year every time we come to this, so it's very special.
That's awesome. Well, let's take a look at a couple of the waves that you rode out there this morning. Here's your first one. Nice little left-hander.
Yeah. Not bad. I wanted to see how this one came out.
The second bottom turn was absolutely perfect. How good does it feel to lean into a bottom turn like that, knowing that that lip's coming right at you?
Oh man, it's so good. Okay. That one, it looked better than I felt it was. No, that bottom turn is I love to do that deep bottom turn. So as soon as there's any section in the way for it, I'm gonna go. It's awesome.
Well, you do it very well, and I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot through the rest of the week. It's only Monday. We're going to be here all the way through till Sunday. So more yo-yo to come here from the ISA World Surfing Games. Back to you guys.
Excellent stuff. Thanks, Chris. Let's pick up live action here on the right-hander with a ton of speed. Alice Barton is absolutely tearing this morning. She is looking really, really smooth. The board's doing loads. As we watch from the drone, you see it go all the way back towards the whitewater, giving a real good swing, and also illustrates quite rocky in there, Rachel.
Cutting out right in time. She absolutely maximized that wave. And with 10 minutes remaining, she already has 3 strong waves under her belt.
Getting down towards the halfway point in this heat, 10.5 on the clock. We'll have a look here. This was the other side of the peak from the Kiwi Shuri.
Getting up over that lip, but unfortunately coming unstuck. Let's take a look at this right again from the front on angle. Getting lots of action. I like the variety already in her maneuvers. Choosing to show the judges, you know, that's something that and maximizing that last one right before she has to cut out. But that's something the judges are looking for. They're not just looking for the same roundhouse over and over and over. They want to see your creativity, the way you read the wave, what makes your reading of the wave unique.
Live action here on a good-looking left. Our Peruvian Sol Aguirre. Backhand hit from her, and then another arrives late, does really well to get that done. Makes it look dramatic. Oop. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
So priority was with Munoz, it looked like, and this could be trouble for the Kiwi Shuri, as we just picked up vision of her surfing in front of Victoria Munoz. We'll just keep tagging this.
Oof.
And she'll get the fall at the end. We might see our priority judge having something to say and making a ruling here.
Obviously, as it goes, Paul, if you are not first priority and you are the person with first priority has first pick at any wave out there, can take whatever they want. Even if someone with a lower priority is already standing, first priority can take off in front of them, but the same does not go for the other way around, obviously. So we'll see what the priority judge has to say about that. Let's take a look at Sol's last wave. Really beautiful opening turn. Gets the flick of the second one, and it's that was the real stamp of the wave. You know, I saw in her second turn, she cut it just a little bit short so she could keep that going. So it was a bit of a surprise here, I think. And actually, I think we might not see.
No.
White was pretty good in and out, but I see how that happened.
Yeah. We just picked that up, didn't we, on the kick out, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
First takeaway, didn't see a whole lot of interfering with scoring potential there, the distance, but also, yeah, it looked like Victoria was so far back in the whitewater, you could see Ariana had a look and couldn't see her.
But
and
she disappeared in the whitewater for a second. You can see how that happened. I at that second look, I don't think that will be a priority interference, but again, leave it to the priority judge to actually make the call.
Eden Waller, Team USA. Coming up in the next heat, in about 9 minutes or so time. Also in that heat, Genesis Borja, Alexandra Koller, Rafaela Tessi. Eden Waller, an outstanding talent. Still early on in her career, she's been very impressive thus far. So where we are on the scoreboard, really competitive heat this one. Alice Barton with first priority. We're all caught up with scores apart from the last wave of Victoria Munoz, so she'll get an improvement. She'll make the requirement for the Britain Barton a little higher. Quite surprised considering how well she surfed to see Alice in third at the moment. She still needs more surfing, more points to avoid heading to repechage. She's looked really dialed into me. Needs to find a wave.
Well, you
Possibly
can
with
look
a
at
bit-
that. She's doing basically everything she needs. 4.43, 4.4. She's a 4.45. 0.02 shy of that requirement of putting her into that second place.
So with first priority now, maybe a chance to wait for something a little more quality, a slightly bigger wave that's going to offer a bit more speed. There's definitely a surfing looks there.
Well, this is what we were talking about before, Paul, is that she now has two totally different waves to demonstrate how to get to that mid-4 range, right? She has her first wave, that was a single maneuver, bigger wave, though, that she was patient for, punched it, clean and control, and then she has another way to reach a 4.5, which is smaller wave, but getting 4-5 turns on the board there. Obviously, the single maneuver being rewarded so high, even though it's just one maneuver, because it was so critical and had so much power to it. So I think when I'm sitting in this position as a competitor, I'm constantly computing, what are the judges telling me that they want to see? How are they rewarding? Now, how can I manufacture everything I've learned from those scores so far to continue to build upon? Like, if she were to get a slightly bigger wave and get 2 turns on it, get that opening turn and an end hit, we're talking 6s.
5 minutes to go about that priority. With Alice Barton, we'll need a number, and she'll have to just look at a becalmed ocean for a while as we'll fly above. She won't have quite this vision. You can see some lines approaching from quite a way outside. Dialed down a touch on the swell. Still overhead on some of the sets. And yesterday and today, I think, certainly in the early part of the week, were some of the smaller days as well. We expect the energy to ramp back up overnight tonight. Let's see if we got any takers on this inside left. Looks like Sol showing a little bit of tentative interest. 4th priority, why not have a little speculative paddle? Meanwhile, a little bit more pulsing through now. Maybe the one behind this will offer an opportunity. 2nd priority at Ariana Shrewy. Looks like nothing untoward happening in terms of triangles. No interference on a little incident on the left early on, which is good news for her point of view. So's the fact that she's caught a wave and it's a right, but she's tangled and can't quite get out and get maneuvering with any kind of speed or conviction. So she'll just kick out. Here goes Victoria Munoz. And a loss of priority from Alice Barton. Paddle for a wave. That allowed Victoria to get this. Doesn't do loads with it, though.
Yeah, that was a mistake by Alice, unfortunately. Needing a score, only a 4.45, super doable. And sitting with first priority, having her pick at the lot and losing that, unfortunately, is not the mistake you want to be making in the last 5 minutes.
This is exactly the kind of wave that she would have been hoping to get. In fact, it does actually go just a touch soft before it got there. Sol had a look at it. And just explain to us again, how do you lose priority of that riding the wave?
So as we saw when Ariana had taken that right, Alice was paddling for that left. Paddle, 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 scratch, 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 and unfortunately didn't get the opportunity to have her hands leave the rail and surf the wave. So if you make a full committed attempt to a wave and don't catch it, you lose priority.
2.5 minutes now. Whereas we were scoreboard-wise. Number comes in for Victoria Munoz, Argentina. It's a small one. So no improvement from her point of view. The requirement will remain the same for Alice Barton. First priority is with the heat leader, Sol Aguirre. And here goes Alice. And she'll get there on this left. Important wave for her, 4.45. It's a little slopey out the back. It is a bit soft. That's why there was no interest from Sol. Now the inside will be important for her. She'll snap pretty hard.
I think it's going to be close, but I'm not convinced it's going to be exactly what she needs. Maybe still enough time for her to scratch back out there. I think she absolutely gave everything that wave had on offer. She really punched it on that final maneuver. But I think it's gonna be right around there. A little bit too slopey.
Yeah, it was a soft, smaller wave, and those waves have been getting smaller numbers from the panel. It won't be the score she needs. There is energy out the back as well, so she's on the inside just looking at this stuff. Here goes Yahi. Sorry, this is Shuri, the Kiwi, looking for a 5.37, and that wave will push wide, slope away. Not what she wants. Sol still holding that prio out the back, still holding the lead. The final minute of this heat, these 20 minutes, absolutely fly by. And we count down. Let's see who's staying in the main part of the draw. Going to round 3, who's going to repechage? The moment, Peru, Argentina. Your 2 advancing positions. Nice looking peek out the back. Not sure anyone's in position for this one. You can see Sol, she's quite inside. So this one breaking significantly further out. Here goes a late entry from Victoria Munoz of Argentina. It's just a kick out from her. And this is Sol and Team Peru. It's got the end of the wave really kind of shoulder hopped in, but does real well with that backhand to just open up. And then another wave, so a repositioning wave prior to that for Victoria Munoz allowed her to do this. And you can see the steepness of that wave, how critical it was. Big turns. Busy. Ariana Shuri, she's caught 3 waves in about a minute and a half. This one much better. She'll tag that. Nice looking opportunity for her here, surfing off the tail. And getting up and going complete as well. Oh. Over the rocks. There's
I feel
all
like
sorts
that looked
going
like
on.
she hit something and went over. Yeah, look at her checking her fins. Looks like she still has all 3 there. Hopefully no major dings. Wow. She's lucky she didn't fall then straight onto another one. She went down so quickly and unexpectedly, but lots of action in that final 15 seconds, Paul.
Yeah, it was all sorts happening. I loved the late charge from Ariana. She really rallied there, caught a bunch of waves, put everything on the line. You can see the commitment. That tide's still continuing to go out. Numbers to come through for blue, green, and white. Ariana's numbers in. It's a 377. She'll remain in 4th. Strong performance from Team Peru and Sol Aguirre, celebrating the fact that we will be heading down to Peru for the ISA World Juniors in December this year. And she'll continue that momentum into round 3. Time for a quick break. From Surf City, El Salvador, more live action right after this. Welcome back to the beach. Beautiful scenes here, bit of morning sunshine. And we'll start to feel the heat down here in the tropics, Surf City, El Salvador. The morning time offers clean conditions, crisp swell you can see from above. Multiple angles going on as the swell refracts and bends. Onto the coastline here, a couple podiums. Right of your shot, you saw Sunzal, main focus of our attention. La Bocana, that's where we are right now. It's where we're going to watch Genesis Borja from Ecuador. Alexandra Cola out of Greece. Eden Waller from the USA, Rafaela Montesi from Chile, and Paul Evans, joined by Rachel Tilley. This is another great-looking heat. And what are we expecting from Eden Waller out here?
I think we're expecting great things. You know, she is a young standout coming out of the U.S. at the moment. And I think, you know, if I was in this heat right now, she'd be the person that I was like, okay, she's the person to beat.
20 minutes to post your 2 best scores. We're unchanged in terms of the way it's going to work. Surfers in first and second position. We've got around 3rd and 4th. Head to rapid charge. Here goes Montesi. Good looking wave for her in terms of the energy of it. Won't get the final turn, the Chilean. She'll do some decent work prior to that. She'll get a modest number on the board, just warming up the judge's notepad, really. Deal with a bit of a detonation. You can still see the power, slightly smaller, but you can see just how high that whitewater bounces. This is an early right-hander from Eden.
Nice opening turn, keeping that speed up, taking her time on those bottom turns. And I was going to say goes for the final hit, but chooses a clean cutout instead. And that's going to kick off her campaign with a 4.83, a really nice way to start the heat.
Yeah, I mean, a good number for a relatively innocuous-looking wave as well. You can just picture what she's going to be able to do when she connects with one of the bombs out here. So it's interesting to hear Yolanda Hopkins say, so you can tell hers was going to be a bit of a slow heat. There are some bigger sets, but not all the time. Finding them is key. Here goes Yenesis Borja, Team Ecuador.
Well, I think like we saw in that last heat, 4s can be in your scoreline in advancing position. So, you know, depending on where you are in positioning with the sets, when they're coming through, the quality of them. Sometimes they're a little bit too big right now that the corners of them are washing out. That, oh, I like that.
Yanire
like
Echevarri out of Team Spain. This is catch the ball game.
Oh, maybe we could do that during our break. That looks fun. I want to test myself during that. Oh. Oh, I'm really enjoying this. But anyways, back to Eden's 4.83. You know, a nice way to start the heat as we have her paddle straight into another one.
Whoa, look at this thing. Waller drives off the bottom. Wow, what a turn that was. Love that. So clean, incisive rail. The proverbial hot knife through butter as she just carves that face. And then as it gets slopey, she'll just keep juicing this. That's a little nonchalant look over the shoulder at a gargling, dry volcanic boulder and says, yeah, no worries. I'll just kick out. I'm fine.
The 16-year-old out of San Clemente. I know a lot of comparisons have been made from this wave because of how it looks to lowers, but very, very different in terms of its power.
Yeah.
The fact that it's an A-frame, you can go right and left, I think is kind of its main similarities to lowers. Let's take another look at this wave from Eden. Nice and slow-mo, coming off with a lot of drive, looking to engage that rail. She's taking her time, being patient. You can see those little wiggles there at the bottom and just lacing this one around. Love that upper body, that spray coming off, showing the power that she pushed into that wave. Going a little bit wider out. Nice read of this wave, obviously adapting as she's going, choosing the right maneuver for the right moment. Drone angle view of this one. Gosh, that first turn was just so beautiful. And then she just takes her time, taking this one all the way to the beach. Not as much opportunity through the end. The score will really come from that opening turn.
No action. Here goes Montesi, Chile. Another left for her. She's got a small number early on. I've got a surf terminology related question for you.
Okay.
What's the difference between a kick out and a cut out? I've actually been going the cut out this morning.
Oh.
Is that a longboarder thing? No, because I know some people are quite particular about what a kick out is with the longboard. Not you.
I don't know. I'm thinking about that. I don't think I've
I'm
ever.
projecting.
No. That's what's your projection of it?
Well, I remember I think Wingnut was telling me to do an actual kick out, you kick the board out of the way.
Oh, right,
Where the
right.
expression comes from, and I thought you were kind of intentionally making the difference between a cutout. No?
No,
Okay,
I
like
wasn't
it.
intentional. Okay, great.
I feel like cutouts what people used to say in the 60s if they went to a gig and they didn't like the music. They go, man, let's just cut out. No?
I feel like I use cut out more often than I use kick out.
Okay.
But you know what? I've never thought about them having a difference. So I hope I'm not sounding dumb.
Not at all. I'm enjoying it. Eden Waller's enjoying it. 6-8-3. Judges are 2. The big carve in the pocket gets her a good number. And without really breaking stride, just taking it all pretty cash. Couple of ways for the young American. A strong lead in this. Rafaela Montesi, busy on the left. Smaller numbers. Nevertheless, good enough for a second place position. Looking for a little bit more fire from Team Greece. Collar. Also Ecuador. Borja. Plenty of time left for them.
Plenty of time, but really not only 8 minutes. In these 8 minutes has Eden just gone bang, bang, building that house. 4-8-3, then a 6-8-3, putting the pressure on. Let's see if Alexandra can get her 3:07 here, Paul.
Here goes Alexandra Collar. A right-hander for her. You can tell the difference in the ways it would just kind of die relatively premature death on the boulders here. Just go soft real quick as compared to the runners. Here goes Yenesis, Ecuador. And just tearing in to really shiny looking left. Board's busy. She's covering some ground, and you can see her staying alive here. Gets really low. That was well done just to get there and join that up. You see the boulders coming towards you. You're trying to figure out the geometry. That was really well done from Team Ecuador. Let's go and have a chat with Team Peru. Sol Aguirre is with Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. Congratulations, Sol. Early morning heat victory. But you came in and you were actually going through that heat, kind of coaching yourself. What did you take away from what happened in the lineup that last 20 minutes?
Thank you. I don't know. I was just looking at the little mistakes I did at the end. I think Vicky got a really good ride, but it's really hard because, like, being one of the first heats of the morning, it's hard to know where the spot is, and especially you have like a really good left and a really good right, and I'm like, I love my backside, but I love front side, so like I didn't know where to go, but I'm happy I got that 2 lefts and managed to make my heat.
Well, you're one of the faces of the ISA. Basically, you were raised surfing an ISA competition, and we just broke the news the other day that we're going to have the juniors in Peru. How special is that going to be to have the host nation as your home? And are you going to be down there helping out the juniors as they start their path to ISA competition?
For sure. I mean, it's so exciting that we finally have like an ISA. It's been so long, but we had like a few ISAs really long time, and we were world champions too. But yeah, it's nice to see the new generation in Punta Rocas in a really historical way from Peru. So I'm very excited to join them.
Yeah, the whole world's excited to see that. We're going to take a look at a couple of the waves that you rode in that heat. So remember, this is early morning, La Bocana. You talk us through it, Sol.
So yeah, I made a snap, and then I was like, okay, finish the wave, and well, no, wait. Now finish the wave and claim it. And then I said, no te caigas, no te caigas, no te caigas, no te caigas, claim it now.
That inside section is actually pretty heavy, isn't it? I mean, we see a lot of surfers go down on that finishing maneuver.
Yeah, it's really hard. When you get the insiders, you have to finish strong, but with the rocks, it's hard to like manage to make it through. That's why you have to bend your knees a lot. But oh my God, I keep
Nice, you got the claim in there. Sometimes you got to sell it to the judges. You know what it's all about. Well, I know you have a ton of friends and family out there watching. You can say what's up, say good morning to them.
Oh yeah, buenos días a todos. Gracias por ver. Vamos Perú, y hoy día compiten las chicas, así que a mandar las mejores energías y vamos con todo.
Vamos Peru.
Vamos,
Congratulations, Sol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arriba, Peru. Thanks, Chris. Great job from us beaming Sol Aguirre this morning. Love our insights on a commentary as well, finishing off the wave. It's really cool to get that perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that she gave us every little bit too, and her claim and everything. Obviously, the insights that we don't get to actually hear or experience because we're up here in the booth.
It's awkward when the surfers turn out to be better commentators than us as well, isn't it? Oh, no. We've been found out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eden Wallop is looking good thus far. Economy of effort from her. In terms of just the 2 waves, good enough for a meaty total. She'll find a left here from behind the section. She's patient. I'll clip off the top, check the speed, loading up that board. It gets really low. And just engaging the rail, a slopey facer. That kind of dictates the line until the inside where things get slightly spicier. She can aim at a section. Interesting sort of flamboyant sort of kick out.
Yeah, I feel like she was kind of trying to navigate if there was any rocks in front and then just went, nope, I think I'm in the clear.
I thought she was doing kind of a Zorro thing.
Well, I really, really liked that wave from her. She's just showing her maturity for the young 16-year-old. You know, building that house, I'm thinking that's going to replace that 483. I wasn't sure at the start of this, really taking off behind the section, how this wave was going to line up. But coming off from the behind the section allowed that first opening slopey turn to be a lot more critical. And then she was in the right timing for the rest of the wave. Hit after hit, finishing it nice and strong. Does your little Zorro move. And we can look at this from the drone. Just watch her. You know, what I love about the drone angles, you can really see the athletes paint the canvas of the wave. And she does exactly that on this wave, just drawing such beautiful lines, such dynamic lines on this one. She should be feeling good with that.
Yeah, incredible surfing from her. She's really doing a lot right this morning, isn't she? And like you said, from the drone, you just got to see how big that spray was from that first turn. We maybe didn't appreciate that from the beach angle as we watched it live. But the form from her, very well poised. Interesting to see the sort of difference in speed as well. Surfers, some kind of at the mercy of the sections, kind of waiting to get that push from behind, and others feel like they got their own source of speed, able to generate it effortlessly. I think I'd put Eden Waller certainly in that second camp.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes through. Goes into her top 2.
Wow. Solid number for her. It's a wave that maybe didn't look quite as steep at some stage. She manages to turn that to a big score, 7-5, her highest. A massive total for the American. Looking really, really good here. Just under, wow, 5 minutes, over 5.5 to go. She's way out in front here. Here goes Alexandra Koller, Team Greece. Good looking, sizey right for Greece, but it does go soft quite quick. It's been a bit of a recurring theme for her. She had a couple of waves like that. That one was bigger, but a similar sort of ending to that story, and it just fizzled out.
Showing, I think, how well you have to read these waves to have good wave selection out here too. You know, someone like Eden, it looks like every wave she's turned around on has just been a good one, but it's actually been her critically selecting those waves in order to get those scores as well.
Yeah, amazing to see how well dialed in she is to this lineup. Americans staying just behind the venue here. So first thing they see in the morning is the peak at the principal podium. And then all of the team staff and the coaches offering insights as well. Just slight updates to the general plan, which you'll apply to the venue, and then conditional changes day to day, tide to tide, as you really dial in your strategy. Whatever she's been doing, this absolutely worked. She is street ahead in this. The battle for second, really, that's actually pretty open at the moment. At the moment, Ecuador in the form of Borja, they're in that coveted second place position. Not a big ask for Montesi of Chile. Here goes your heat leader, Waller. First turn just opening up really and setting herself back to come with speed from behind at a section which is a little softer, and that
was a
Tilly,
kick out.
that was a kick out.
That was a kick out.
Here goes Montesi. Chile. Nice first snap. Good power. Great speed. Again, wow. Oh, more spray. Her best wave for sure. Still belting it. Montesi goes up for the float. Backhand onto the rocks. Get out of there.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. The commitment is unbelievable.
Montesi.
She is definitely getting the score required. 3-1-1 and then some. This was great surfing.
Look at how shallow it is. She's on her stomach right there to get over these rocks and go through those waves. Only a 3-1-1 she needs. Dare I say that will change the situation.
Yeah, Borhat's probably going to need to get a wave here when this number comes through. There's all sorts, and it just kept going. As we're watching the live shot, you're wondering how many more is this wave? All right, maybe that was it, and then you just get another section, and then another one. And the interesting thing about her approach, started off with the power, and then turned a bit more finesse and mixed it up with the variety. Let's have another look.
Yeah, the power there, cutting it a little bit short, so that way that one can draw a little bit longer, and each turn getting more and more drawn out as that wave slopes up, and she gets to finish it off nice and strong, and does well to manage the convergence of that whitewash there. Really tricky section. Judges taking their time.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Almost that floater was functional that she went over a dry rock to do that lip line backhand float. Here's your heat leader. The American 16-year-old, beautiful textbook roundhouse figure 8 wrap. There's the sting in the tail as she just releases. And she has looked unbelievable in this. Hang on. Ecuador. Saw some great energy. Her. The claim there. So. All right. Well, a lot happened. So real quality surf from Eden Waller, which isn't really going to affect the standings of this heat because she's won it. But this battle for second is interesting. This is the last wave of Ecuador.
My goodness. Opening turn, she needs a 3.5 here. Second turn there, staying high in the lip, but finishes it out strong. It's going to be close. This one gave me the chills. My gosh, a beautiful roundhouse, and holy smokes, that punch of the tail for that final maneuver. Eden, I'm looking forward to seeing where the judges go with that. I think that, in my opinion, was my favorite wave of hers. And it's Alexandra looking to improve. Another one that just kind of goes soft. These rights a little bit tricky to pick off. So it looks like Paul, our surfer from Ecuador, reclaimed her place back in the second position.
Yeah, she's like, I think I'll be having that back. Thanks very much. Good surfing from her. Gets the number 427. Goes back to second. Priorities with Montesi, though. She hasn't got a lot of time. This is Borja. So Ecuador in second place as she paddles into this. Look how much momentum and fire she's got. Loading up the bottom turn. And you can see the passion. She's looking in at the team. You can see how much it means. So, still time on the clock. This is Eden Waller.
Gosh, this is a textbook heat by Eden, though. Holy smokes!
Backhand rotation from her. She's been an absolute class above. Best surfer of the morning by a country mile thus far in what we've seen. Montesi, can she find herself something? I'm not sure she will. But what a performance from Eden Waller and Team USA. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. More to come from her. And she's only 16 years old. Obviously, we have been talking about the ISA World Juniors. So that is something that we could expect to see her competing in. But she is also competing here in the Opens and giving all the women a good run for their money with her phenomenal surfing. A 7.4, that last one came through as too. So she, that, you know, not the very last one, but the one before that, she throws away that 6.83. Phenomenal.
Eden Waller, the young American, putting on a bit of a clinic here this morning. This is elite high-performance surfing from the 16-year-old. Jamming all the way back and then getting that tail release. Dynamic, can't wait to see her surf again. We'll do that in round 3. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring in True Starling and Barton Lynch for the cool, more live action from Surf City, El Salvador, right after this.
opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
It's day 3 here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and it's the first time we're seeing the women out in the lineup at La Bocana, and we just saw a pretty exceptional heat from Eden Waller and Team Panama there as well, progressing through that last heat. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with me to call me through the action for the next couple of heats is Barton Lynch. Good morning.
Good morning, mate. And who would ever thought we'd be here together calling
I know.
the games? We've known each other since you were a little girl,
Yep.
and it's great to be here with you and working alongside you. So cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to be here. I mean, we've got some great waves on offer, and Heat 4 is out there. We've got Catherine Bruweiler from Canada, she's out there. Nilby Blancada, she's royalty over in the Philippines at Cloud 9. Janir Extabari from Spain, and also Julissa Garcia as well from the host nation in El Salvador. So plenty of surfing to get through today, and just a quick score, that 2.17 for Catherine. But I mean, Barton, this morning we've been watching the waves come through and we've been kind of just frothing ourselves.
It's come down a little bit overnight. It's most probably in that, 3 to 4 foot old school measurement, and some perfect conditions. Every evening there's been some wild thunderstorms and lightning and wind and rain, and you think, in the morning the waves are going to be beat up for sure, and you wake up and it's just glassy and perfect. And my mind has trouble comprehending how the weather can be so volatile in the evening, which makes sense after such hot days. You get those storms in the evening and here in the tropics, and then the next morning you look at it, you wouldn't even know the wind had been blowing. It's so clean and perfect, and again, another day of great waves. The forecast looks fantastic. Here's some live action.
Yeah, here we go. Garcia, she's loading up on her back end. Really strong first connection, just that one big turn, and commitment the last couple of days has been rewarded.
Yes.
And the women, they've been surfing El Sunzal the last 2 days, so they have been going right, but the opportunity to go left as well here today.
Yeah, it's such a great competitive venue. The consistency of the surf is one thing it's sort of, I'm not sure that I've ever seen anywhere with such consistency to the sets throughout an entire day, through an entire week or a 9-day event window. And then, like you said, you've got the lefts and rights. So great variety, choosing to go left.
And this lady right here, Janir, she's a force to be reckoned with as well. She's got a lot of speed, really loads up through that turn there. I mean, it was kind of a wonkier wave. I feel like, it's hard to identify those good ones, but then they maybe take a little bit of time to come through, but she's just getting the ball rolling nice and early.
Yeah, and that's what the game plan really, in my mind, is just to get surfing. It takes the pressure off, and you create a rhythm with the ocean by moving. When you just sit and wait for that perfect, ideal wave that you've got in your head, it may not even come through. So you've got to stay flexible, stay open, and just be on the move and on the hunt and create opportunities. In the modern sort of perception of great performance surfing, you don't need 6 manoeuvres. 1 or 2 can be enough to get an excellent score if the manoeuvres are big enough. That takes a lot of pressure off the wave selection as well.
Yeah, it really does for sure. I think finding those ones with that critical steep face as well. I mean, the last 2 days, like looking at the men surf out there and seeing what they've been doing and how they've been approaching each heat, those 2 turns, even 1 turn waves have been getting the best scores in the heats as well.
Absolutely.
A 4.5 has locked in for that 1 turner of Garcia from El Salvador, so that being rewarded.
Yeah, great example of exactly what we were talking about. Oh, Catherine missed that one.
Yep, she's from Canada. She's about 49 years old. So Chris and I yesterday, we were talking about that Unk power and that
Auntie
Unk
power?
status. Yeah, she's got that auntie power. She is actually an auntie in the team as well. Her niece, Aqua, is coming up in about 2 heats' time. She's also in Team Canada as well. But while we have a little bit of a break in the action, we'll head down to Chris Cote. He's the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks, team. Congrats on that morning heat victory, Eden Wallace. So you're no stranger to ISA competition. You've done it a couple times at the junior level, but now you're in the Opens. You got the call up for Team USA. What are the differences between competing with the juniors and competing with the open field?
Yeah, I'm super grateful and lucky to be here. It's been really cool being with the whole team at the house. We have a cook, and there's really just a lot of different options, and it's just great to be here with everyone.
And the team itself, there's a lot of newcomers to ISA competition, so you're kind of the veteran in the ISA world. So what are you guys talking about just in terms of going out there and surfing your heats beyond the joy and the fun of being here in El Salvador?
Yeah, it's really funny. I'm the only one that's been to ISA, which is crazy because all of these surfers here for Team USA are really good surfers. So yeah, we're just kind of cruising, trying to take it day by day and just relax, not waste too much energy, just keep it mellow, and yeah.
And I know comfort is a huge thing for success out in the water, and you obviously feel comfortable surfing over cobblestones. I know you surf lower trestles a lot. Tell us about the similarities between this wave and your home break of lowers.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of lowers. I love it here. I've been here. This is my 3rd time to El Salvador, so it kind of feels like home away from home. I love, I have all my places to eat and just where I sit, and so it's really fun, and yeah, it's a cool spot.
Well, you do it all. You do it in videos, you do it in heats. Now let's do it in the commentator box. I'm going to have you call your own waves. So, Eden, I'm going to be the play-by-play guy. You're going to be the color analyst. Here we go. Eden Wallace, up and riding.
Yeah, this was a fun ride. I think I did 2 turns on this wave, but I was stoked to get this one a little bit later in the heat. I wish I would have not gone so far back, so I could have gotten up to the lip a little bit earlier, but it's all good. It was a super fun wave, and yeah, I'm stoked. Yeah, I was stoked on that turn.
I'm sure things feel like they're going in slow motion a lot of times when you're on the edge at the end of these waves.
Yep. Yeah, this one was a super fun left. Just kind of hit the bank right, and I was able to do a couple of turns on the outside, and then I came to the inside, and another little slash there, and winded up for the finish.
Boom.
Yep.
So we're definitely going to see a lot more of Eden Wallace in heats out here, but if you haven't seen Eden in the new Ripco video, please do yourself a favor. Watch her part in that flick. It's amazing. So congratulations. I know you got a bunch of friends and family watching at home. You can give them a shout out right now.
Yeah, thank you to all my family watching at home. I know my grandparents are probably watching, and just all my family there, and all my sponsors, of course. Thank you for supporting me.
Right on. Congratulations, Eden. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris and Eden. She's got a great style. I mean, she's got a big future.
She really does. That forehand off the top that made her smile, made us smile.
Yeah.
And again, she's only 16 years old. Her brother, Zion, is incredible as well. They're living the dream. They're living with the focus of creating a future for themselves. Here's Catherine.
Yep, she's up and riding on her second wave. She's already locked in that 2.17, just gets a little bit hung up. And yeah, Zion, her brother, I actually met him in Australia this year at the Newcastle Challenger Series, and it was his first time to Oz. And he's like, oh, what's the best sweet treat that I can have here? And I was like, go for a caramel slice. They're so good.
Oh, yeah, caramel slices.
He came back the next day. He's like, they're the best. We got the next heat warming up. It's going to be a pretty big matchup as well. We just saw as well, Janir actually get a pretty good combination of turns too. Her sister's also in Team Spain as well. It'd be pretty cool to have the sisters here. There are lots of family affairs throughout this event.
Yes.
And
Look at this one.
Oh, Nilby. She's from Cloud9, so used to going that slabby barreling right, but she's got a pretty lethal backhand as well. A couple of good connections. You can see her board just lining up. Bit of a smaller wave, maybe not much of that steeper section, but she'll get her campaign underway.
And we have noticed that the bigger the wave, the bigger the section, the bigger the turn, the bigger the score.
Yeah.
And the small waves, regardless of what you do on them, as Catherine Bruweiler unfortunately falls on that one, doesn't really, it's restricted and inhibited by the size of the wave. And so you're always trying to find those bigger ones. Start of the heat, well, we're out of the halfway mark. So the first 11 minutes, I'm sure it felt like it went even faster for the ladies in the water.
Yeah, it's pretty quick, these 20 minutes. I mean, there's plenty of waves coming through, but this is Julissa. Ooh, wow. Spicy first carve, really pushing off that back foot and absolutely belts it. But that finish, just catching a couple of people off guard.
Yeah, and it's, like you said, it goes shallow so quick too. So there's almost like a intrepidation about hitting that last turn and ending up on the dry rocks. But those first two turns, they were good. There was a lot to like about that. And you can imagine being a part of a team from a nation that is investing so heavily in surfing and investing their future in many ways on the back of surfing. So, to be a part of the El Salvadorian team would come with national pride and pressure that she doesn't look like she's feeling too much at all.
It looks like she's just rising to that challenge.
And they all are as a team, and it's one of the great stories in my mind, for surfing, for El Salvador and the rebuilding of a nation, using surfing to bring commercial opportunity for its people.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why ISA has been so heavily invested with El Salvador and in this rebuilding, and it's a collective energy that we're bringing here to this event. And you imagine an event with 61 nations comes to your nation and then goes home and tells people about it. It's a match made in heaven, that one.
It is truly amazing. I mean, there's 297 athletes in this event. It's the largest ever field that we've seen. And I was talking to Paul the other day, and, El Salvador as a nation is committing to surfing, and it feels like as a team right now, that's their theme. Commit to yourself, commit to your turns, commit out there in your heats. And with every surfer that I've seen compete, they're just really going for it.
That's a really great way to look at it. There's commitment all around, isn't there? As a 62-year-old bloke who's been around surfing for over 50 years, it's a fantastic time for surfing and a fantastic time for El Salvador. So I'm really happy for all of us.
Yeah, it's a very special time to be here. And, the women, they've been surfing over at El Sunzal. It's completely different. They've been able to come over and watch their fellow teammates of the men surf their heats through here. So they're kind of identifying that maybe they get a bit of a leg up as well at seeing those mistakes that their fellow teammates are making at podium one here.
Yeah, and El Sunzal, having surfed it, and I'm sure you have, it's a slopey, flatter wave a lot of the time, but it's super long.
Yeah.
And so it takes so much energy, even the paddle back out. It's an exhausting wave to compete at. Here we go.
Wow. Nilby, she's not missing a beat though, gets a good three-turner, needs to finish it, and she really liked the feeling of it. Wow, kicks out right in front of that rock there, but that's a better looking connection for Nilby.
Yeah, I feel like this wave here at La Bacana, it's like El Sunzal's the perfect training spot for here, because you get to a heat here, the rides are shorter, the paddle out's shorter, and there's all of this sort of shorter, punchier stuff that El Sunzal has prepared you physically to handle, because it's such an exhausting wave to compete at, with the long paddle, long rides, the shape of the face, the energy that you have to bring to the wave to light it up.
Yeah.
You come over here and it's a shorter, quicker, punchier situation. You'll be able to give more in the moment of that 20-minute heat.
Yeah, exactly. And for Nilby, she's no stranger to that finals appearance. She's won the Cloud9 event 3 or 4, maybe 5 times over in Siargao in the Philippines, which is where she's from. So she's very well respected over there. So I feel like she's aiming for that, top finals appearance here in the ISAs, but we've got Catherine. She's just in and out, that auntie power coming through in this heat. But for Janir from Spain, she's got a really strong team, and that 6.83 from that 3-turn left not too long ago, it's really standing out. And she's showing, she's showing that experience. She actually competed in an event not too long ago where her and her sister placed first and second in that event. So it's so cool to see them competing with each other in the team here in Spain.
Julissa having a look at that one.
4.5 minutes to go.
Oh, look
Wow.
at this one.
This is a good-looking wave. Janir, she's straight up into that first turn. Huge power. Really pushing off that back foot, leaning into that rail. Waiting for this section to wall up. Hopefully she can get a little bit of a steeper face, but it kind of starts to flatten out in front of her. But wow, that was power surfing nonetheless.
Yeah, looking to improve on the 3.5. Feel fairly confident that that will happen. I love her style. I love the way she flares her arms in her turns. Got individuality in the style. Good power, good energy. She brings everything. And, I'm fairly confident that in the future we'll see her, winning these type of events and going on to the World Championship Tour.
Wow, that was a strong first turn button.
Yeah, look at the energy, the style, the individuality, drives off the bottom, another one there, and she sort of sees it fall in front of her and slope off into nothing, cuts out, but again, the work was done.
And we know she's competed at that, world stage, that top stage, being in the Paris 24 Olympics as well, and vying for that, it's a marathon, not a sprint, these journeys here in the ISA, and she's just starting off really strong.
How's the bottom turn?
Wow.
Top turn snap. You can see the individuality and the way she uses her arms. Beautiful carve of the rail back to the pocket. She's obviously done ISA juniors a lot as well, so very well experienced. And got a stranglehold on this one. Pretty sure we're saying goodbye to that 3.5.
Yeah, we'll definitely see that score increase a little bit. Still waiting for it to lock in. We've got Julissa Garcia, that commitment. It's got her in second place with that 4.87 and a 4.5.
And when you hold on, Catherine.
Yeah, Catherine, she is the Canadian national champion at the moment, and
Wow.
strong finishing turn there. That's a better looking wave for her. She's chasing a 7.2.
Yeah, that was two nice backhand re-entries. Shannon Brown there, the coach for Canada. Osia Green, a great young team. They've done great work, Team Canada, in the scouting field and finding people with connections to them. Here we go.
Wow, a 6.77 for that last wave, and with a strong first turn like that, you think this one's going to have to go excellent. Two good connections there for Janir, and wow, she is really just starting to open up in the back end of this one.
Yeah, we said goodbye to the 3.5 quickly, but we most probably say goodbye to the 6.77 even quicker with these two beautiful turns. Again, there's that arm movement and that style and interpretation that her style brings to this wave, and I love the way she just flares things out. There's no sort of holding her body tight and looking scared. It's all open and wide and aggressive and beautiful. Yeah, bye-bye 6.77 for Shawsies.
Yeah, wow. I even feel like those sixes that she had, she didn't really get out of first gear. She was kind of just finding her feet in the heat, and wow, locks in a 7.27 for Janir's last wave, so she's just solidifying that lead right now.
Yeah, beautiful surfing, great competing.
It's a full battle for second, and wow, Garcia is really looking to maintain it. Really nice connections, transitions off the bottom. She's surfing with a lot of flow and a strong finish. A little bit of spice and flair to that last turn as well.
Great way to finish the heat. You hold on to your 40 seconds, you hold on to your second place, your job's done.
That's her sister Annette for Janir on screen there. She's
Shy,
but maybe nervous. I know watching my sister compete, it's probably more nerve-wracking than actually going out there myself. But she's like, let's get this away.
You need to put that camera on me right now.
This is the
Great
most
shot.
nerve-wracking 20 minutes.
Yes, exactly. More nervous for her than her sister. Way easier to surf. I know that from coaching Australia at these ISA games, it's a pressure cooker because you feel so responsible for everything,
Yeah.
but then at a point you're not responsible. And
Yeah.
it's all up to them, and you've just got to sit back and watch and hope. And
Yeah, and trust in them.
yeah,
what they're
trust in
doing.
them, exactly.
Wow, big heat. Janier, a 7.27 and a 6.83.
Solid.
Feels like she's got more to give as well. Julissa Garcia from El Salvador coming in second. The host nation still in that main round. We'll see Nilby Blancada from the Philippines and Catherine Bruila. They'll go into the repechage round. We'll actually see them a little bit later out there this afternoon. I mean, it was a pretty strong heat from Janier.
And one of the great things, that repechage round, because we're all here to develop and help developing nations evolve their performances and their team. And if it's just, you travel all the way, you surf one heat and you're out and that's it,
Yep.
you don't get the growth, you don't get the learning opportunities. The repechage round means that, everybody's going to get 2 chances, and it doesn't matter when you lose, you're still getting that second chance. So great format for, the development of surfing nations.
Yeah, it's exciting to see them back out there very soon. Let's just enjoy this last wave of Janier. We'll be right back. Heat number 5 right after this.
Welcome, surf fans. We are back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games, and as you can see, as usual, it is pumping.
Highest single wave score in our men's main round goes to Keiji Ronishi from Japan with an 8.67. Team Australia's Morgan Sibilik with a 7.67.
I just love surfing, man. I love to represent Argentina. Whenever there's a chance and there's a phone call, I'm in.
Even on the screen, this looks like an absolute bomb, and that's a hammer. Yeah, Marvin. Wow, look at this section.
The highest single wave score in our women's main round goes to Yanire Echevarri for Team Spain with an 8.0.
It feels pretty good. I mean, I feel like I still left a little bit out there. It's always the first heat nerves, I think.
Team Japan's Amuro Suzuki with a 7.43. That wraps up day 1 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Tune in tomorrow for a 7 a.m. start for more action.
Wow, just reminiscing on day 1 of the ISA World Surfing Games. There was so much going on that day. I mean, again, it was pumping. We woke up and it was just, the surfers were just bringing the heat.
Yeah, the nation brings the heat.
Yes.
The environment brings the heat, and then the surfers follow and match it up.
Yeah, we have a 9 o'clock low tide here as well. You can see all the teams, they're just heading towards the shoreline, trying to be as loud as they can for their surfers out in the lineup. And I mean, you can even hear from here how loud they're being, and it's just so cool to have all the support from everyone around.
Yeah, that's what makes this event, isn't it? Is you're a part. We're used to surfing as an individual sport, and when you come into the team environment, it's such a different dynamic, but it's a wonderful dynamic because you're in something together. It's a pressure cooker because you can feel the nation and your teammates and the coaches and everyone's pressure and expectation on your shoulders. But as you work together as a team, it's a really lovely experience to be a part and represent your nation. One of those great honours that exists in surfing.
Absolutely, and we've got back-to-back heats for Team Spain. Nadia Erostabe, she's out there. We've got Nala from South Korea, Candelaria Rosano from Nicaragua, and Dominique or Mimi Barona from Ecuador. And wow, strong connections there for Nadia.
Nadia on the backhand through to the inside, great starter. Got a 0.5 before that, so quick in and out. But this one, as we look at the backhand, Throws that front arm to get the release, get the board up into the lip. You can see now the board's pointing straight down the wave face. That means she can come from behind that white water, get up tight in the pocket. One of the advantages to going backhand, particularly in competition, we see it at all levels. A couple big backhand hits, and you can head towards the excellent scores. Beautiful driving bottom turn. Inspired surfing here to start the heat. 3 turns, looks inside, goes, where are those rocks? Okay, I'm out of here.
Yeah, a quick kick out for Nadia. I mean, she's no stranger as well to surfing big. We saw her win the Challenger Series over in Barlito, but wow, really whippy surfing from Candelaria from Nicaragua. And she was also had an appearance in the Paris 2024 Olympics.
Yeah, super experienced competitor in these ISA games.
And let's see, Lee representing South Korea just gets a little bit caught up there, maybe a little bit slow to get up to the top. And it looks like we've got Mimi. She's having a good look out the back. This is her 21st ISA appearance, and wow, big first turn there on a good looking section, and there's a whole lot of waves going on. Candelaria just backing it up as well, but can't find that completion.
Yeah, super quick to back it up. Here we go, more action.
Wow, Nadia finding a good looking right. Strong first turn, up and into that second one. Strong completion there for her.
We talked about the backhand and not really needing 6 turns, but if they're good enough, a couple will do. They were good enough. That's going to be a big score. 6.67 on the previous ride. That's going to be better than that, I'd say. So a great start for Spain again.
Wow, Spain just going from one extreme to the next. We have Chris Cote. He's down there with Yanir Extapari.
Well, thank you so much, team. Congratulations, Janita. A great heat right there. But I wanted to ask you about the team dynamic. You basically have 2 other sisters on the team, your actual sister and Nadia, who's out in the water right now. What's it like to be traveling the world with your best friends and being on the same team together?
I think it's the best thing like we can do for us. It's always like we are in a family and we are like, we know each other for like a lot of years. So for us, it's the best we can do. And yeah, we're having a lot of fun and yeah.
I know you've competed at the ISA level in the juniors and in the Open for a few years. What does it mean to you to put the flag on your board and go out there representing the Basque region of Spain and just going out there and showing the world how great the surfers from that area are?
Yeah, for me, it's also like, you know, we are representing Spain and as well Basque country, that we are from there. And we are super grateful to be here with the team and yeah, super happy.
Now, I was looking at some of the results you've had throughout the year. You and your sister have been very busy, basically traveling around the world and back. A lot of great finishes on the QS. You've actually shared a final recently with your sister. How cool would that be to have you and your sister on the podium? And which medal do you think you would get?
I think I will get gold and she will get silver, but, but I just don't care. If we are in the final, I'm super happy like we did in the QS. So we don't mind the result. We just want to be in the final and just share a final in the ISA. It's the best.
Well, I know part of your job as a teammate is to cheer on your surfer you have in the water, so I'm going to let you go do that. But just give me the overall vibe of the team you have this year in 2025 in El Salvador.
I think it's one of the best years we had. We had a lot of changes like in the federation, so we are much better now. We have a better help and a better vibe. We are really good and we have a really good team, so yeah, we are super happy.
Well, the team's going for the gold, so we'll see. Congratulations and good luck moving forward.
Thank you. Escaricasco.
Wow, let's see it.
The Basque Country is one of the most beautiful parts of the world. Escaricasco, thank you, in their language.
The 28-year-old from South Korea, fortunately coming unstuck.
See, the pressure felt like a pressure situation, didn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy how much hype you get for these 20-minute heats. And Nadia, she is doing really well. She's got a 7 and a 6.67, and she's not letting up right now. Really aggressive approach. She's looking to attack that section once again, and wow, she just is finding a couple of really good rides.
A 7 for the one before it?
Yeah.
Felt like it could have gone a little higher in my mind. Like, it was such commitment and attack in those, particularly the first turn. Great scores, great situation for Spain. Very cool interview with Janira. She's such a character. And again, like that part of the world is, I haven't been there in a couple of decades, but it's a part of the world that I always loved visiting. So beautiful, such great waves, great food, great people. Very special part of the world. As we look at the replay here, taking her time, patiently setting up for the first turn, drives off the bottom. Really relaxed. See how relaxed the hands were?
Yeah.
The front hand was so relaxed, and that's a good sign. To see the tension in the hands is always a bit of a worry. Big rotation of that body to get up into the pocket and driving the board back into the pocket. Coming from behind the whitewater, the deeper that bottom turn comes, the more critical that turn's going to be. A little wider there to the pocket, so a nice snap. And there's a rock right in front of her. She goes, I think that might do us on this one.
Yeah, she navigates that well. She's hits that exit button pretty quickly. And yeah, for Nadia, she as Paris 2024 Olympian as well. She actually got 4th in the ISA World Surfing Games last year as well. So she's made that podium finish. She knows what it feels like, and it seems like the other 2 female competitors that are in her team as well, they're ready for that podium appearance as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dominic Barona, the most experienced surfer in the event.
Yep.
And so it's unusual. 4.33, so she, you know, she has the best other score, but watch out.
Wow. Big fan of spray for Candelaria. She's finding another section, surfing with so much speed. This wave just opening up more and more. And she asks a question. She's feeling fired up.
Is that good enough for you? You know, that was really beautiful surfing. That board looks fantastic under her feet. Really light and fast, responsive.
Yeah, she's looking ready for it. And this is Lee using that priority. She's looking to get a good first wave under her belt, just trying to get a wrangle on those nerves.
Yes.
And she's doing pretty well here. She's representing South Korea, where longboarding was actually where everyone started surfing and how it happened, but she is just dominating that shortboard right now. That was a well-surfed wave.
That was a really well-surfed wave, and exactly the sort of wave she needed. There's 8 minutes 40, so there's still a lot of time. That was the settler. That was the one that just makes you feel, okay, no, we've got it, we're okay, you know, and there's still enough time. So that'll be her highest scoring ride, obviously.
Yeah, she's back into this heat with just about 8.5 minutes to go. And as you mentioned before, BL Mimi, it's her 21st ISA event, so she's done 16 World Surfing Games, and then the other 5 were in the juniors. And she's had 2 silver medals.
Yeah, one of the most experienced surfers in the event, without question.
And what a, you know, amazing kind of mind to have for Team Ecuador.
Yeah, and that's, you know, ISA has done incredible things for the Americas, Central America, South America. The nations have really taken the opportunity that's been presented to the countries, and we've watched surfing in those parts of the world just explode. You know, El Salvador is a similar story. Guatemala, this whole area is full of great waves, and they're really seeing the opportunity that presents to be a surfer, to ride waves for a living, and there ain't much better than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing to be here again. And I know that a lot of these surfers, they love coming here to El Salvador, and to wake up to just constant perfect waves is such a blessing.
Yeah, this is one of the smaller days in the event window, so we're in good shape.
Yep, here we go, Candelaria. She drops in a 6.43 on that last one. She's feeling fired up. Finds another good-looking ride, just places that turn in a really good section in the wave, and she's not even worried about those rocks. She's hitting it no matter what.
That was confident, wasn't it? Powerful, big turns. She's had the 6.43, the 4 as a backup. The last 2 rides have been her best scores, so the momentum's building. She, again, is so experienced. Nicaragua, now known as another surfing paradise.
Yeah, plenty on offer. She was also a 2024 Olympian as well. She's represented her country in the highest of stages that you can get, and she'll have a pretty good score. I mean, she's got that 6.43. It locks in at a 4.63 of this last one, BL.
Improves on the 4. That was the job. if you catch a wave that doesn't improve, you can pretty much call it a mistake, because the job is to continue building momentum and putting pressure on your opponents by, building those scores. And any wave that you catch that doesn't build on those 2 waves that you've already ridden would be considered a mistake. It's a loss of time, a loss of priority in the rotation. Oh, and that was a beautiful backhand entry. There's a screenshot out of that one that could go to the Instagram for sure.
Absolutely. She is just really looking fired up in this heat. And that last one, we saw a bit of personality shine through, and now she's just stamping her authority.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing in this heat, True, is that the majority of surfers are choosing to go on their backhand. Goofy or natural, left or right, we're seeing a lot of backhand surfing. I feel like that's a strategic, deliberate thing. It's not just, they're going one way because that's the wave presented and it looked like a good one. You go on the backhand because it's ordinarily easier to get points on the backhand. The old school idea was that it's easier to surf on your forehand because you can see the wave face and you can judge things better. The modern day, the backhand's definitely an easier way to big points.
Yeah, definitely. And she's just... her timing and placement of her turns as well.
Yeah.
She seems really in tune with what's going on out there in this heat. With under 5 minutes to go already, Nadia, she's just got a real strong hold. A 7 and a 6.67 is 2 really good scores, but it's Mimi Barona. She's needing a 6.73. She's only got that 1 score.
It's kind of surprising to see her the slowest out of the blocks and the slowest with the lowest wave count. Only the 1 wave ridden. It's really surprising because she's so experienced and such a great competitor. Representing Ecuador, another one of those countries from this region that have grabbed surfing by both hands, and Dominic's been leading for them for a long time.
Yeah, she's definitely got all of that experience and knowledge, and I know that she's a real fire in that team. She's getting everyone ready and prepared.
And we now when I was a kid, the great Mark Richards, who won 4 world titles, retired at 26 or 27, feeling old. And no one, I remember winning of an event in Rio at 33, and I was the oldest guy at that point to have won a CT. As it continues, here she goes.
Wow, she's up and riding. She's ready to really find that steeper section. 2 calves to start, and unfortunately just a little off time.
The energy looked good at the start. You've been sitting, waiting all of the heat, and you're thinking, it's going to be nervous, but she looked great. Incomplete at the end is going to hurt, though.
Yeah, Lee, she's chasing near excellent score. Gets up and into that section, throwing a lot of spray. I know Team South Korea, they have a lot of experience and knowledge there. They've been training really hard. They're all super determined, so that's going to feel nice.
That was great surfing again. This is a really good heat. Very competitive. Nadia Aristabe, we saw her come out of the blocks early, get the scores, and it's just kind of settled back a little bit and just been waiting, which feels good to me in a marathon of an event with, we're on day 3 of 9, so there's a lot. The easy stuff's been done. The hard part's in front of you, so I feel like she got that lead and then sort of pegged it back a little, and she wasn't threatened in any way, so she didn't need to take anything to another level. Feels quite professional and controlled, deliberate, the performance from her. Candelaria in the same vein, just came out so fast and created that position of advancement for herself. Dominic, that last one was it's kind of unusual to see her fall. That's when the nerves most probably came in.
Yeah, definitely. And Nadia, she's just maybe even trying to get a little bit more rhythm out there. That was a good connection. We saw her in the WSL CT for her first time this year, and that could have been a pretty hectic fall, but Candelaria, she's flying down the line. She surfs with so much speed, and that wave just not offering a whole lot.
And Lee got her highest score.
Yeah.
4.33, a 2.9 for Dominic, keeping her in 4th place. Lee Nala going up into 3rd, and the signs on those last 2 rides from her, they were really well surfed, critical turns in the pocket, so there'll be confidence to take out of this heat, even if you don't advance. The replay through to the inside for Spain. You can see how shallow it got so quickly. See this front on angle, drives out of the bottom really fast. Everything's got an energy to it. and an enthusiasm that makes it look like she has sat for quite some time and she's ready to go.
Yeah, she's ready. She's fired up. I mean, Team Spain have a lot of energy and passion, and you can really see that shining through in her surfing. Ooh, really strong connections there. I have a bit of a question mark on whether that last wave of Candelaria's was, I mean, to me it was a mistake. She could have sat out there with first priority, but now we've got Mimi, the most experienced female in the draw, sitting out there with first priority, needing a 6.73, which isn't outside of that range.
No, she's very capable of that. Beautiful turn, little tweak in the snap at the back end of it, driving off the bottom into the pocket.
Yeah, she's in form. She's really found those steep sections throughout this whole heat and capitalised.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch the hands. I remember back in 1985, I made the final at Burley Heads against Tom Curran. We were in a world title race, and I came in after getting flogged in the first set because best of 3 sets. And my coach at the time, Peter Drew, was like, "There's too much tension in your hands." And I'm like, we'll go to his live action. No tension here.
Yeah, she's loose and lively. Candelaria, oh, that was a strong connection, and she was just not leaving anything to chance towards the back end of this heat. A 6.07, I think that's going to lock in as, or it will definitely go into a top 2. So strong turns there for Candelaria. I mean, she is just representing Nicaragua at such a high stage, you know, and she's surfing with so much freedom.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dominic Barona, 4th place there. Disappointing result for her.
Yeah. And, you know, uncharacteristic as well. Not something that we were expecting.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, we've got a pretty big heat coming up next. Some more exciting action. Sally Fitzgibbons, she's going to be out there. Don't go anywhere. Big surfing to come up right after this. Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games, and we have a big heat on our hands. And with the trajectory of the day so far, I feel like each heat is going to get better and better. Nadia Aristide, she just absolutely blew up in that last heat. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with me is Barton Lynch and BL. That last heat was crazy to watch, but this one is going to be full of fireworks as well. We've got Reed Van Wagner, she's up and riding now, representing the United States of America, and big surfing for the 16-year-old. Recently qualified for the Challenger Series, and she's looking to make some rounds and some heats and do the US proud in this event. That she's taking on Kailani Johnson from Team Indonesia. And wow, she hustled pretty hard for that first wave on her back end there, and not much really came of it, but we've got some royalty as well Sally Fitzgibbons, a 4-time ISA World Champion representing Australia, and Aqua Bruweiler from Canada. We saw her auntie out there a little bit earlier, and now the family affair is continuing in this heat.
I've never seen Aqua surf, so I'm excited to watch her. Sally Fitzgibbons, obviously, seen her surf a lot over the years, done some work with Sally myself in a coaching capacity, and she is in these 4-person heats. She is possibly the best 4-person heat surfer in the world. She has great success on the Challenger, always gets back onto the CT with her performances in those 4-person heats, and here, 4 gold medals says everything.
Yeah, she's knows exactly what needs to be done, and Aqua right now, she's trying to get in front of the 8 ball and apply some pressure early. That wave just a little bit fat, not really offering too much.
No, how you said it in the live call. How was Kailani Johnson's aggressive start to the heat? It scared me for that moment because they're the ones where you see those interferences at that exact time. Was the experience of Sally Fitzgibbons that went, actually, I'm not getting involved in this.
Yeah.
You can have it.
Yeah. She's like, oh, you know what? This wave, I don't know if it's worth it, but Reed, she is just...
Oh, great start.
Yeah, staying busy, just blows her fins out, loses a little bit of control there for the young surfer from Carlsbad, California. But she's hoping to just, get some momentum going in this heat.
Yeah, and if that was completed and you had 2 completed rides straight off the bat, perfect start. The fall, obviously, and the incompletion, obviously, going to hurt that score. It'll be something that'll be a throwaway.
Small scores. We have a few waves to lock in for Reed as well, but I feel like for this heat, it's all eyes on Sally. We talked about her 4 ISA World Champions in 2008, 2018, 2021, and she's also 2024 gold medalist as well, but she was also the ISA World Junior Champion in 2008 as well, so she has so much experience in this field.
Absolutely. Across the board, she is a woman who's redefining age, redefining, it feels like 5 years ago people were going, well, Sally's career might be, might be in the back end of it. She's as good as she's ever been. She might be better than she's ever been right now in her career. So continues to grow, continues to impress and get results. And I know, as you referred to her as royalty, and in this ISA environment she certainly is, and I know she's going to be involved with the organisation in a deeper level and contributing across the board.
Yeah, she holds that record as well, and for the most world champs or gold medals, but Reed looking to really rival that. Good first turn, gets a better connection there. Just a 2-turn combo. Looks like she's starting to really feel herself in this heat. Sally loads up off the bottom, strong bottom turn. Trying to find a steep section. This wave kind of fattens out at the last moment. But she's going to stick with it. And it starts to wall up ahead of her here. Gets a better connection there for Sal. She's already surfed 1 heat over at El Sunzal. And right now, Kailani from Team Indonesia. They're a really close-knit team. They've been traveling together all year, and you can see that energy, those good vibes coming through in this heat for Kailani.
Great combination of turns. We saw how aggressive she was in the paddle at the start of this heat. She's just put that aggression onto the wave face as well, showing us her potential. 3.67 on the previous. So she's going to have a couple of decent scores to start. And again, Reed Van Wagener, quick out of the blocks, third wave already. So Sally's a little slower out of the blocks than all of the other surfers.
We've got Aqua for Team Canada as well. Nice opening carve, a little bit of a slopier wave, so just goes into a bit of dead water. I feel like that wave selection for Aqua in these first 8 or 7 minutes of this heat, she needs to maybe tidy it up towards the back end because I feel like it's going to start to fire up. I think Kailani's finding her feet right now. We've got some really good heats coming up. That is Sofia Medina on screen there as well, representing Brazil. Some huge names in the women's side of the draw. There's there's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on, and the environment is alive with energy and stoke from the locals, from the visitors, and it's just a good vibe all round. It's not always, when you're a travelling surfer, you go to places where you are wanted. You know, there's a lot of places that would rather you didn't come.
Yeah.
There's enough people there already, and they would rather you not be there. This country is not that. You don't get that vibe. You get welcomed with open arms, and everyone's happy to be here because they recognise the benefits and advantages in the long term. Sally just pulling back at the last minute there. And here's the replay of that opening ride. It looked beautiful, but in the end, I felt like the turns were a little wide and almost let me down a little bit in how I felt about them. In that first section, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Second section, the same kind of emotion where it was a little bit flatter and rounder out on the face. So opportunity to get more vertical up into the lip and smash that lip, and there you get the bigger scores. But look at the score she got for that complete performance, 6.67.
Yeah. She still gets well rewarded for it, but I do agree. I feel like those first few turns, you thought that the section was going to be there, and
It just ended up being a wrap, didn't it, rather than hitting something aggressively. So looking at the placement of the bottom turn would be something that would come into play. But again, you get the 6.67 and you've won the opening exchange.
Yeah.
So it took some time.
Yeah, took some time for her to get there and really open up, but she started off strong. And someone who just dominated that whole heat was Nadia Aristabe. She's down there with Chris.
Yeah, thanks, team. Congratulations, Nadia. Dominating out there. Pair of sevens, 14-point total. It's got to feel good to start your ISA campaign like that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it was a pretty fun heat, actually. And the first heat I got in Sunsal, and I made a couple mistakes. And I never had a good result here in El Salvador, so I'm glad I'm making it through the main round and try to keep this way, making good scores, and try to be dominating every hit.
Well, I know you're always well prepared, but let's take a look at some of the waves you surfed out here this morning. Like I said, you had a pair of sevens, and you did it going both ways. So tell us about this wave you surfed out here. I love that bottom turn snap combo to start.
It looked way better than it felt, for sure. And I don't know, I know it was gonna be a big set, like one of the good waves, and I tried to go big as I can. And on the left, I actually don't feel that confident on my front side usually, but this wave felt really good.
Well, you could have fooled us because you look like you're feeling real confident out there. That's one of the highest heat totals of the day, if not the event so far. Now, Nadia, I know you've had a wildly busy year, but also a very fun year. Yeah. You're competing here at the ISA Challenger Series on the championship tour as well. So tell us about your year, how it's been so far, and what do we have coming up?
It's been a little bit of a roller coaster. I started at home. I thought I wasn't gonna be called for the city, and suddenly Renato called me to go to Pipe. So it was, let's go. I tried to do my best there, and then I didn't know if I was gonna be in on the next events or not because Joan the Festi wanted to do a couple more events, and then she announced she was pregnant. She wanted to take the rest of the year off, so I went to Australia. I didn't make all the results I wanted, even here in Salvador. And then on the first challenger, I lost first round, so I was like, oh my God, this is not the year. But then I went to Valito, I won, so yeah, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. Now here with the team, we have an amazing team, and then all the way to Portugal for the next challenger.
That's amazing. Yeah, to talk about your team, so I know you have Janire and Annette Echabare on your team, and I was just talking to Janire. They say you're like the third sister. And I'm not trying to start any team drama here, but Janire said she wants gold, she wants silver for her sister. So where does that leave you? You got to split. You're going to take the gold and push them to bronze and silver?
Of course I'll go for the gold. I mean, they are friends, like a sister, but always me first. That's how it goes on surfing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to beat anyone worse than you want to beat your own sister or your best friend. So congratulations. I'm sure we're going to be talking to you a lot more. We got Nadia Aristabe on a roll here in El Salvador.
Thank you, Chris and Nadia. Surfing for yourself while you've got your sister or your best friends in the same event or your team, it's like you just got to leave it on the beach.
It's a complex emotional situation that you find yourself, you know. And one of the things that you recognise in surfing is personality. And you get a feeling from a person, you know, their energy, their vibe, so to speak. She was sparkling, wasn't
Yeah.
she? Such great energy, such stoke there, and really you feel that across the board in Team Spain.
Oh, absolutely. They just all seem to have a really good atmosphere around them and what they've got going on. And, yeah, their team dynamic.
Yes.
Let's take a look at this 5-7-3, though.
Took herself straight into the... Oh, that was a beautiful turn. Full abandon. Look at the energy. Look at the enthusiasm and the passion there from Sally. That's where the 5-7-3 came from. From the sheer determination to turn that into something. She was behind the 8 ball, came out with the first big score of the heat. That made her feel good about things, and then she drives off the bottom. We can see that outside fin, vertical into the lip. Flares the tail, little tweaks of the back leg to control those fins. Gets into a big wrap here, gets really low. Interesting to watch the head there. And you know, where the head and the eyes goes, you go and the board goes. And then she was a little slow to get the rotation. That's where that kind of two-part of that cutback came from. But once she got into the full rotation, beautiful turn. Oh, look at this. Yeah.
Wow. Really answering back, Reed. She was just not having it, not wanting
having
to
it at
hear
all.
that 5-7-3. She's gone, yeah, I'm not really happy with that. And Sally, she's answering back once again. She's got that 6-6-7, beautiful roundhouse to start. Big second turn, a little bit late, but really just trying to get that completion and show the judges, yeah, I've got it. She seemed pretty stoked with it.
Yeah, she's had the 6-6-7, then a 5-7-3, then a 5-6-3. So the 5-6-3 didn't improve on the first two. So kind of, you know, at this high level, that's a mistake there. And you could see that she really wanted to make sure that this next score improved, because Reed Van Wagner, speed, power and flow being part of the judging criteria, she was so smooth, so powerful, so fast. It was beautifully surfed. Got the 6-7-3, got the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, did exactly what she needed to do. I mean, this last score of Sally's.
Yeah, critical last turn.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, I feel like maybe a little bit late to that last turn, but she knows what she's doing out there. She got that critical moment, and it had a little bit of drama to it as well. It's a bigger wave.
I kind of feel like you see a little beautiful carve there, and see there's that kind of moment in the momentum of the cutback where it sort of slowed down and then it picked up again. But this is where all the money will come from. 7.10, the judges loved it. Little skip of the rail off the bottom again. So it wasn't perfect surfing, but really for what that wave had on offer, she made the very most of it. And that last critical turn and this little pump of the fist here shows that she liked it. She told the judges, I like it. They went, okay, we like it too.
Yep.
Here's the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
So much speed and power.
I feel like there's a little skip in that rail of this board that doesn't, it steals something away from the perfectness of the surfing.
Yeah.
Those little skips in the rail.
Yeah, it's...
Which is being very critical.
Yeah. Totally. But, you know, that's why we look at surfing. It's such a, you know, you can look at it and have your own opinions, but a 7.1 for Sal. She's out in front with a pretty strong lead, a 6.73 for Reed Van Wagner and a 5.3. She's sitting in second. She's putting that pressure onto Kailani and Aqua as well. Kai chasing a 6.83. Aqua looking for a 9.53. And I want to talk about Team Indonesia as well. They've travelled to every single event, whether it's the ISA events, the WSL events, any of the Asia Surf Co events. They all travel together when they're identified within that national federation for the sport. And they just feed off each other and push into each other, and they really connect really well, and they've got this incredible kind of flow within all of them, and it's just, you know, I have no doubt that they're all shining through because of that. But this is Aqua right now for Team Canada, probably getting a few tips from her auntie Catherine, who surfed a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and the wave selection's leaving a little to be desired.
Yeah.
That's where the lack of potential has been in the lack of opportunity in the wave selected. So there's some obvious areas for improvement there. We saw both Kailani and Aqua come out at the start of the heat really fast. They got some small scores, but then they've been unable to then they go, okay, now we're going to build on that. And when you sit and start to become deliberate, things can become more difficult. And that's, I feel like what we've seen. But look at this one.
Wow, Kailani identifying a good section there. Really strong into the lip for that first turn. She gets that strong second turn in, and wow, a really good finish as well. Lots of speed to end that wave off.
Yeah, you got to figure the 367's gone.
Yeah.
She waited a long time for that wave, and it was well worth the wait. I thought I was looking at Karamis, you know, watching the right-hander peel down there. She looked comfortable. Oh, here we go. We'll see the replay. True. Gets down, touches the wave with that front hand, carves up into the pocket beautifully, snaps it nice and tight, made the most of that first section. Great technique, grabs the rail to kind of force the board off the bottom, get it up vertically, then gives another bit of that upper body rotation to try and get tight, snaps it back. And then this last turn was nice as well. Definitely going to improve on a base score. And there's a lot of positives to take out of the performance, even if she doesn't go into an advancing position. Snapped that one a little bit below the lip, but it was nice. I liked the interpretation of that moment of that section. And that was a great ride after quite a long wait as we see the first turn.
Wow.
Judges still considering this one too. Drives it back. And into the last three nice big turns.
I feel like, I wonder if, you know, that last turn hitting it a little bit early was a deliberate decision to make sure she 100% gets that finish. She needs that 6.83.
Yeah.
And didn't have long to do it. You know, that is going to be her last opportunity with 20 seconds left.
Yes. I don't know that it goes that high. I feel like it's her best wave for sure, and there'll be a lot of confidence to take out of that. It's been a very competitive heat. Sally always there leading. The first 5 minutes or so, it didn't feel like that, but once she got catching waves and got her performance going, you can see when she's driving off the bottom, Sally Fitzgibbons, and driving into a turn, she's consciously low and holding positions longer than she may have before, and it's kind of smoothed her style out and made the opportunities for big turns even more so. So good signs for Australia.
Yeah, she's definitely making a big impression for day 3 at the ISA World Surfing Games. Reed Van Wagner also moving on through. We have heat number 7 coming up, but let's just enjoy this 7.1 of Sally Fitzgibbons. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Welcome back to the beach. Surf looks delightful here at La Bocana, day 3 of the ISA World Surfing Games. Our principal venue welcomes the women. Round 2, heat number 7, hitting the water right now. Paul Evans alongside Rachel Tilley in the booth.
Hello.
To talk you through it. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
How's your morning going so far?
Fantastic. Can't wait to see this one take off or heat start. Wow.
Suzuki looking loose and sprightly up there into the lip. Got a lot of glide, doesn't she? But you see that kind of rueful exhale as she emerges. Would have wanted to get hold of that section and bring more down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. With a quick start, though, which is really great. Only a 3.0, so she will be looking to replace that in her scoreline. But it is nice to just stand up, get the feet in the wax. Let's take a look at this score that is looking to drop for our surfer in blue, Rachel Presti from Germany. Good opening turn. Second turn, bang, finishes it off nice and clean. We're still waiting for that to drop along with this ride from Sofia Medina, a stacked heat. Wow, nice opening turn, drawing it out. This one's giving her a bit more opportunity than the others. Waves for our other surfers. Fourth turn here, she finishes it off clean as well. Taking one more look at that ride from Ermuro. Not quite able to get up to the lip in time for a really clean, powerful punch. So I'd say that's why it went to only a 3.
So a great looking matchup out on the water as we talk you through proceedings, what we've seen so far today in terms of making that switch. It's been a big talking point for us in terms of how different the wave is at Sunzao compared to here. And from what you've seen so far, you think the women are making a pretty good fist of this? How are they going?
Yeah, absolutely. I love being able to now see the women on their backhand as well. Obviously, on the left. So the goofy footers now finally on their forehand is what I'm trying to say, because obviously El Sunzao strictly just a right hand point. So a little bit more variety. I think there's a lot of heat strategy that we can see as well here at La Bocana. The peaks are shifting a lot. Gives the opportunity for surfers to kind of find their own space out in the lineup, move around. As we can see, our surfer in red, Arena from Peru, making a dash over to the right of our screen, looking at this left. Let's see if this one lines up for her.
Yeah, Arena Rodriguez, such a promising young surfer. Really, the momentum very much with her this year. She's been really impressive. Sorts of levels of competition right now. Representing Peru, strong team from that region. Being represented right now by backhand surfing on this left. A little double up inside for Arena. And she's out. Pretty good choice not to hit a little lip there. Meanwhile, Medina, Brazil, hammer of a first turn. Big layback. That she'll crack it. So Sofia Medina using the power, and we've seen that from her last season or two. It's been something she's really added to her surfing. And just a bit of authority and a bit of a point of difference as well. If your first turn can be a big layback, always looks like kind of surprising. Maybe not the turn you're expecting, maybe a set-up wrap or something like that, but just bring in the back foot power.
Yeah, just bringing that confidence right off the back. Let's take another look at this. I love that. The variety. Variety is a word I've been saying a lot today. Judges really looking for that. And as we're only in round 2, but these athletes starting to try and give something to wow the judges, something different to differentiate themselves from the other surfers. And I think that's something that I do a lot too when I'm sitting watching other heats being surfed, going, okay, what is something new and fresh I can bring, especially as we're getting day 3 competition? What can I bring that the judges haven't really seen, that it can go like, wow, you know, and the judges want to give those scores out?
14 minutes and a little bit of change on the clock. Great number in for Medina. Team Brazil, the champions, defending here in El Salvador. 7 points for her. That was her opening ride. Just back that up with a 5 as well. Solid numbers, 12 points already. Arena Rodriguez from Peru, still waiting for her number for her first wave, but not hanging around to get that info. She's just going again.
Gosh, this is such a stacked heat. When we were preparing for this heat, Paul, I was looking at all of these names going, how is this only a round 2 heat? Such talented surfing from every single country here. We have former Olympic medalist in Amuro Suzuki getting that copper over in Japan, Tokyo 2020. We have Challenger Series surfers here in Sophia and Rachel.
Bomb of a wave for Suzuki right now. She just doesn't quite get the connection there we were hoping for. The bottom turn looked absolutely textbook, and then just something maybe went a little conservative with her angle. Just dialed it back a touch. Just very slightly off timing, and as you mentioned, with the quality of surfers in the water in this seat, really got to maximize those opportunities because we're already seeing 7s go down. Arena with a high score just did. Team Peru, 7, 6, 7. Medina of Brazil, a 7 for her. So you will need to bring quality. Wow, that's another great turn for Brazil. And Sophia looking really dynamic. And a surfer who will use a full variety of approaches on the forehand, different types of maneuvers.
Oh gosh, look how shallow it is there. Whew. I've had a couple heart attacks already this morning. That's another one. Looks like she's fine.
Commitment to that inside section has been relentless really throughout the morning. Low tide, we're just about past the low. And about half an hour past that, so it is really shallow there. And those rocks will just pop up real quick as the wave kind of drains the energy from the flats in front. Surfers not phased about that. They're really just looking at the lip line and just focusing on trying to eke out maximum points. Here goes Rodriguez, owner of the high number with the 767. She's got a 3.6 and she wants rid of that. Looking to shake that off right here. Makes the adjustment really nice. Good crack up into that lip. You see the board speed remains throughout the turn. Gives her that little extra bit of looseness. That looked good.
Wow, this is exciting surfing already kicking off. We're not even halfway through the heat yet. So I can only imagine how this next half is going to go. It's only going to get better as the stakes continue to get higher. We have right now scores needed by both Rachel Presti and Amuro Suzuki. Rachel Presti, though, waiting patiently for a second wave with first priority. It's Amuro, though, that hasn't gotten the start to the heat that she would want. Everyone else has scores in the 7s and or 6s, but Amuro just not really getting into that flow with that wave selection, unfortunately. Still plenty of time, but this is where, like, if I'm sitting in that heat, I have a little bit of, like, have to work on my breathing to keep myself calm. As we take a look at this replay of Sofia Medina, wow. Looking at how she's really extending that body, so clean. Beautiful rail work, getting nice and low on that wave. You can see her transition into her back foot there. Kind of softens out that turn. About halfway through, you can see that decision for her to take a little bit of a notch back as that wave suddenly became soft. Here as well, she's able to draw it a little bit more here all the way around. Really beautiful, nice and low. Every single turn here, Paul, has been a different one, a different maneuver. And then here, she goes for this little lip coming at her, and she takes advantage of it. She could have surfed around that, but she's milking every single part of this wave and goes for the finish. This is the part that made me yelp before. Releases the fins, and just that, it boils up in front of her there. Literally, that's it boiling on a rock right there.
Yeah, a great call not to try and complete that turn. This is another look at Rachel Presti.
Nice flary surfing. We are waiting for this score still to come through to back up her 617. So she's looking for a 5.11. And Amuro finally getting a third wave. Let's see how this one was able to fare. A bit of a longer one, but unfortunately not standing up as much. She makes the most of that end section. But I don't know if it will really compare to those 6s and 7s from the other surfers.
Yeah, struggling a bit here, Suzuki. She needs to get going. She's playing catch-up 9 on the clock. Here goes Rodriguez. And also went for a number to her to come in. She'll go again, just sting the backhand turns. So good hits from her with a bit of vigor, plenty of speed and precision as well. So this heat really, you're looking at numbers that we've already got on the board. Presti, Rodriguez, Medina, all right up there in the scale. Not really involved in that so far. Suzuki, she has actually had a couple of opportunities as she's sort of let go and maybe underperformed a bit. Will she be made to pay for that? Quite possibly, considering the quality we got on the water. Just wave in previous to last for Rodriguez. Team Peru, decent, up to first. Got a number to come in for Rachel Presti as well. Let's see where that puts her. Can she put a bit of pressure on Medina? Really impressed. That variety that you talked about, Sophia, she's just shown us so much in terms of her approach, the work off the bottom. Gives her so much room and really just access to the full repertoire of turns, which is always exciting to watch. And this one will just simmer down a touch now. Everyone will have a chance when the scores are in to consider where they are in the heat, maybe a little adjustment of tactics, but with just the 20 minutes to go. I mean, if you don't get that strong start, then you are kind of surfing uphill a little bit. It's what Amuro Suzuki's doing. She's third priority as well. So she's just trying to get away a little bit here. Maybe having a look at a right.
Yeah, that 4.57, her last wave, did improve that situation for her, but still really to get in the mix here when you have your other surfers who, her highest wave right now is not even the other's backup. So she's hoping to get her high wave to be comparative and or above that 7-point range, just so she can make being in the mix a little bit easier for herself.
Love the intensity from Arena Rodriguez of Peru. Absolutely hammering away. She went incomplete right there. But I just love the fact, as soon as she gets to her feet, you know what's coming. And just goes on the attack, accelerates into the lip, which looks dynamic and exciting. Surfing with the risk. And she's found the balance thus far with those decent numbers. The 7.67, her opener, backed it up with the 6. She's hitting it hard and in a heat which is stacked with so much talent. Sophia Medina with a 7 at the moment, in a position where she's heading to repechage. She got first priority. She'll make amends soon. Let's go down here from Sally Fitz, standing by with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. Always a pleasure when you get the chance to catch up with Sally Fitzgibbons. Welcome back to El Salvador. Welcome back to ISA competition. You always seem to thrive in this environment.
Oh, I'm so stoked to be here, Cote. I've got so much adrenaline still. Like, even after all these years, just that pump. I can feel the electricity and doing the opening, and then we had, we call it Sunnyside, but El Sandal for our opening round. And yeah, just bringing that energy as a team. We've got a really good combination of youth and experience, and we're just that fired up. Like, we really want to perform well as a team and go for that gold.
Well, I said it yesterday watching Dane Henry surf. I looked at the team, Australia, the Irukandjis. I said, this is a gold medal team. You must be feeling pretty confident with the squad you brought down here.
Oh, just like, how can you not be inspired? Like, just wake up and like all the free surf, both the guys and the girls team, they're just been pretty lights out. And yeah, that's why I'm around, just to just tap into the youth, what they're bringing, the lines they draw. I'm just, yeah, such a surf fan and a big fan of their surfing. So it's a pleasure to be here with them.
Same. Well, a lot of us are huge fans of your surfing, and you inspire us to go out there and do our best every time. But I know you're doing some double duty here. You love the ISA so much that you're actually now part of the ISA team.
Oh yeah, it's like, it's just, it's in my veins. Like, I can't remember like surfing contests without being in that ISA spirit from 13, 14 years old. And yeah, it's been a minute now, and just like, oh, it just runs deep in the veins. And walk around here and just seeing all the new nations come and all the different levels of experience as well, and just chatting to everyone in the lineup, hearing about all the waves they surf at home, and creating like the ultimate bucket list to go and visit these nations. But yeah, the surf spirit's alive. I just want to be a part of it. I want to shape it. I want to talk about it. So you kind of stuck with me, Cote.
Oh, no, we're glad to be stuck with you. Like Huey Lewis once said. Well, now I know you've had multiple gold medals. I know you got big goals. I know you have fun here, but you don't do these just for fun. You do this as a business and as a sport. Let's take a look at some of the waves you just surfed out here at La Bocana. I feel like these waves suit your style to a T, rippable rights and lefts. Talk us through this one.
Well, just having a little bit smaller swell, it sort of condenses that peak, and you kind of get a few more rides, because we've been at Sunzala where you don't get many. But yeah, just trying to bring, I guess, like that framework and experience I've had on the CT. And yeah, obviously you got to pick the right waves, but yeah, just surfing that in that like attacking nature, and I want to keep evolving my surfing and pushing it, and yeah, and just risking it, going all in. So it was interesting, like paddling out. There was a lot of lefts on this really low tide, so to snag a few rights was like, yeah, really nice, because there was some good ones in the warm up. But yeah, finding these bigger sections, that's the funnest thing to do. Like just going top speed. Like we get a lot of speed and power at the waves here in El Salvador, and just seeing these big sections like this, and just like, yeah, just going for it, just attacking, holding on for dear life. And I think I threw a little fist pump on this one. It just feels that good to be like flying the colours and just make these turns and make it count.
Well, you earned that fist pump, and you earned all the accolades you've had over the years. And I know you got goals here. Like I said, you're not doing this just for fun. Tell me what your goals are for ISA 2025.
Well, it's just a wild experience that at this stage of my career, you're going up against yourself and these previous really like highlight milestones, and it actually brings the pressure on yourself, you know, to not try and replicate these moments, to come and celebrate them and you know, almost absorb it, because it happens so fast during your career. So you're coming here and you just have the same amount of nerves. It never lets you go, like the wrestle, the electricity of it all, and far out. Like, yeah, I was just as nervous for round one as, you know, at CT Heat or last year's ISA. So it means I still really, really care about this. And yeah, I'm just going to be, you know, showing up. The level's just that high throughout the draw, so hopefully I can keep bringing it.
Love to hear it. And I have no idea what day or time it is in Australia, but I do know for a fact there are a ton of Sally Fitzgibbons fans up and watching this event. Why don't you give them a message?
Oh, yeah, everyone, it's the midnight hours, they're all up. So, and all the crews from our team and the family, they're all up watching everyone. So thanks, we feel all the support. Keep bringing the sting for the Irikanjis, and come on, Aussies. Woo!
Bring the sting. Congrats, Sally.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Kote.
Great to hear Huey Lewis and the News getting a shout out at the ISA World Surfing Games. Bit of a character, old Huey Lewis. I wonder if he would get involved in maybe more of a mentor role, with some coaching. I'd like to see that. I'd like to be part of that team. 1:20 on the clock here. What a heat this is. All sorts going on at the moment, particularly a score to come in. Sofia Medina with the 7 at the moment in 3rd, needing a number, 544. We saw that wave during that thorough debrief with Sally Fitz. Is it going to be a 544 or better? At the moment, she's headed to repecharge at the moment, pending that score. Judges taking their time with it. Also got a number to come in for Amora Suzuki. Been a little bit surprised to see her struggle out here. Hasn't really got involved in this high quality heat. It's been really entertaining, this one. Probably the heat of the morning in terms of a bit of a democracy of opportunity and talent and all that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. A stacked heat that anyone who was going into the repecharge out of this heat would have been a surprise to see going into the repecharge from round 2. Amuro Suzuki and Sofia Medina at the moment. And it looks like we see a situation change in the final seconds. My goodness.
Wow. 6-1 for Medina. Jumps to 2nd. That's bad news for Deutschland and Rachel Presti, who will drop to 3rd pending any heroics in the last 5 seconds here. It is Medina scratching around on the inside, trying to get involved. I'm not sure. Well, she's splashing. I think that's happy splashing. Team Brazil know the score. There they are. Paula Moura, the rest of the squad. Lucas Silveira cheering on. A strong team from the defending champion. A great performance.
That's the best feeling when you're Sofia Medina there. Paddling back out, she scratched back out in order to get in the lineup just in time for those last 30 seconds. We saw her rewarded with that 2nd priority if she needed one more opportunity. But to hear that come through with not enough time for any of your competitors to answer back is, it feels good to just squeak through that one. Congratulations to Sofia, and of course, Arena for dominating that heat from the start.
Yeah, just showed us so much aggression with the flow. Arena packed a real punch with the maneuvers, and in a heat of that quality, you know you're going to have to go pretty hard from the outset. Look how much this means to Team Brazil. They're absolutely delighted, doing the rock dance down to the water's edge. Pretty prudent. Turn the board around, keep those rudders off the rocks. And you can see how much intensity, sort of physical investment of energy goes into these heats. Sofia Medina delighted to emerge in second place. Stay in the main part of the draw. She'll be heading to round 3.
You can see that relief on her face. Look at her just taking those deep breaths while also trying to navigate coming in on the rocks. Does not look easy. Oof.
Medina down on the insides. She'll get the debrief from the squad as well. We're all caught up with scores. And Arena Rodriguez, great performance from her. Managed to stay out the drama by just getting out in front from the beginning. And a little moment, nice moment of these two. They've been competing a long time in events together, and I feel like they're inspiring each other as well to better and better performances. Prestine Suzuki will head to repechage, and Team Peru, couple of statement wins from them this morning. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador, real soon.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Welcome back to the action here from La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador. It's the ISA World Surfing Games 2025, women's round 2. Out on the water right now. We'll continue to see energy pulsing out of the Pacific here on our main podium at La Bocana. The mouth of a river enters the water, cobblestone point with rights and lefts on the peak. And opportunities up and down for surfers like Yun Jun Chung from Chinese Taipei on the backhand here. Chung with a nice shiny accommodating left that will just stretch and run. Doesn't quite get the angles drawn there.
I think something we've seen, Paul, is if you kind of don't get the timing right of that first turn, it can throw you off for the rest of it. It seems like that's what happened for our surfer there in blue.
Goes Tiara van der Hulst out of Netherlands. Backhand attacks real crisp. And on the attack, like to see that aggression, pushing real hard, won't go complete first turn. You look at the approach from her. And she's trying to go straight up and down on the backhand. Nice and vert when you do that. Judges enjoy that vertical surfing. Attacking the steepest, more critical parts of the wave. Also in the water, we're looking at Havana Cabrero, Daniela Boldini. So right now, this is what we're looking at, our principal venue, podium 1, and we'll fly down the beautiful coastline here at Surf City and check our second podium. This is El Sunzal, It's a right-hand point break, a completely different type of wave, Rachel, from what we're surfing out the front here.
Yeah, absolutely. A right-hand point. It takes about a whole minute to surf the wave. So my favorite wave here in El Salvador, El Sunzal. Taking a look at the men surfing their round 2 over there at the moment. Just absolutely tearing it up. Such beautiful surfing on a really beautiful wave.
So the men making the adjustment from La Bocana. No left-handers for them today. He's in this long right-hander and just juicing this wall. There's an inside pupusa section as well. If you can find it, you can tag it. And as you mentioned, some really long rides as well. So completely different rhythm to your heats. And with this short heat time that we're running here, opportunities even more scarce in terms of the number of waves you're going to be riding in your heats and the number of opportunities you're going to get to try and get your score.
Yeah, you have to be a lot more intentional about the waves that you pick and not making mistakes on them, because if you fall halfway through or pick a wave that doesn't give you that opportunity, it's so easy to run out of time just because of the sheer length of wave and the length then of the paddle back out.
So podium 2. ISA Surf website. We've got a button there you can click and follow along on the action. Or you could stick with us in the main show here at La Bocana, Women's Round 2. That's what we're bringing you live right now. Out in the water, Chinese Taipei, Netherlands, Puerto Rico, Italy.
Looking at the bios, if you want to learn more about our athletes on the ISA website, you can go into teams and look at all of the athletes representing their country. Our surfer from Puerto Rico up and riding now.
Here goes Savannah Cabrero. Nice liquid left for her. See this pocket, stands up. She has to be a bit patient, but doesn't quite get into the lip for that maneuver. And that decision between getting on the gas, going down the line, or cutting back, trying to make room to swing at the lip. But after a prolonged period, really a few minutes ticking by and not offering any scores, good call to start surfing.
Well, looking at the bio of Havana, she's a 6-time national champion. And aside from surfing, she says she would like to go to medical school. And that's what I love reading these bios of these surfers, is it shows so much more beyond what we are seeing out in the water from them now. But taking a look at a replay of our surfer from the Netherlands, great opening turn, but just gets hit by that pupusa section here in La Bocana. Another look at our surfer from Puerto Rico here. Just mistiming that last section a little bit, comes down a bit quicker. I think that score coming in as a 3.23, we could have seen go into that 4s had she had that opportunity to really nail that last section.
First priority at the moment with Daniela Baldini out of Italy. Another strong team unit with incredible talent in the coaching setup there for the Italians. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat, Team Peru. Arena Rodriguez standing by with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. Congratulations, Arena. Great heat surfed right there, but not easy. Does every year, does this ISA competition rise to a new level?
Yeah, everyone was ripping out there. My heat was stacked, actually. I was so motivated going in the water. I was like, I want to catch some good waves and get some good scores. And yeah, they keep rising the level.
Now, I know you always come, Peru always comes with an incredible team. Tell me about your team this year. What are your chances of being on the podium at the end of the week?
Ooh, that's the idea. That's the goal. And, well, we're powerful. I think we have really good chances. And, well, Daniela, Sol, me, Luca, Alonso, and Lucas Perez, we are just so excited to be here and have the opportunity to surf these point breaks with 3 people out there.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best teams you've ever fielded, so big things coming. But let's take a look at some of the waves you rode out here at La Bocana. Obviously, this wave suits your style. You have a lot of power going both forehand and backhand. But as we look at the waves we have at hand today, it is just absolutely rippable out there. When you paddle into a wave like this, what are you thinking when you go into that first bottom turn?
Oh, I was just trying to get like through the wave because I saw some really good like sections out there, and I wanted to just go by the first and then just hit every single section I could. Yeah.
We hear it getting loud right now on the beach, but when you're out in the water and you're looking into the beach and you see your team there, are you guys doing any kind of signals, or is there coaching happening from the rocks, or are you kind of out there just doing your job?
Right now, I didn't have any directions because it was just so good. I know this wave. I've come many times for the ISA events as a junior and also as an open, and I feel like I know this wave, and we didn't need as much right now, but maybe further in the event, maybe.
But you look like you're right at home here at La Bocana, and I know you have a ton of friends and family out there watching right now. What do you have to say to them?
Thank you so much for looking and supporting us, the whole team. We're all alive, and so far so good. And cheers.
There you go. Team Peru, Arena Rodriguez moving through.
Thanks, Chris. Arena, part of that strong Peruvian squad. Once again, big news in the ISA. Juniors heading back to Peru in December. It's been a minute since events down there. And they will be playing hosts once again to the best young surfers from around the world. Early December.
I surfed my first ever ISA World Longboard Championships in Peru.
How'd you go?
Silver. Yep. Let's take a look at why we were hearing all those cheers that Chris was referring to during that interview. A bit of a slow start for White, but now she's gotten herself into the main section and cracks that at the end. Let's take a look at what our surfer from the Netherlands gave us on the right of that wave. Nice opening turn. Taking her time, being patient, timing it right. Nice spray off the back of that one, and gets papoosed by that one again.
Yeah, getting crunched. Love this exchange, though.
Beautiful angle from this drone. Can really see what the surfer is looking at as it's lining back up to. Just getting to that last section a little bit late. Had she taken a little less time off the bottom, she could have gotten to that lip a little bit earlier. Mid-faced carve for our surfer in white here, gets up to the lip, brings it back down. Clean and steezy. So that was her opening ride. Team Italy getting very excited for her on that one. Comes in as a 6.17, Paul. So that takes her straight into an advancing position. And her surfer in blue looking for a wave to answer back.
Chinese Taipei, good looking wave in the pocket here for Chung. Up there and back down, just doesn't quite have the legs to hang on. She's in the twos, and that was her ticket to really opening up the scale a bit further. She's going to need to do that to avoid rapid charge. Unable to get it done right there. We'll have a look here at Daniela Baldini, representing that Italian squad out of the Canary Islands. Incredible place for waves of all kinds. A lot of rocks over that part of the world as well. You don't grow up surfing there without being pretty used to doing a bit of a rock dance out to paddle out and come back in. The winner of QS events in that region as well. And that Italian squad we talked about, the infrastructure, the coaching staff, the likes of world champion Adriana de Souza. We got Philippe Malveau as well, coaching with the Italian team. And some great strength and depth from that team. Some real good unity as well from them. They're staying pretty much between these two podiums, actually, at the midpoint. I guess in terms of making that decision about which venue you want to park yourself in front of, why not go right between the two? That's where they are.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's interesting hearing Arena say that in her post-heat interview before, talking about that direction. You know, you have your teams there. Some people are relying more on their teams on the rocks, whether pointing or kind of indicating where would be good to sit. Arena obviously stating that she surfed multiple events here. She's feeling comfortable. And I think depending on how you're feeling out in the water, depending on the heat, the round, you know, it can be a really nice tool to have a whole team on the beach there, just watching if there's an opportunity farther down the beach that other surfers aren't capitalizing. If you're farther down in the priority list, you can start going hunting and having them indicating that for you. Beautiful. Look how green it is. Stunning.
Yeah, absolutely lush behind the waves here. Take a trip visiting inland, up the volcanoes.
Have you been to the volcanoes?
Not yet.
Not yet for me either.
I'm going this trip. Kote was talking about it this morning while we were waiting for the bus to work.
Right.
It sounded really, he made it sound good.
Yeah, it
it's nice and
sounds
cool
amazing.
up there as well because the altitude climbs pretty quick.
Really quick.
You can escape the heat.
Well, there's plenty to do. Obviously, our focus here is surfing, but outside of surfing, there is plenty to do here in El Salvador. Last time I was here competing, in between off days, we went and had a nice round of golf at El Encanto Golf Course, which was a lot of fun. I know some of the other surfers have gone ATVing through the jungle.
Well, I did both at the same time because I went to the golf with True Starling and she was driving the buggy. And she actually, I think she got a little bit excited. You know, Australians, they like to do the circle work,
Right.
the donuts and the burnouts in the car parks. And she got a little bit carried away. I think she got a warning about some of her driving reckless on the golf course. We had a word of them.
I think I have to stick up for True here right now. Obviously, she doesn't have a microphone opportunity, but she's gesturing off camera right now as if maybe this isn't the true story, Paul. I don't know. She'll be back on in the booth in a couple of heats, and we'll hear her side of it. She can tell the world.
Down to 2.5 minutes on the clock here. Tiara van der Hulst, good value, the Goofy, for first place at the moment. The high score is with the Italian Baldini, which is in second place at the moment, still with that 2. So, fewer waves come through in this heat so far. We haven't had loads ridden, particularly by the likes of Havana Cabrera. Just the 1 for Puerto Rico. So, want to get involved in it. It's not a big number that she needs. Got first prio, but up to her to get something done to the tune of 5.58. Looks a little calm out there at the moment, Rachel.
Yeah, not the sight you want to see if you are Yeonjung or Havana. Needing a score, not a big score, but enough of a healthy score that you need the right wave to give you that opportunity. You know, if you're needing like a 3 or below, that's kind of one of those you can try and just go searching, stand up on anything, do one big turn, hopefully you get that score. But for 5.91 and a 5.58, you do need the wave to give you that opportunity as well to demonstrate a few maneuvers for the judges. And I'm not seeing anything on the horizon looking like it's going to give that opportunity right now, but there's still time. 1 minute and 10 seconds now remaining.
Got a couple of lines here. Yeah, a little bit of a
change
paddle.
so quickly.
Yeah, Havana, Puerto Rico. She's showing some interest here. Let's see.
Oh, I want to see another opportunity given. She only has 1 wave in her scoreline right now, looking for her second backup wave. Anyways, will any of these stand up in time?
That one will slip underneath. Chung will have a go on the inside here. She is looking for 5.91 at the moment. First time good. Nice flow, and then just doesn't quite go at the second turn because the wave's going soft, so she has to pull back a bit. Then the inside.
Wow.
Nicely done to a point, but
Okay.
not to a completion.
Wow, I was just going to ask. I feel like that it's not complete, but she completed it. She just had to back out because it was getting so shallow.
There goes Baldini. She wants rid of 2.63. The backup, that's gone. She'll improve for sure.
Whoa.
And that was a committed turn. She does her best to hang on to that. Whether she does
Was
or
that
not,
complete?
I think it's all going to be
Close.
fairly inconsequential to the outcome, really. She was in an advancing position. And she'll stay there. Whether she goes up first or not, we'll find out. Reasonable chance of doing that. You'll have to be careful here. Tide starting to come back in now. Still very, very shallow. As we'll fly above Surf City, El Salvador. There's that beautiful interior we were talking about, lush tropical vegetation, and then a surf-drenched coastline, pulsing swells day after day, just relentless. If you're one of the world's best surfers, or whether you're just starting out on your journey, like the surf school, we can see on our shot there, they're getting ready to go out on the foamies and kick off the stoke, out catch a few white waters. And then by day, down on the beach. By night, bunch of bars, places to eat, little pupusa spots, coffee shops, all sorts going on.
We've enjoyed some margaritas, some good music. It is such a fun town to walk around. El Tunco, I love it so much.
Buzz last night down on the beach. A lot of people down to watch the sunset as well. And really just enjoying this atmosphere here, particularly at this stage of the event. So many people in town from all over the world. You walk along this boardwalk, you're just hearing all sorts of languages and accents and flavors going down. You can see things as we get more towards the sort of pointy end of things. Everyone maybe knuckling down more and things getting more serious. But right now, everyone really just enjoying that festival atmosphere that we've got here at Surf City.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at a few different bars and restaurants right now that are just so fun to go out onto, especially on the weekends as we're into right now. Enjoy some good food. A really nice place to go out with your friends, with a bunch of people. We see the teams enjoying themselves each night.
Maybe get a large bottle of sparkling water for the table.
I don't think so. I don't think so, but as we're coming up to Papaya, that's where we've been enjoying our dinners every night. Paul, right here, beautiful, beautiful hotel.
Yeah, Papaya is serving us up a treat every day. Delicious catering. You can just taste the freshness. Those volcanic loams just growing delicious veggies.
You're a vegetarian.
Yep.
I enjoyed myself a great hamburger last night, I will say. Really delicious. More for me. That's fine.
And you see the international colours of surfing right there. Flags from 61 nations across the surf world. Competitors watching on, the local Groms as well down here, vibing on it. They're absolutely stoked. There they are. They're loving this. A chance to see some absolute legends of the sport and find out what it's like to hang at a surf contest. Surf contests are pretty cool, aren't they? They're fun.
So fun. I remember being a Grom coming to events like this and looking up to the surfers. Obviously, I've come from San Clemente and getting, when the events would come into town, getting to see all of my heroes. And, you know, it's tourism and surf tourism that El Salvador is investing into right now that is inspiring these young kids now to come up and be like surfers like Brian Perez that we're seeing surf for El Salvador here. But gosh, it's a German battle out here in this heat, Paul.
Having a look at Heat 9, Noah Clapp and Camilla Kemp, both representing Deutschland. Kana Nakashio of Japan, Laura Haupt of Brazil. This looks like another great heat. Thinking of Olympians, Camilla Kemp. Spent a lot of time growing up in Portugal, surfing that coast, competing there. And coming together as part of that German team, alongside the likes of Noah Clapp, who's a really exciting, entertaining young surfer herself. I think Laura Haupt has been one of the outstanding surfers on the Challenger Series this year. Been really impressed with her. Kana Nakashio as well. She'll look to get involved early on in this and try and get some significant numbers on the board and not having to be in a position playing catch-up to what we saw happen to her teammate. And Moro Suzuki was really just kind of surfing uphill throughout the whole heat. So teams also supporting their crew and making decisions, taking on information. Here goes Noah Clapp.
Wow.
Forehand hits, decent.
Clap is what she did. Hit that end section with speed and vigor. Rachel Presti getting the buzzer beater a couple heats ago. Both Noah and Camilla, I'm sure, were taking notes on that one. They would have exchanged words of Rachel's read of the lineup as inspiration for what these women are hoping to do in dominating this heat together, keeping both of their women going.
Set stacking up here, 16 on the clock. Wait for a number 4, the Goofy, Noah Clapp. And we'll see a bit of a bomb set, all sorts of whistling going down, signals from the squads back on the beach. Here is Camilla Kemp. Ooh, no. What happened? Just lost the rail on the bottom turn, didn't have it. And goes down, a mistake from her. You cannot afford to make too many of those. It's a 20-minute heat. Here's Laura Hulp, defending champs, Brazil. They've looked deadly so far across the board. Really impressed with Sofia Medina. A couple of heats ago. And Laura not having to do too much of that wave, just kind of flowing into it. Decent maneuver on the backhand from her. Not having to overcommit too hard. You mentioned you were a Grom going to see the events. Who was your favourite surfer when you were young, Rachel? What were you looking up to?
Well, Kaylia Moniz was someone I always had photos of on my walls growing up. We had quite a few Roxy girls Groms contests come into town, and before those events they'd always have all the Roxy girls lining up and signing posters the night before and stuff. Lisa Anderson would be there doing Q&As and stuff, and I just lived for that, the opportunity to hear from my heroes, talk to them. And by the time I was surfing my first heat on tour, my very first heat was against Clea Moniz, and I still had posters of her hanging in my room, and I was like, I'm not sure whether to try and be competitive or starstruck here. I was absolutely starstruck. I didn't make a dent in that heat, that's for sure.
14 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat, and a couple of 4s in. It's really the news from the opening exchange. Moderate kind of stuff. We got a 4-point ride from Laura Hulp. 4.83 for Noah Clapp. It's the best of the action thus far.
So who were your inspirations to get you into surfing as you were growing up?
Oki.
Oki?
Yeah.
Nice choice.
Yeah, that was the VHS stage.
Yep.
And it was like the whole sort of Jack McCoy, the Billabong vids. Green Iguana I got for Christmas when I was like 13 or something, 14. Really like that.
What about Aki's appearance in the infamous movie North Shore?
Yeah, he was terrible in that.
No, he was fantastic in that.
He was really bad in it. I thought Pagey was really good in it, Rob Page. Aki was awkward, but the thing with Aki, even when he's awkward, you sort of love him more. It's just even better when he's like that. Here goes Noah Clapp, not looking awkward at all. She's ripping here. And that goofy foot approach to those left-handers. Absolutely incredible. I don't know if you saw the video that Oki dropped earlier this year. Went to Fiji and Bells.
Oh, yeah.
It's like surfing is unbelievable. Like, he's so fit again at the moment. It's about inspiration.
Yeah.
As you get to more advanced years.
Yeah.
He just looked absolutely incredible in that. I mean, compare it to the Oki's left section in Green Iguana, almost better now in some ways. Just surfing so good. Incredible to see that. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what's so neat about surfing and the opportunities we get here is that it's a sport that carries us through our life. We get to have the lifestyle of it as well. You don't just have to be around competition in order to participate and enjoy.
One of my other favourite surfers, another goofy foot, was Chris Cote. Let's go and hear from him. He's having a chat with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thank you very much, team. Congratulations, making it look easy out there. First wave was amazing. Now you've surfed both areas, Sunzal and Bocana. Which one do you prefer?
Sin duda prefiero la izquierda aquí de la Bocana porque bueno, me recuerda mucho a la playa donde yo surfeo y la confianza ahí se nota.
Now the team has come down here for 2025 looking very sharp. Obviously well coached by Adriana de Souza. What do you guys talk about before and after you surf?
Pues mucho trabajar la confianza, el estar tranquilo y bueno, hacer las cosas fáciles como sabemos, no inventar mucho.
Now, you guys have had some great finishes in ISA competitions in the past. What is the overall team goal this year in 2025?
pues llegar al máximo que podamos. Al final todos los chicos del equipo son increíbles y bueno, vamos con todo.
All right, well, congratulations. Forza Italia, great job out there.
Muchas gracias a la federación y bueno, por hacer esto posible a todo el equipo y vamos con tutto.
Yeah, let's go.
Thanks, Chris. Well done. Daniela Boldini, representing Italy, doing her interview in Spanish there, hailing from the Canary Islands, where an incredible talent pool of surfers going back through the generations. And she's been really impressive out of that region for a number of years. I like the way she competes with that intensity as well. And like a relatively slow start to that heat didn't bother her at all, wasn't phased. And I guess that's part of what you get when you got people like D'Souza in your corner as well, with all the experience that he brings, and like a really talented surfer, but how well he competes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been practicing my Spanish. I was able to pick up a few words there. I heard her say tranquilo, stay calm. So,
wow,
you know,
that's,
yeah.
You got your glasses on. Yeah. Okay.
I've been practicing Duo, you know. Me and Duo have been hanging out a little bit. Duolingo, of course. A big aid to becoming bilingual, you know. Not quite bilingual yet, but I got one word there. Helps us out yet so far, right?
Yeah, decent number for Noah Clapp, 6.33. She's winning by a bit of a margin. Here's Camilla Kemp. And it all went wrong on her opening wave. The left, she lost the bottom turn backside. That's better for her on the forehand. Just trying to get hold of this now, Camilla. Here goes Laura Haupt. Good looking wave for her. Loads of speed and a really nice hit. So well timed. There's another great surfing from Laura. Team Brazil love this action. And great rhythm from her. Towards and inside, doesn't need to do much there. And that'll put her in a really good position. Great chance to move up to first. It'll definitely consolidate her advancing position. Somehow, half the heat's gone already.
Brazilians, you can hear their passion yelling for her on the beach. They're a great team that seem to just come together with a lot of camaraderie and are just here to defend their reigning gold medal. They have a great team to do it.
Yeah, they're definitely to make up the numbers, are they? I mean, they could have picked a couple of teams to come here. I mean, they could have come back with this. So much strength and depth from that region. It's crazy. But to be a part of that team and that unity, it's actually something that's been a hallmark of them competing individually. The World Surf League, that team unity has been really important to them. But here at ISA, more so than ever, and particularly defending a gold medal. As we saw final preparations, going down for the next heat. That was Mia Calderon of Puerto Rico.
Oh, Paul, can you tell me this? We saw Mia, she had a red bathing suit on as a red jersey. That's something I like to do as well. You know, just kind of feel like a little uniform. I love matching my bikinis to my jersey and my boards if I can. Is that something that happens on the guys' side so much? Something that you would have been a fan of?
Jack Robinson goes like a red boardie quite often.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the pairing. I think red's quite a tough color to wear anyway for a lot of people.
No, it's great. I think it's like a nice, I mean, if you're red, you know, that's a great jersey to wear because you're sitting at the top of the heat.
Yeah. I think it's just yet another thing we're going to have to agree to disagree. I hope this doesn't come between us.
I don't know. Well, they're starting to stack up now, aren't they? You can have your sparkling water and your mismatched outfits.
7.5 to go here. Numbers in 4. Well, no, we're waiting for Laura's number. Noah Clapp still leading this one at the moment, but a solid score drops for Nakashio. 7.83 for Kana. Team Japan will be delighted with that action. And this heat is showing us loads. When Laura Rapp's score drops in, you'll have 3 surfers with decent numbers, actually, and it's Camilla Kemp that's struggling a bit here for the Germans. Let's see how she can go in the remaining just under 7 minutes. There's a concerted paddle effort from Laura. Ain't going to hang around for a score. Another left and another good hit. Gets good extension from board and body. And it's absolutely textbook with the bottom turn. There's nothing forced or hurried. You can see she's eyeing the exact section she wants to go, which is really precise, and it just makes it look smooth. And a little look in at the squad. As you see, Team Brazil Palomora, Emerald there as well.
Anxiously awaiting now 2 scores to drop for her.
Yeah.
So they can see where she is sitting. Now, if you're Nakashio from Japan, she's sitting in second place with the highest single wave score, and knowing she's in second with a 2.57 in her score line, you'd be feeling pretty confident, knowing that even though you're in that second position, you do have control over this heat.
Yeah, and it's the highest wave score by some margin as well. It's
Yeah.
not just like another 5 or a 6 that's slightly better. It's like she's got a couple of points. It's nearly excellent.
Nearly excellent, yeah.
783 is really, really big. So even with that 2 at the moment, got a decent total. Let's have a look.
Takes her time getting around this section. A great opening turn, drives through that rail. Second turn is a snap. Looking for this third opportunity, finishes it out strong. The judge is really liking and rewarding that one. Live action with blue here.
Camilla Kemp, much better.
There we go.
Looking to make amends and just build. Gets the combo in. Okay, here we go. Nakashio at the moment back down in third after Laura Rupp's solid numbers in. Bang. She needs to stick this and won't. Wow, okay, so didn't need a big number. 333 was the requirement ever since Laura Rupp dropped the 6.
Couple of 6s.
Goes to first place.
It'll be close, but there's still plenty of time to get back out there. This is where it gets tricky. Yes, we were talking about her being in control of the heat, but she still does need a score. You know, the pressure is still on her to turn that heat, get herself into that advancing position. Scores to drop for her. And Camilla working her way back out of a tricky start.
No, think about Noah Clapp as well. She's been in this heat leading or in an advanced position from the beginning. Hasn't really been under pressure so far. Maybe she'll start to feel a little bit of that pressure when this score comes in for Nakashio for the work she did prior to the fall. But even when she gets back in the lineup as well, first priority is with Noah Clapp. She might have to find herself a number here just by virtue of that big, big number that Kana's got. And the numbers in for the ride we just saw for green, Team Japan, not great one. 283, not enough, so she still needs to surf. She's got 4 minutes to do it.
I'd actually still be feeling pretty confident if I were Nakashio. Plenty of time to go searching for a 3.33. You know, and there's the strategy that you could use as well. Just getting that 3.33 right at the very end to eliminate the opportunity for anyone else to try and answer back, even if it's a small score.
Team Brazil just willing their surfer to surf smart and surf relentless and put pressure on Kana Nakashio. She's got second priority, Laura Halp. That means she can apply pressure to the surfer chasing, which is Team Japan in the green in third prio. So Laura, we might see a head that way. Here goes Noah Clapp. What she got for us here, nice turn off the top with speed. And again, patient, waiting for a bit of room to carve in the pocket, but at the same time quite busy. Here's Laura, who had priority, and she got in a position to take this way from deep and just apply yet more pressure. Not sure whether that will be an improvement for her. So that decision to go that way, if she doesn't get the improvement, well, we'll see where this goes in terms of Noah Clapp's score. Here's Camilla Kemp over a dry rock and down, and she's had pretty patchy heat. It's not really gone her way. You can see on her face the disappointment for her. Frantic paddles back. There's all sorts going on in the final 2 minutes here, Rachel.
Yeah, we'll see if that was a smart decision by Noah. I actually do think it was to take that wave, because I don't know if it will go into her scoreline. She's looking to replace a 4.83, but I think it was at least that 3.33 that Nakashio was looking for. So now Noah is just praying that a wave doesn't come, but sitting with first priority for green is a dangerous place to be sitting. if you are Noah at the moment. Your fingers are crossed, fingers and toes.
80 seconds on the clock here. Will more energy be provided for the likes of Kana Nakashima? She's got that first priority.
I think we're seeing
That's
lines.
good. Will she find a chance to use it? Brazil gesticulating from the beach, all sorts of arm waving. I mean, I'm not sure how you're supposed to exactly decipher a message from all of that. Just sort of general action going on. Do something, move around a bit, stay still. I don't know. I love it though. All adds to the tension and the noise and the drama. We've got a bit of motion out there. We've got Noah Clapp, who gets the improvement, 6-1-3 for her last effort. So that requirement's gone up a bit for Kana, but not really changed what she needs to do. Here's the wave, 30 on the clock. This is a bomb. Beautiful looking right. First turn is a carve in a pocket, which is diminishing in size. And she'll tag a section. Crisp. It's complete. Did we see enough on that wave for 4-6-3? The new requirement, more live action. Laura Haupt, what an entertaining heat. That's a great hit from her. And the layback as well. And a sharp exit.
Wow, what an ending to the heat. For sure, 3.33. So it was smart that Noah took that wave, improved her score line, because I'm not sure if it will be a 4.63. What do you think, Paul?
I mean, if you want to go up towards that mid-range or better, generally think you need something a bit vertical when you're surfing. If it's cutbacks, if it's stuff on the face, even if they're really nice and speedy, we tend to call that sort of lateral surfing, and we think that probably keep your score down, don't we? It's like often how it tends to go. Hey, it's with the judges at the moment. It's their call.
Well, it was well surfed by our surfer from Japan. It was more of just what the wave allowed and or did not allow.
There wasn't loads of content there, was there, in terms of what she actually did?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm anxiously waiting. You can see our surfer in red anxiously waiting to hear if there will be a change in situation.
Wow, tense and nervous moments these. And the score comes in for Nakashima. Not enough. 4-1-7. She got close.
Wow.
Didn't quite get there.
Well, I think that's something Noah will review, and they'll say pat on the back for a well-executed last 3.5 minutes use of priority and everything. Because had she not done that and improved her situation, that would have been a change in situation entirely there.
We were speculating about her position, and a great call to get busy on that wave. Busy to catch, but quite busy with the surfing that she did. Maybe a slightly smaller, softer wave. She did loads of maneuvering on it, and it was enough really just to kind of force that score from the panel and put her in a decent position. We'll wait for her last number to come in for Laura Haupt, but it's not really going to change anything. Oh, hang on.
Oh, wait.
Well, it is going to change the scoreboard because she's still in first, but she's there with some style. 8.1 for her, so an excellent number. So not only the win and the result, but the performance as well. And Laura Haupt, incredible from her to see the sort of form she's in and to see Team Brazil once again coming and bringing the heat and showing us exactly why they're the gold medalists.
Absolutely. Lots of flair in her surfing. Team Brazil will be really happy with that one. They were super involved with her heat there. We saw them standing there on the beach, supporting, cheering, pointing.
Dramatic finish to that heat. Will keep the action going here. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador. After the break, we'll bring in True and Barton for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. We just saw Laura Raup absolutely annihilate that last heat, getting an 8.1 in the end moments there in Team Brazil. Well, they've got to be happy with that. Right now, we are in heat number 10. Mia Calderon from Puerto Rico. She's taking on her fellow teammate, Jalari Carrares. We've also got Lucia Indurain from Argentina and Nanaho Suzuki from Japan out there. This is a stacked heat, and look at these lines coming through. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with me as Barton Lynch, and wow, there's some good waves out there this morning.
A little bit of a ruffle of sea breeze on the ocean surface right now. Not a bad thing at all. Sometimes makes it a little easier to find and the sections you want to hit. Look at this one, Mia.
Wow, nice first turn, a bit of a check snap, and tries. Wow, she handled that really well, really late to that section, and it was a difficult one to manage as well. And this is Lucia just in and out for Argentina.
Yeah, that was a remarkable make. It looked like a very mistimed maneuver. It was like, oh wow, she made it.
Yeah.
Those situations. It won't be big scores because it was mistimed, but you know, to get that wave early and then to make that section rather than fall, going to have a big impact on your confidence moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely one of those tricky ones. That section is so hard to come out of, and yeah, I was really surprised that she did that, and gets a 3, is rewarded.
Oh, there you go. They appreciated that because all of that water converges and forces you through towards the shallow river stones on the inside there. It can be precarious.
Yeah, True Starling. Barton Lynch going to take you through the next couple of heats as well. It's been an incredible 3 days so far.
Yeah, it has been. What a great start. The forecast looks like it's just going to continue on in this vein, and we're going to continue to see some of the best surfing in the world.
Yeah, it's going to be good. We have some of the best nations here, 61 of them, in fact. It's amazing.
I believe there's 119 national federations that are a part of the ISA.
Wow.
So there's this incredible depth that continues to expand. And there was, very quickly, saw some statistics there on the screen. A 3-point ride, as you said, for Mia Calderon. That is a good score for what that wave offered, and showed the judges appreciated that effort to try and make it.
Well, regardless, it's a start. You know,
Yeah,
she's got a
exactly.
score on the board. There's something that she can build off. There's 22 Olympians that are in this event as well. We've got 2 new nations, also Angola and Vanuatu. We're welcoming them to the World Surfing Games.
Yeah, I love that part of it. You know, I met the Angolan team, went down and took some photos and had a chat to them, and they've just got such great spirits. And, you know, as we expand through the world, Africa seems to be a place like Namibia, for example. You never sort of thought that there were waves there. You never considered it. So we're learning what a wave-rich planet it is. And like El Salvador, Africa's got incredible waves, as most countries do. And we get to travel the world and surf them.
Yeah, and as surfers ourselves, you know, to be able to come to these really remote places and feel so welcomed so instantly, and then to wake up every day with continuous pumping waves with, you know, it's clean, there's not a breath of wind right now. It's such a treat.
Yeah, it really is. And one of the astonishing things for me is that when it's the evening hits and we get those tropical evening storms that hit and the wind's howling and you know, back home in Australia, we're both from the northern beaches, a southerly buster comes through, the surf's destroyed essentially.
Oh, absolutely. And wow, Nanaho Suzuki, her backhand is lethal and she is using it to her advantage. I was watching her for a couple of days in the event in South Korea, and she actually took it out. She did a backside air rev, and it was crazy to see. And this is Jalari from Puerto Rico as well, just laying into some rail. That yellow board looking smooth underfoot there. She comes through to this inside, just squeezing a couple more points out of that one.
Great exchange.
I also have a bone to pick as well.
Get him.
With our fellow commentator Paul Evans. He thinks that I was the one that got in trouble when we were having our little golf day, driving the buggies. Now, I won't say that I didn't have a hand in what was going on there. I definitely egged him on, for sure.
But he was driving.
100%. He was the main culprit, for sure.
And blamed you.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
rude.
I think that's what they did to the convicts too.
Yeah. He's just like, it was me, and I was laughing the whole time. It was hilarious, and we both definitely got in trouble, but he was, he was the main instigator of that one. But yeah, that was actually an incredible afternoon. We got absolutely spoiled, got to hit a few balls on the golf course as well. It was so beautiful there, and yeah, it was. I've got some pretty funny videos. I was looking back on it, and I was hanging out of the golf club, out of the golf buggy at one point. It was hilarious.
Full rail
holding
turn.
on. Yeah. That's Miller Brown on screen. She's coming up in the next heat for Team Australia. Kia, she's just making sure everyone is locked and loaded.
Anat Lelior.
Yep.
Osia Green for Canada.
Jin Shuhan for China.
China. It's going to be a tough heat. Mila Coco Brown is a superstar, though, in the making. Incredible in the air.
Yeah.
Very courageous. The bigger it gets, the better she gets. So it's going to be a great heat to watch. Absolutely. And then tough one here for Puerto Rico when both of your surfers are in the same heat. It's always unfortunate, just the way the cookie crumbles, as they say.
Yeah, it's really tough when things like that happen. Luckily, this is still the main round, so they'll have another opportunity if both don't get through. Mia, ooh. What do you think happened there?
Yeah, I feel like there was this period of time. She got the first wave really early, and she made that turn, but it was awkward and unstable. And I think then you wait for a period of time, and your mind becomes active. You start questioning yourself, and then you're all of a sudden you're up on a wave, and you're in that mode of questioning yourself. And it looked like the flow was just gone, and that catch of the rail was awkward. So a bit of nerves, I would say.
For sure. I feel like as well, I don't know, if you kind of look at this heat, Nanaho Suzuki, she's a standout for me. She's already locked in that 617. And then surfing against your teammate, it's never something that you want to do. And I mean, all of these heats are stacked, right? You want to stay in that main draw, but, there is the comfort of having that repechage round, but it's kind of a false comfort, I think.
Yeah, it's gnarly going down there. It's definitely the long road home, the long road to the podium.
Yeah, it's definitely not somewhere that you want to be, but we've got 10.5 minutes to go. Let's take another look at this first wave of Nanahos.
I can't wait to see this, because what I'm going to say is she surfed that wave up. That wasn't a 6-point wave. That's a 4-point wave, most probably the way it tapered, how quickly the size of the wave disappeared, no big finishing turn. But the way she surfed it, as we see behind, Yulari carving through that board, looks great, as you suggested on that first wave. Super light and responsive, quick, even down through the inside here. When she does the turns, it's not like she's struggling. The board's sitting up on top of the water, helping her to continue to create points. But yeah, Nanaho, she surfed that wave up. She turned a 4 into a 6 through her performance. So that's great signs.
Yeah, she really did. And coming from Japan as well, she's really precise in, her turn selections and where she's placing them as well. And she loves surfing with speed, with extra power. She's really good in the air as well. And kind of like Miller, she's a bit of a charger and is not afraid. And that's a better looking connection for Mia, but just can't quite hold on.
Yeah, that was the type of wave you catch when you low down the priority roster.
Yeah.
And you just want to surf. You've fallen on your last wave. You want to get one that you finish and that you feel good about. So she got a nice turn there, but again, it wasn't ever going to be such a great wave. You could kind of see it was a closeout on the wide shot. So just need to work on that wave selection a little bit.
Yeah, nothing special. Well, Chris is down there with the last heat winner, Laura Raup.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. Congratulations, Laura. A great heat out there. But I'm thinking, this is only, day 3, round 2 of competition, and these heats are incredibly stacked. When you look at the draw, are you just going, wow, look at the talent here?
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly to be here in the ISA in El Salvador. I've been here once before, and being here with the Brazil team, which is ranked #1, it's such an honor and a responsibility. And I'm pretty content with myself to be out there and catch the best waves and show my surf to the world.
Well, coming in here as the gold medal team, do you feel like there's a little bit of added pressure maybe to perform out there?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, I'm ranked #1 in this contest and I've never been here before, so it's kind of what? But at the same time, I love this place. It's just a bit hot for me because I'm not used to this. But yeah, it's such a nice place and the vibe is awesome also.
Well, I know a lot of us surf fans get very excited when we see the gang of yellow shirts walking down the boardwalk. That means Team Brazil is on the scene. We do have a couple of waves from your last heat. It's looking super fun out there. But let's break down what we're seeing. So this little right-hander, look at this little runner you got.
Yeah, I was so excited to be in this right-hander because I did just catch lefts before. But yeah, this one felt really good and it ended up on the rocks and jumped really fast from my board.
And it gets really shallow right there, the rocks on the inside. So nothing comes easy here at La Bocana. I saw that long walk in you had. What did the team have to say to you right when you got back to the camp?
They were just happy for me because we've been talking since we got here to go for it, go with all of you got, and that was what I did. And yeah, I'm super content to be here and showing my surf, just as I said before, because I was so nervous on this heat because I mean the Germans always train here in El Salvador, so they're kind of locals, and I was it's gonna be tough. But yeah, my equipment, it's awesome. It's working really good on these waves. And yeah.
Well, if that's how you surf when you're nervous, I can't wait to see what you do when you feel that comfort out there. Well, congratulations and good luck, Team Brazil. You're looking like you got another gold medal team.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Chris and Laura. And an honor and a responsibility to represent Team Brazil.
And she's wonderful. Her energy is wonderful. Speaks great English, which is going to help her on the road as you travel your way around the world. But the energy was really wonderful. The surfing was incredible. And there's always been, I suppose, a little bit of an imbalance between the male and female sides of Brazilian surfing, particularly. Silvana Lima flew the flag for a very long time, kind of almost solo. But we see the depth in Brazilian women's surfing starting to come to the fore, and Laura's a name to watch out for sure.
Yeah, I have no doubt she'll be making podium finishes here and, throughout the rest of her career. I mean, she's, as Chris said, if that's how she surfs when she's nervous.
Yeah, that was great.
Watch out.
Absolutely.
It's just crazy stuff. And I think, as you said, she's got a really good energy and she just seems really happy to be here.
Yeah. And then Brazil just has such a futuristic approach to surfing as a nation. What we see them do in the air is just incredible and so inspiring. Here we go.
All right, Nanaho Suzuki looking to back up. That's 6.17. Good first turn. Opens up once again through that second one. This wave starts to really load up. What she got for us on the inside, she's full of spark.
Wow.
And gets a dramatic finish there. She just starfishes as she kicks out of that wave. And a 5.77 for Lucia. She got one during that interview as well. Hoping to back that up and extend the lead deep off the bottom. And real electric off the top.
The surfing's really, I was saying it yesterday, it doesn't feel like you're still in round 2. And we're only in the early stages of the event. The performance levels are so high that you could easily figure we were getting close to the end of the event when you watch the performance levels. So amazing surfing from all in this heat. Puerto Rico in 3rd and 4th right now. The good news, besides that, is that they've got 1st and 2nd priority. 4 minutes on the clock. This next exchange, small ask for both surfers, but there's still a score to come in for Japan. That ask that is now basically a 3 for either of our Puerto Ricans is going to be much higher very quickly.
Yeah, they'll be scrambling to get that 2nd place for sure. I feel like, when you hear your fellow competitors, if they lock in a 6.17 or a 5.77, it's like, oh, okay, I need to lift right now. And then comes the pressure on the shoulders. Mia, she is trying to link one. That's a better looking carve.
Nice.
Rotating back to that whitewash. She's trying to stay nice and tight to the pocket. This one walls up and gets a good connection in there and finds a completion. So that'll be her best score.
Yeah, 100%. Look, was the most comfortable she's looked. She managed to get the completion, ride it all the way, get everything out of it that was on, or, potentially in the wave.
And this heat has flown by. 3 minutes to go. We've got some pretty important scores to come through. Nanaho Suzuki locks in a 5.07 on that last wave. Lucia, she needs a score of 5.48 is what she's looking for to go back to first. And Yolari, a good looking wall. She goes up for just one turn, but unfortunately just a little too far on the heels.
Felt like it was never going to be what she needed or wanted at that point in time, and she had the priority and the pressure of the time clock and your score and where you sit in the heat came to bear right there. That wasn't what she needed to do. That wasn't the wave she needed to catch. We can see the little sea breeze ruffling up on the surface of the ocean, still super clean.
Yeah, still some good waves coming through, and a 5.63 for Lucia locks in for Argentina. They go back to first. And big cheers for Team Argentina down there. Japan, they just saw Kana Nakashio get knocked into the rapid charge rounds, which in my opinion is a big upset. I've seen Kana surf a lot of heats. She's runner-up to the WSL World Juniors to Luana Silva last year. And she's competed in the ISA World Surfing Games and World Juniors many times before as well. So she needs to claw herself back up into that pointy end. But Nanaho looking to stay alive.
Unfortunate thing. Here we go.
Yeah.
Lucia.
Whoa, good first turn. It's a bit of a wonky wave to start off with, but she opens up once again. Lucia looking to get first place for Argentina. Bit of a float
What a
there
great
to
heat.
finish, and she's feeling it.
She's feeling it. She had a great heat.
Yeah, she's fired up with just over 1 minute to go. And Team Argentina, they're just so full of passion and fire, but Mia needs a 7.51. That's a better looking face. Good first turn and loads up for the second one right on top of a rock there. Wow, she did really well to hang on to that, but just got knocked off at the last moment.
It's such a interesting definition of completion or not when you're in that particular situation. The manoeuvre's complete. You could ride out of the whitewater and snap your fins out on a rock, or you can sort of duck down. Here we go, Puerto Rico up again.
Yeah, wow, they're really looking to get into that top two, but 7.74 is a big ask with 35 seconds to go. Nanaho, she needs a score to go back into the lead. One big turn, and that's a fire that Nanaho Suzuki can bring to any event and pretty much any wave that she rides. She is pretty determined and she's happy to go big whenever she needs to, and that's it. I feel like that's going to be a pretty good score.
Yeah, it's one of them interesting situations where it was a bigger wave, a closeout, only one turn. So part of your mind goes, well, how big can it go? But it was the biggest turn of the heat itself. So there's a potential for that to be the best score of the heat.
Yeah.
Even though it was only one turn. And it indicates the way to succeed in the modern definition of good surfing. You don't need, it's in the old days you'd be looking for the long wave that ran, you'd be able to do a whole heap of turns. That's not the way to succeed. Now you've got to look for a closeout with one on it, big one on it. So it's changed a lot in my time watching the definition of what is good surfing evolve and change over time. Judges are still having a long, hard think about that, right? I can't wait to see what score it is.
Yeah, I mean, she only needs a 5.23 to go to first. It was a big turn. She had a little bit of extra push to it as well. I mean, Lucia right now, she's asking the question. You could see her waving her hand. She's going, what's the situation? Give me some sort of intel.
Well, the intel is you're getting through. You're staying in the main round 100%. It was a great performance for Argentina. So a lot to like there. Japan, Nanaho Suzuki, she rips. There's a lot of potential on that backhand.
Yeah.
The first time I've actually watched her surf, and I was very impressed.
Yeah, she's got got a bright future for sure. She's had some really, really good results throughout her career. Let's just take another look at it, though. It was a pretty good turn, a 5.23.
Yeah, well, I think we saw it first up from that drone angle, so we really didn't get to appreciate it. It's not as big a wave as I thought it was from the drone angle, but it certainly is a big turn, a massive turn. Best turn of the heat for sure. Feel like it could, what's the 617? The other high. Really pushes out on the back foot. Clean, composed, critical, beautiful surfing. You do 2 of them on a wave.
Yep.
Watch out.
Oh, there we go. It's a 6.37 for Nanaho Suzuki. She goes up into the lead. Lucia down in second for Argentina. Unfortunately, the Puerto Ricans, they'll move into the repechage round. They might have a heat a little bit later on today. But this lady right here, she's making her way in with a big smile on her face. A 6.37 for that one turn. Well rewarded. I mean, that committed surfing, big turns, big scores. She's going to be doing Team Japan proud, that is for sure. 12.54 total. This next heat is going to be stacked as well. There's a lot of big names and a lot going on. Wow.
A lot
navigating
going on,
that inside. I mean, we've passed the low tide. It's coming back in. To navigate that walk is pretty tough. Wow.
Grabbed at the knee there, which is a bit of a worry.
Yeah. Hopefully she's okay. The lifeguards are there coming to help her out. We have heat number 7. It's coming right up. Let's just appreciate this turn one last time, and we'll head out to a quick break.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony. Woo!
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Well, those opening ceremonies are full of life, they're full of energy and big cheers. And right now it is Osha Green from Canada. Whoa, she's getting underway. A good connection there and finds a really, really nice two-turn combo to wrap that wave up. This is a stacked heat.
Yeah, it really is.
Wow. Looking at the names, it's going to be a really, really good one. Heat number 11 of this round. We'll see Miller Brown representing Australia, Jin Shuhan from China, Anat Lelor from Israel. She's a lethal competitor. And also, we just saw Osha Green on screen there. She's going to lock in her first wave. There's a 4 already for Miller Brown, a 2.5 for Jin from China. I'm True Styling. Joined with me is Barton Lynch, and we've had a great day of action already. Miller Brown looking to add to that. Just a quick float. She's young, 16 years old, just ditches the fins on a difficult section there for Miller. Finds that finish and looks like Jin. There's lots of waves coming through right now. Chinese competitor up on her backhand. Really identifying that section. It's a bit of a smaller wave. So wave selection, maybe a bit of question mark here for Jin, but she's surfing it really well, finds a nice turn in there just before she kicks out in front of those rocks. But yeah, a bit of a smaller wave, that one.
Yeah, the first one a 2.5. A lot of work done there. Most probably be a little better than the 2.5. There it is, a 3, a little better. 4.67 for Ossia Greens. We saw her really work that wave over, a lot of turns. But again, the size of the turn, the size of the section, all important. We saw that for Japan in the last heat. The highest scoring wave was just a single turn, but on a big critical section. Mila Brown's 4 on the first one. That second right-hander we watched there, it showed us the talent she had, because that closeout section was very sort of uneven and difficult to time and to hit properly. But the way she hit it and threw the tail out was just talent, sheer talent. The wave itself was kind of rubbishy, but the surfing and the way she was able to do that one turn on it was like, wow, it sort of highlighted how good she is.
Yeah, she's definitely, you know, a rising star for sure. Herself and Isla Huppets had a final at the Australian Junior Titles last year at Wollongong, and it was probably one of the best women's finals I've watched in a really long time. They were both going to the air. They were both just pushing each other. Miller actually ended up taking it out, and it was a huge win for Mila Brown. She was, you know, really just wrapped with how she was performing in that final, and also how herself and Isla were just really going for it. I think they both landed 2 air revs in that final. It was just fireworks throughout that whole time. It was amazing to watch.
And then she got an invitation to the natural selection, the first natural selection surfing event, obviously natural selection creation of Travis Rice, and they've been focused in the snowboard sector. We went into surfing for the very first time. Went to an amazing location, and the waves were heavy. It's a heavy, heavy wave, and you know, you had to select certain people who you knew would charge and capable of handling that responsibility. We chose Mila, and she didn't disappoint. She's as you said, she's a superstar in the air. She's got great aerial surfing, great on the wave face surfing as well, of course. But her courage is something that is super exciting to watch. She's gonna really blow people away as she continues to grow and evolve.
Yeah, she just she really rises to those challenges, and she loves it. You know, let's take another look at this last wave, because whoa, that's a hard thing to do on that section, as you said.
Yeah, the whitewater's coming down at her. It's all bumpy and lumpy. Here's Ossia, cleaner face, nice first turn, flares out of the bottom, nice snap out of the top. Again, a little wobble out of the bottom because it's a bumpy, whitewatery wave. It's not a pretty looking wave at all, but the surfing that she did was fantastic.
Yeah, wow. As you said in that last heat, she just surfed the wave up. And I think this was the first wave for Miller. It's a 4. Wow. Good turn.
Yeah, beautiful first turn. Second, quick snapping out.
She's got a really good connection with her boards, those Channel Islands as well.
They're still thinking about the second score, highest score, second wave, highest score of the heat so far, with Canada. Has Ossia Green in the lead at this point.
Team Australia have a pretty big day of surfing. Speaking to a couple of the support teams there as well, Kia was saying that the men got through over at Elson Zal at podium 2, and looking to get Miller and Ellie through their heats, but it's Ossia Green hoping to rival for that. Good first turn. She's patient off the bottom, just trying to be quick into the lip. And Fitz 3 turns in a pretty short section of a wave.
4.77 for Mila Brown. Takes her into the lead, that 4.77, the best wave of the heat so far. Ossia's 4.67, the second best.
While there's a bit of a break in the surfing, we have Chris Cote. He's down there with Nanaho Suzuki.
Thank you. Shibarasi Sogoto. Great job. Well, you know, I was looking up some Japanese phrases, and there was a phrase that I put into my phone. It was called buzzer beater. Buzzer beater.
Buzzer beater.
Okay, so you just did that. How did
Yeah.
that feel to get that great wave at the end of the heat?
Yeah, it feels so good because waves are really good, and then I got the 6 point. Maybe it's good for me. And then the last hit was not good at the sunsao, but yeah, this is nervous, but I'm trying to the good surfing, and then I'm just so good.
Now, Team Japan
Yeah.
is always very strong. Always come with great surfers.
Yeah.
Tell me about the team you have this year in 2025.
Yeah, so I love Team Japan. So they're good people and hardcore. They have a big love and then good surfing. So yeah, they give me a good inspiration for me. And then it feels strong for me.
Well, take a look at this. We're going to watch a couple of your waves from that heat. Great job all the way through. Here's a left-hander. What did you think of this one?
Yeah, it was only one section, but yeah, I will do the big turn, and then I'm so happy.
That was an incredible turn.
Yeah, and then it was not good at wave, but I'm trying into the big spray, so yeah.
Wow.
It was
Shredding. You're shredding.
Thank
You
you.
said you were nervous out here. You're
Yeah.
nervous right here.
I'm so nervous.
What do you do to be calm in the water and during interviews?
Yeah, deep breath, and then sunrise breath,
Okay.
and I feel good energy, so and then go.
Keep it going. Great job out there.
you
Did you
so
want to say hi
much.
to some of your friends and family watching?
はい、時差ある中応援ありがとうございます。すごいちょっと緊張してたんですけど、この状況を楽しむことができたんで、次のヒートもすごく楽しみです。次も応援よろしくお願いします。
And my new favorite Japanese word, buzabita.
サビタ。Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Nanaho and Chris. She has the best energy.
She really does. The surfing was powerful and aggressive, and then you meet her on land and she's so cute and, shy almost, but she spoke great English. See surfers getting ready for the next heat. Team USA, watch out, Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, she is fierce competitor. Ella, I've had a couple of heats with her actually, and it's definitely, you got to hold your own because she's ready to hustle and, ruffle some feathers for sure. And she's here representing Team USA, and I feel like she's hoping to do that in this next one and make a few rounds for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Look how tight this heat is too. Although Nat Lelio is the most experienced of the competitors, particularly here in ISA. A lot of success in the past, an Olympian, all sorts of accolades for her. The 5-5 for Jin Shuhan, the highest score of the heat so far. Judges now considering a fourth ride score for her, only looking for a 3.07. But I think I have a new favourite Japanese surfer.
Nanaho?
Nanaho is epic. Great
She's
surfing,
awesome.
beautiful backhand.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow, this is the 5.5 for Jin,
and we know why.
Yep.
Okay, this might be the second score. Snaps out of the top, looking comfortable now, looking confident. Another snap. Well, she could be going into the lead.
Whoa.
If this is the score that we're waiting on. What a wave. Great surfing, big turns all the way through, completed on the inside. Plenty for the judges to digest. There's the score through, 4.93, and she does go into the lead. Rightly so. That was great surfing.
Yeah, she's just really not leaving anything to waste. I mean,
wow.
Every section she's like, yep, I'm back and up into this one. She's meeting it with power, with speed. And, as you said, and Nat, she's...
Well, perhaps she's not out there.
Yeah.
We haven't seen her ride a wave. She's in the blue. We don't see a blue jersey in this shot, so perhaps perhaps something's up we don't know about. Here we go, Ossia Green.
All right, she is currently in third place, looking for a 4.11. Big first turn. Pushed us a little harder through that second one as well. Meets that third section there. She needs to go pretty big, a 4.11. Tries to hold on to a finish, which she gets it. She hasn't really done anything wrong in this heat, but I feel like maybe if she can, you know, really go more vertical than what she's doing, that 4.11 won't have a bit of a question mark next to it.
Yeah, it feels there's the opportunity to make the turn bigger each time, maybe, and by holding that turn position, even if it's that bottom turn just marginally longer out of the top, stay in your, you know, in your stance, in your style, and just try and draw them out. That's perhaps the opportunity for her to focus on to improve. Late takeoff.
Wow. Jin, current heat leader. This is a bigger looking wave. Strong first turn. What's she got for us here? Loads up again. Wow. That would have been a big score if she hadn't made that. That was a really hectic end section for Jin, the Chinese competitor. We have had confirmation. And Nat, unfortunately, missing her heat due to an injury.
Yeah, sad to
So,
hear that.
Sending good healing vibes to a Nat.
Yeah. And
Never a good moment for that to happen.
Yeah, it's, you know what, and it's, you know, it's gonna.
Exactly.
You know, surfing's not golf, it's not tennis. It's not one of those games that comes sort of with barely any consequence to your physical being. We're out in a foreign food chain. There's rocks everywhere. You can be held underwater. We're riding a blade essentially that's dangerous in itself. So there's a lot of ways things can go wrong when you're surfing.
Miller just got absolutely pumped though. You can see her paddling back out, taking a breath. She got about 5 sets on the head and now she's back in third place.
Yeah, 4.93 dropped for Ossia Green. So while we were seeing opportunities for improvement, she was seeing opportunities to improve her scores, overtake Mila Brown, who would have went into this heat on paper as the favourite, you would think.
Let's take a look at the rest of Team Australia. We've got Callum Robson, Sally Fitzgibbons. We saw her take out her heat not too long ago. Morgan Siblick, he's moving on through. Miller, obviously, in this one. Dane Henry, he was a standout yesterday. And Ellie Harrison, I think she's coming up in the next heat as well. So this is, you know, a pretty big team for Team Oz.
Yeah, I've been watching these kids for such a long time. And it's so fantastic to see, thinking of Ellie and her brothers, and they used to come up from Victoria to my blast-off event, and to watch them progress. Mila's the same scenario, to watch them progress and to be on this world stage and see them achieving and living their dreams it's to me, it's just such a beautiful thing to see people be able to create lives in and around riding waves. What a gift.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, to see, like, particularly, you know, with Miller in this heat, she's rising to every challenge. As you said, she's meeting those heavy water waves with courage and bravery. And then she comes here and she's ready for whatever's, you know, in front of her. She's got that first priority right now, needing a 4.84 with 2.5 minutes to go. But the Chinese competitor, Jin Shuhan, a 5.5 and a 4.93, she has just been, you know, a bit of a dark horse in this heat.
Exactly. Super impressive performance. And again, you look at the surfing she's doing and you see great things ahead for China. You can see the work being done in the back room, so to speak, of Chinese surfing in her performance. There's only 2 minutes to go. Mila Brown has not had a good wave. She's got decent scores that have her, you know, in contention, but she hasn't had a good wave yet.
Yeah.
And so with 1 minute 50, she's got first priority. That is a big advantage and a dangerous situation for Ossia Green. 4.84 is the ask. True?
Yeah, it's not a big ask. And with some lines coming through, Miller will get the first pick, and she's really good with her wave selection. She knows what she's looking for. And she's going to give this one a crack. Mila Brown chasing a 4.84, flying down the line. Strong first turn connection, throws heaps of spray out the back, leans into that rail. Really spicy connections for Miller. And she's definitely challenging for it.
I kind of snickered through that because it just felt good, you know. I liked how she didn't rush. She looked calm. She knew that the score she needed as she gets the 6.33 for that controlled, calm approach. It still had some radicalness in the snap and stuff, but it was well below her going all at it.
Yeah.
You know, that was just, actually, I just need to control myself and drop a decent score. Here's another one.
6.33 straight away. She's looking to better a 4.77. You know what she's going to do?
You do. We do. Yeah.
Ditches the fins. I mean, she's got that confidence now. There's not really much else that she can do if she can find one of those sections. She's so good in the air. She made an appearance at the Stab High in Japan not too long ago.
Yeah.
And she's comfortable there. Right now, she's got that lead. Not quite on lock. Osha Green, she needs a 5.5 to go back to second. And
But
Jin,
she's got China.
look at them. They're best friends right now and not of the best kind. Osha.
Here we go.
With 2 seconds.
Did she get up?
Oh.
Right on, maybe.
Maybe right on the hooter, but regardless, it's.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be the 5.5. It's a smaller wave. She's
Great
surfing
heat.
it well. She's had a
Yeah.
really good heat. She's been giving it her all, and that's all you can really ask for. You know, you come in from a heat, and as long as I surf my best.
Yeah, no one knows how they're going to go. You know, that's what's so difficult about surfing. No one knows what the ocean's going to
Yeah.
do next. No surfer, no competitor, no, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? There's just this instinctive interpretation of moments to try and make the right decisions. And Mila Brown was out of sorts for 95% of that heat, pulled
Yeah.
it together at the end.
Yeah, she really did. A 6.33 and a 4.77 for that lady on screen there. Miller Brown will be back for heat number 12 right after this. Welcome back to day 3 of the ISA World Surfing Games. We just saw Miller Brown just doing her thing in literally the last minute of that heat. She got about 15 sets on the head, needed a score, and she did exactly what she had to do in Team Australia. Welcoming her in, we saw Jin Shuhan from China come in second. It was actually a really close heat, that one. And all 3 surfers there doing really well, competing well against each other. I'm True Starling. Join in the booth with me for this heat is Barton Lynch, and it's a big one at that. Ella McCaffrey from the United States. Taina Izquierdo from Indonesia. Ellie Harrison from Australia, and Alegria Laripa from Mexico as well. Wow. Big heats. Big names in this one, Barton.
Yeah, great lineup. Great lineup of waves, great lineup of surfers. Always makes for a good time for the commentators.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ella's made plenty of final appearances. She won the 2024 NIAS Pro when it was absolutely pumping and just, yeah, crazy conditions. She's a fierce competitor. Taina Izquierdo getting this one underneath everyone. grew up in Bali. Wow, 2 good turns there for Taina. That's a good way to start a heat.
Yeah, confident way to start the heat. Look, really certain. What I'm noticing now is that onshore breeze, particularly on the right, or sea breeze, that ruffle on the right is making the rights a little bumpier, it seems, a little lumpier, a little harder to find a good line.
Yeah.
Especially compared to when it was offshore and clean a little while ago. But the lefts seem a little bit cleaner on the face. The wind's coming from the east, and that's putting a little bump on the face of the rights, but the lefts are staying that little bit cleaner.
She obviously feels quite comfortable on her forehand as well. She actually got her first ever wave at high tide Uluwatu.
First ever?
Yeah. So she was, enjoying that. She's actually a charger. Like, she really goes for it as well. And, there's a heap of information on all the surfers that you can take a look at on the ISA website. You can just look under the teams and search it up. And Taina said that there's a message she'd like to spread, which is be your true, beautiful selves and be proud of who you are. Always, and that's how you meet the right people who are meant to be a part of your life. And big turn there for Alegria, but yeah, she's a really down to earth and such an incredible human.
And obviously a deep thinker. She's considering, what's best for her, for others. And I always find it way easier to consider, when you think of yourself as a human, as a part of the global population, it's kind of hard to understand how you contribute, how it all works, how you fit in. But if you think of us as energy, and there is a collective energy that is all living things, and you plug your energy into that collective energy, it's easier to understand your role as a human because you plug in, good, consistent, solid, positive energy to the whole, and you'll get it back.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. I feel like Taina's finding that fine art, but that was a good connection for Alegria. Obviously, for Team Mexico, they've got an incredible team here as well. All, I'm sure, would have been inspired by Alan Cleland's performance.
Yes, that was an amazing win here a couple of years ago. Confirmed his attendance at the Olympics and went to Tahiti and put on a show. Another one of the great characters.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Ella, not the start we were expecting from her, to be honest. Just coming off the back a little bit. Maybe just needs to fine-tune those moments, dial it back, Justin.
Yeah, and interesting wave selection. Was always going to close out, it would seem, and kind of spoke to a desperation. 5 minutes has gone, other people are catching waves, you haven't had one, I better get to work, and she overcooked that one that little bit, like you said.
It's moments like that, where there's the real question mark of I've sat and waited for 5 minutes. Do I go on a wave that might offer one good turn, or do I just continue with that sit and wait plan?
Oh, it's nerve-wracking either way, isn't it? Here we go.
All right, well, it looks like that was Alegria on the left. Ellie Harrison getting a start as well. She found one of those rights. I'm sure we'll catch up with that, but yeah, there's so many different tactics that come into play with heats. Whether you continue to sit and wait, sometimes it can, go in your favour. Sometimes you end up sitting and waiting for a whole heat.
And there's never a, dedicated right or wrong in that situation because no one knows the situation. It's brand new. That's that beautiful thing about surfing. That wave's only there for a moment in time. That energy that you're performing on has come from thousands of miles away through some weather system, and it's there for a single moment in time.
Yeah.
And we tap into that moment and ride it in its very, the death of its existence as a piece of energy. And there's so many wonderful things about the surfing lifestyle, that this event brings together the surfing competition as we see the replay here, driving around that section, horizontal turn to try and build speed because she saw what was ahead of her. Might have been better just committing to the one because she was never going to get around it, but at the same time, you could see the need for speed out of the top and trying to get around it. Here we go, more action.
Ella McCaffrey looking to get a better start. Hard off the bottom. Good first turn connection in there. Catch up with her for a solid second turn. She's finding her feet now in this heat. She's building a little bit more momentum. She is such a momentum surfer. And I feel like that's, you know, what makes her so lethal. That first wave of Taina Izquierdo was a 4.17. Ellie locks in a 2.93. Couple of 2s locked in for Alegria. We're just waiting on this last wave of Ella. But yeah, going back to that, BL, you know, like even in heats, you can't control the ocean, right? You just have to have faith in, okay, a wave's either going to come or it's not. All I can do is control how I surf on it and what I do.
Yeah, and there's a conscious decision to be made as to whether you're simply focusing on the ocean and positioning and not ignoring all the others and everything else and just, you know, in your own space, or whether you're considering them. And it's always that decision of whether you're positioning to catch or positioning to block or defend, or a combination of two. So there's always these conscious decisions you've got to make, but you're making them without knowing what the future is. So it's, you know, it's fraught with the potential for mistakes, isn't it, you know? And that's why it's such a wonderful personal development course, surfing competitions, because not many people have the courage to lose as much as a professional surfer needs to lose to get to where they need to be.
Yep, you lose more than you win. But right now, Taina not losing out on that section. That was a strong first turn. Wow. Just putting a little bit of extra bite into it. She's already got that 4.17. It's the second best wave of the heat, because that last one of Ella's locked in at a 5.33, and doesn't look like Taina. Like the sounds of it, it locks in a 3.33 pretty quickly.
Yeah, but it was beautiful surfing. You know, you put 2 or 3 of them together on the right wave and you're going 7s plus. She's got a 7.5 total with a 2-wave score, so she's created a base that, you know, she can play the back end of the second half of the heat properly and manage what she does as best she can. She's going to put herself in an advancing position, because the performance was great to watch. There's a sharpness and a speed to what she's doing that's really, really very advanced. Ellie Harrison, I suppose for 10 minutes down, we may have expected more from her. Had trouble, you know, lining them up and finding the right waves, but still, you know, a lot can be done in 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time. And yeah, it's a different start to the expectation that you would have. Maybe even of Ellie's own expectation of herself, but sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yep.
Looks like she's found herself in a good position, though. She's holding first priority, and this is a good-looking wave. She's got that ankle brace on. Beautiful first turn, but just too far on the toes.
Yeah, that was interesting. It almost looked like there was a fin snapped out or something.
Wow.
It didn't. The turn, not in the turn itself, no way. The turn was beautiful, but then the board was just going straight, more or less. And perhaps she leant over too far and too forward. And my experience is that when the head is involved and the ambition's involved, you tend to lead with the head, and everything comes forward, and you kind of look like it was one of those situations where the head and the weight was all a little forward on the board, maybe lost the traction and connection to the fins, and that just drifted out. But here's the turn we liked.
Wow.
So stylish. Shame it didn't open up any further, allow her anything more. But the signs are good for Indonesia.
Yeah, she's got a great style. She's confident on her forehand as well. And 1.0, that would have a big star next to it. I know that Adam Dufner is part of Team Australia for their coaches there. I've actually coached with him when I used to compete, and he always underlines those ones, underline big stars or question marks, and he goes back and goes over and over, and he's like, what happened? How can we, avoid that again, for the next one? And I think for Ellie, she's just hoping to lift and do better on her next wave and really get herself back into this heat. I mean, she doesn't need much. It's a 3.14, but Ella needs to better a 0.73.
The good thing is that she's, in fourth priority, but look how far away she is. First, second and third priority have no influence over her right now. So she's creating this opportunity through smart tactical surfing and positioning. That again was quite odd.
Yeah.
Although it did come up quick, didn't it? It was quick and on her fast.
Yeah.
Almost looked like she went, oh, you know what, I'm out of here.
A little bit late to that section for Ellie, but Ella, she is really looking to get a strong hold on this heat. A little bit of a fumble there, but Recovering well through to the
watch the
inside. Wow, that was really good navigation. Oh my goodness, a couple of speed bumps there, but
Yeah.
it looked like she wasn't even phased.
I don't know if she even saw that rock coming. She was so focused on what she was doing. She was going to hit that lip again regardless.
She just has those shark eyes. She is so determined, and she's like, "Yep, I'm going." And everything else can get out of my way. And it was almost like the ocean was like, "Oh, we'll just cover that up quickly."
Yeah, that was great. And again, another element that you have to consider here.
Allegria, she goes up and into that section. That's a better looking combo. She's looking to better a 2-point ride or get into the 3 6s and above to challenge for second place, but still waiting on this last score of Ella. There's 6.5 minutes to go. I feel like this heat has been a little bit slow. So while we're waiting on a couple of scores to come through, we have Paul down there with the winner of the last heat.
All right, thanks you guys. Miller, I guess if you're sort of planning your dream heat strategy, you go out there, smash a couple of big scores at the beginning of a heat, but it doesn't always go that way. You left that one quite late. Tell us what was going through your mind as you paddled into that wave you needed the score on.
There was like a minute left or something, and I hadn't really had a proper score. I had a couple 4s and needed like a high 4, so I kind of just knew just needed one wave and just don't fall in it and just finish it, complete it. But there was like, it was the second wave that said I went under the first one. I was like, surely there's a second one, surely there's a second one, and there was a second one, so I was stoked.
A lot of events, you're making adjustments with conditions. Here, running the 2 podiums, we're surfing a completely different spot. How did you find making the switch from Sunzao down here to La Bacana today?
I was here last year for the juniors, and I definitely preferred out the front because I surfed about 50 heats in Sunzal for the rapid charges. But yeah, they're both pretty fun waves. Sunzal's definitely tricky because it's pretty fat, but yeah, they're both pretty fun.
We've been talking a lot about the Aussie squad, how much of experience you got young members of the team like yourself and Dane Henry, but also surfers like Sally Fitz. And, you know, you obviously got your coaching structure, but team members as well, offering insights. I know Callum Robson with a coaching role of his own here now. Tell us about that team dynamic and some of those more experienced surfers offering you guys advice for your heats.
Yeah, our team's pretty strong. Everyone's helping each other heaps. It's definitely pretty sick to have Sao. She's a bit of a vet. She's got like 4 or 5 ISA world titles, so it's definitely sick. She definitely knows her stuff on how to surf heat, and she's stoked to help out. And even Cal, Morgs, Ellie and Dane, all of them, we all just back each other, and it's so sick to get their insight before the heats.
All right, well, you got an incredibly strong team. We're enjoying watching you surf. Good luck the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul and Miller. A little bit of nerves still left in there.
Doing the Northern Beaches proud.
Yeah.
And always good. In my mind, I could always see the positive in advancing in a bad heat. I'd like that. I'd rather advance in having an average heat or one that you're not exactly stoked with, and know that your best is still there and you can show it at a later date when you may need it, rather than when you go out there and you're just on fire and you're scoring 8s and 9s in your opening round heat or whatever, and you go, oh, it can only go backwards from here maybe. Oh no, have I done too much too early?
Have I peaked too early?
Exactly. So positives to be taken.
Ellie looking to get herself back into this one. That's a good looking connection. She holds on to it as well. And she's fired up now. She wasn't happy with the last 2 waves. Needs a 4.57. I think she's well and truly got that.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best wave of this heat so far. And just when it was, you imagine back in the day, it was best 4 waves originally. And you'd be surfing 20-minute heats with 6 people and best 4 rides. So you couldn't come back from half a heat down. Here we go.
Wow. La Ripa from Mexico. That was a good connection. Needs to break into that 3+ range or nudge for a 4.77. Wow, this one just opening up on the inside as well. So she gets a good finish there for Team Mexico.
And we're seeing the constant evolution of women's surfing on display here. Mexico, Indonesia, countries that have been represented on the male side strongly in the past, but on the female side, not as strongly, and sort of down from those main nations in the world. But what we're seeing here this week, in these first 3 days, is this incredible rise in the talent level across all of the nations in women's surfing. It's great to see. That was while the wave itself might inhibit the score a little bit, the surfing itself was fantastic.
Yeah, even just, touching on that as well, like the amount of women that are in the water now, especially, they're doing some coaching a little bit back at home and a bunch of camps. And I did an under 12s performance camp not too long ago, and there was about 13 under 12-year-old girls that were a part of it. And it was just incredible to see so many females in the lineup. And I feel like that's when we'll see the talent just start to rise throughout those generations in the next few years.
Guaranteed.
Wow.
And geographically across the board too, right?
Exactly. And Ellie, she's leading that charge as well, especially over in Victoria. 6.5 she gets for that last wave.
Yeah, rightly so. Big, powerful turns, aggressive, attacking the lip. Obviously, there was nothing wrong with the board when we saw it skip out on that earlier ride and looked like maybe there was a fin missing or something. Apparently, we kind of speculate. Here we go.
This is Laripa. Good first turn connection. She floats it there. I feel like the wave size might just be the thing that's setting her apart from everyone else.
Yeah, and you're down in the 4th priority and you feel like you just want to keep surfing and riding waves, but at some point there, maybe with 55 seconds to go in the heat, it might be too late. But at some point there, you need to recognise that the size of the wave, size of the section's going to 100% influence the size of the score, and you need to get yourself on those type of waves. And it's one of those things, I think, for non-surfers, it's hard to imagine is how important wave selection is.
Especially in heats, you only get such a short amount of time. Ella, she's down in 2nd now. She's got that 5.33, looking to better a 4.1. Just fits that last turn in there. She's really trying to defend 2nd. Tyna with 15 seconds pretty much to go. She's holding first priority. She needs 5.27. And that has to be her best score of the heat so far.
And looks like the ocean's not going to provide her with that opportunity. But that was a great heat all around. Lots of positives to be taken out of the advancing surfers who didn't really perform at their best, but still did enough. So there's confidence to be taken from that. And then 3rd and 4th, good signs for the future.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see them in the repechage rounds as well. So they still have another chance to get themselves back into this main round, particularly at the pointier end. But Ellie, she really just had about a 3-minute heat, to be honest. That's 6.5, that one score.
There's 2 of them in a row for Australia. Mila Brown in the heat before, exactly the same scenario. Far from their best surfing, but enough to get the wins and keep some stuff in the back pocket.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Ella McCaffrey moving on through with Ellie Harrison. We'll be right back. We're going to bring in Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley for the call.
Welcome, surf fans. We are back in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. This is the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. And as you can see, as usual, it is pumping.
Highest single wave score in our men's main round goes to Keiji Onishi from Japan with an 8.67. Team Australia's Morgan Sibilik with a 7.67.
I just love surfing, man. I love to represent Argentina. Whenever there's a chance and there's a phone call, I'm in.
Even on the screen, this looks like an absolute bomb, and that's a hammer. Yeah, Marvin. Wow, look at this section.
The highest single wave score in our women's main round goes to Yanire Echevarri for Team Spain with an 8.0.
It feels pretty good. I mean, I feel like I still left a little bit out there. It's always the first heat nerves, I think.
Team Japan's Amuro Suzuki with a 7.43. That wraps up day 1 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Tune in tomorrow for a 7 a.m. start for more action.
Welcome back, international surfing enthusiasts. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. We've got 4 incredible surfers in the lineup, so let's get right to it. Starting with Imari Hearn, representing Great Britain. Big snap, but she goes down. I like when these heats just start right off with a bang. Rachel, I know you like to get straight to the action as well. How important is it for these surfers to get an early start today?
Yeah, absolutely. So important. Just, it's not always about being the best surfer to win a heat. It's about having great strategy, great wave selection, proficient use of priority, and that all comes together to win a heat. And so getting a quick start right off the back is super important for that.
Eileen Vast. Nice backside turn there. Now, this is really cool to see because the last time I saw Eileen Vast, she was getting whipped into one of the gnarliest waves anyone's ever seen. Get towed into at Chopo. Her brother, Kali, whipped her into an absolute monster. And I thought, wow, that is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. And now I'm watching her surf 3-foot waves, and she's just going off. Just make her one of the most well-rounded surfers on the planet.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking super comfortable out there. Obviously, we are in women's round 2. So these women have already competed in the main round over at El Sunzal over the past couple of days. They are making their way up the draw to go into round 3. We've seen a lot of excellent surfing today so far.
Yeah, no doubt. And you're going to see more because this heat has some power surfers in it, including Francisca Vesalco. Call her Kiki, and I'll tell you, anytime she gets up on a wave, you better pay attention because she is really an incredible talent. As we see Imari Hearn now. Great Britain back on her feet, so she had her opening wave, which was a 4.5. And this is going to be a solid backup score for Imari Hearn. So you got this heat that you have, I would say pretty internationally famous surfers. Kiki Vesalco, she's a World Junior Champion. Eileen Vast, with that wave she got in Tahiti, became a household name. So it's great to see Imari Hearn and Isadora Bulto go out there to put their names on the map. And at the moment, surfing from Great Britain, doing big things.
Let's take a look at this replay from our surfer from Chile. Nice opening turn on her front hand. After surfing at El Sunzal, I'm sure for her, she's excited to dominate on these lefts. Finishes it nice and strong straight into this ride from red. Taking a look at that replay. Nice little snap off the top to get it started. That's where she really starts to dig in and then finishes it off strong.
That's going to be a big score. You could just feel it. Amplified down the line, every turn, bigger, better, faster. Judges are having a long think about that one. I think that's going to put Eileen in a great position as we see now Isadora Bulto. Chilean surfer, right back into it, kicks the tail out. Gets stuck out the back of that wave. I know we're just in round 2, we're in day 3 of competition, but we're starting to see some of these teams start to put together a run towards the podium. I'm going to put Chile on that list. Every team in this heat, France, Great Britain, Portugal, Chile, are all looking good so far. Big turn there from Eileen Vast. I like that. Go for it because she knows she got a good score in her first one. Came through at a 6.0. So now she's got a little bit of a luxury to kind of get out there and start to put this heat back together. Get that good backup score or get something bigger and better than that 6-point start.
Yeah, that feels really good when you start your heat off going above the 5s at least. Anything 6 and above, it takes a combination of great wave selection and great surfing. Let's take a look at this last one from the drone angle on her backhand. Going to wrap it around, just overcooks it a little bit, and you can see she digs that right rail, the nose, and it just makes her come unstuck. But we're back into live action.
Goes Vesalco, Team Portugal, big snap to start that wave, kind of runs away from her. It's a little bit more texture on the water today than we've seen over the past few days, but doesn't seem to be hindering any of the scoring potential that these waves are offering. If you have been to El Salvador a few times, you'll know that this is about as small as it gets, and it's still
Yeah.
overhead. That's a great sign of things to come. But wow, look at that turn for green.
So crisp and clean, lots of power. The spray really indicating how much oomph she put into that turn. Unfortunately, not allowing her another opportunity to build on top of it. When we see those 2-3 turn combination waves, that's where we really start seeing the judges go above those mid-range scores. So we'll see where the judges go with that one.
So at the moment, a lot of scores have come through. We're waiting for one more for green. So Isadora Bolto had the chance to catch up with, say, team leader from Chile, Manuel Selman. Asked him how he thinks his team's going to do this year. He says he's really excited about the team that they've put together. Isadora Bolto, she's only 16. Iquique, Chile, if I'm saying that correctly. And I love her hobbies. I have the same ones. Skating, music, playing with friends, and dogs.
Dogs.
All those things that I love too. 12 minutes to go here. Imari Hearn, Great Britain, carves hard, but gets caught behind. So some unforced errors on the last couple of the waves. As we see now, Veselko back at it. Always super consistent, very powerful. You see this high-speed line down this left. A couple check turns and then the strong finish. That's how you do it.
Yeah, looking to build upon that 5.5. A couple of scores for the judges to drop there that we're still waiting to get a real feel of what the situation is. Another score to drop for our surfer from Great Britain, Imari. So take a look at this replay. Nice opening carve, taking full advantage of the open face. And a couple of check turns here, mid-face turns. Looking to finish it out, going all the way to the lip and riding out of that one.
11 minutes left here, and with that last wave, straight to the double digits, we got Francisca Veselko, 6.27, 5.5. The judges liking what they're seeing. I mean, you kind of look at that last wave for Veselko, speed, power, flow all day long, beginning to end, nice and clean. And a high-speed approach will always get the attention of our judging panel that's upstairs. We do have an international panel, male and female, full judging panels for both Podium 1 and Podium 2. If you want to know what's happening at Podium 2 up at El Sunzal, there is a tab that you can click. You will see scores, you will see who's in the water, you will hear the sound of our technical beach announcers just giving the essential information. So it's actually kind of cool because when you watch that Podium 2, you get to hear what the surfers are actually hearing in the water. So you can kind of mind surf a heat. And I'll tell you, there are some big upsets happening at Podium 2. There are some thrilling victories and a lot of moving and shaking happening up there in the men's round 2. Or are they in the men's repecharge round?
Speaking of the judging panel, Chris, something that's unique to the ISA is that they run these women's judging programs, giving the opportunity for women all around the world to apply. They have, this is their 4th judging program that they're running right now. We have 8 women, an international field, who are getting to shadow judge with next to an elite panel of judges. And we actually have 4 women on the panel here, hired for the ISA, 3 of them coming out of the women's judging panels programs, sorry, that the ISA has run over the past few years. So a really incredible opportunity. If you are interested in judging wherever you are around the world, make sure you keep an eye out for the next applications that will be running, because it's a great opportunity to learn from the world's best.
Well, let's put that to the test right here. Put your judging hats on at home. So a couple nice turns there for Eileen Voss. And to your point, the ISA has so many ways for people to get involved. You don't have to be an elite level professional surfer to get involved here at the ISA. They give opportunities to surfers from all over the world, including Isadora Bolto right there, who just had a quick snap but fell. But there are a lot of ways to be involved. You have the judging, you've got a coaching system that you can get involved with. And of course, we see volunteers up and down the beach that are helping just make sure these events run. And it takes a village to field 297 surfers from 61 countries. So big ups to the ISA for the opportunities they give, not only in the water, but behind the scenes as well. But okay, judging hat, Rachel, what are you thinking here?
Wow, I'm really liking the look of this wave. So much speed, so much control, really nice style through every single one. Let's see, our highest single wave score of this heat is a 6.27. Vast's other wave is a 6.0. I think it's going to be right around there.
Okay. Yeah, I would not be a great judge because I kind of love everything I see. Get emotional. I get emotional watching these heats just because, I mean, we know how hard it is to go out there and perform in the span of 20 minutes and do your best when, you know, you feel the world watching, you feel your team watching. You probably, you know, bring that pressure into the lineup. But yeah, you're right on, 5.60. Or we're still waiting for that score from Eileen Voss, but here we go again. Vasilko, her backhand is lethal. 2 major turns on the outside, adds a third, gets the speed line, and a nice, clean, tidy finish for Francisca Vasilko. Sitting on a 6.27. She might throw away that 5.60 at least. That was a expertly surfed wave.
Yeah, I think she's giving the judges everything that they've been asking for. Variety of maneuvers, speed, power, flow, multiple maneuvers on a wave. That shows that she has great wave selection, great read of the wave as she was on it. I really liked that one. Let's take one more look at our surfer from France, or so Tahiti, the region of France. Bang.
Oh.
Loved the extension of her tail on that last maneuver. Wow. So much punch. Let's take another look at this one. Love that initial read, getting lots of speed. Great opening turn. Straight into that second one. So much flow from rail to rail. We know that she continued on that all the way down the beach. So I'm looking forward to seeing judges have a few things to drop for our surfers who are already currently in first and second without their latest scores dropped. That one that we put to the judging test, Chris, came in as a 5.7 for Eileen Vast.
You're spot on there. Well, we're expecting a big number from Francisca Vasilko with 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So it looks like our surfers are getting reset in the lineup. White's having a look here. Going to take off on this left is Isadora Bulto representing Team Chile. Nice opening carve there. Good open face surfing here. Waiting for this wave to get a little bit more critical so she can get involved in the lip. And here we go. Big finish. Bam. With authority right there, Isadora Bulto. So she's trying to get rid of a 3.77 and or a 2.27. While the judges deliberate on that last wave, and we wait for another score for green. Let's go down to the boardwalk. We've got Paul Evans standing by.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Ellie, I was just chatting to your teammate Miller Brown about leaving things quite late in the previous heat, and a similar sort of story for you. We saw you doing a thorough debrief on the rocks here with your teammate. What were some of the key takeaways from that post-heat chat, without meaning to reveal too many state secrets?
Yeah, I don't know. We kind of were just standing in a circle talking about how good of a day it is we all got through. But yeah, when I did a little bit of a debrief, I think I just had jelly legs at the start and just, I don't know, yeah, just wasn't really in the heat. But I'm happy when that moment came through, I was able to, yeah, get a score.
Obviously different challenges every time you surf an event. Here, representing Australia in that team format, completely different from what you regularly surf in events. Just in terms of pressure upon you, Australia, one of the heavy favourites to go really deep here, potentially all the way for a gold medal. Does that put a bit less pressure on you being part of that team, or actually representing your flag and the Aussies? Maybe, how does that play out for you representing your country?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's definitely a bit of pressure when you want to do Australia proud and you want to do well as a team. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like we're all just backing each other and whatever happens, happens. But yeah, just backing each other.
In terms of the waves themselves, it feels like it's a theme that we talk about day after day. It's so consistent in terms of the waves, it's not necessarily something you have to worry about. What are the waves going to be like for your heat? Overall, your thoughts on the conditions that you've surfed here and how you feel that fits your particular brand of surfing?
Yeah, I reckon it's cooking here. There's like such good opportunity here and Sanzal. But yeah, the lefts and rights out here, super fun, super rippable, even when it's small, even when it's big. So yeah, just really good. It's always consistent.
It's probably quite late or potentially very early over in Australia at the moment. I imagine there's a few people tuning in back in Bowen Heads. Want to give any shout-outs?
Yes, hello to the family, Dabba, mum, dad, fam, aunties, uncles, yeah, cousins, everyone. Got a big group chat going on, so hello to all of them and all my friends, yeah.
Keep it going, Ellie. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Paul. Congratulations, Ellie Harrison, putting together another stellar heat. Team Australia looking incredible. Definitely a team worthy of winning a gold by the end of the week. But there are a lot of other teams in the running, and put Team France on your list. So Eileen Voss came through during the interview. One quick snap, goes down in the second turn, but the damage was done earlier on. She got a 7 and a 6. But watch out, Francisca Veselko.
Wow.
Her last wave in the 817. She's on her way to another major number here.
Holy smokes, wow.
Got to be one of the most powerful surfers in the entire draw.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
first turn was...
She is demonstrating impeccable surfing right now.
It was shaking our windows. That first turn was that good. This has got to be considered one of the highest overall heat totals, if not the day, the entire event. You got 14.44 points for our #1 surfer in green. And then, I don't know if this one's going to be in her scoreline, but this first turn is the best turn I've seen all day.
Yeah, this is the one we could feel from all the way in the booth. Incredible and just well timed for the rest of it. She caught up. It was a fast wave. And she nailed every single moment of that. But wow, that first turn, the judges, I think, are going to really like that one.
Yeah, these surfers are making our judging panel work overtime here. So we talk about teams with potential for gold. I'm going to go ahead and put France on that list as well. So they have an interesting team. They've got some newcomers. They've got Sam Peter, 22 years old, but definitely an incredible resume. European junior champion, winner of Quicksilver Junior Pro, so a stellar junior career with Sam Peter.
And I think he's fresh off a QS win recently as well this summer, which coming off a win like that just feels so good for your confidence. Let's take another look at this opening turn in slow-mo. Looks even more beautiful. So technical, laying in that right arm into the water and just pivoting around that, the spray that comes off that, incredible.
And to come out of a layback with that much speed shows
Yeah.
that her technique is just perfection. A great turn. And yes, the judges knew it as well. An 817 paired with an 857. A huge number, basically on the strength of that one big, perfect turn. So give it up to Francisca Veselko. Well into the lead now, a 16.74. Back to the Team France conversation. Kiara Gould is an absolute phenom. Jorgen Kuzene. This guy is CT level talent, gold medal level talent. Eileen Voss, Clemence Scorch, and Kali Voss rounding out that Team France. But I will say the most dominant surfer we've seen of the entire day has to be Francisca Veselko, putting up 2 near perfect numbers, a couple of 8s, which I don't think we've seen that yet in this women's draw. Watch out, Kiki's coming for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. What a phenomenal heat. I really enjoyed watching that, loved seeing that power surfing, and it's only round 2, so these surfers are still just putting in the foundations of what's to come.
Well, you saw you knew the talent level was going to be high. You know, this is the ISA World Surfing Games, so we know that when you have 61 teams and 297 surfers, big things are going to happen, but I'm a little bit in shock with the levels that we're seeing here. Like you said, only in round 2, day 3 of competition, things are just going to elevate from here on out. So we are going to take a quick break, but not after we watch this one more time. Watch and learn. That's how you do it. Francisca Veselka comes through with a huge win. Eileen Voss comes through in second, third, and fourth place surfers heading to the repechage. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action from the ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Another stellar heat in the lineup. And look at this overview of beautiful Surf City El Salvador. We're looking at La Bocana, and we get straight into the action, kicking the tail out. Annette Echevarri, representing Basque region of Spain. Her sister, Janiri, and Nadia Ersarbi make an incredible threesome for that Spanish team. Annette actually became one of my favorite surfers after watching her in the U.S. Open this year. She was absolutely on fire, and I'm sure we'll see more of that to come. But check it out. We got Leilani Mechanical, Diane Ngolo, Annette Echevarri, and Alani Morris. New Zealand, Spain, the Philippines, the Puerto Rico nation of Costa Rica represented here. Chris Cote with Rachel Tilley. When I see that spread of flags and nations, I know that I'm at an ISA event. 61 countries competing here, and Spain always seems to field a strong team. They've got some hammers on their women's team.
Wow, having an excellent opening ride for our surfer from Spain. Taking a look again at this ride from Leilani, coming from Costa Rica, another Central American country. Should be really used to the warmth that we are dealing with here in El Salvador. Hot water temperatures, hot air temperatures. These middle of the day heats, it's 11:39 local time. These middle of the day heats start getting a little bit more difficult in battling all the elements that you're dealing with, but it looks like they're not affected at all. Team Costa Rica feeling really stoked and happy with Leilani's opening ride at 4.5.
And I will give Team Costa Rica the edge as one of the most spirited teams of 2025. They came here with a lot of joy. They've been down on the beach supporting their team, and they've got a weapon in the lineup right now. Leilani Mechanical has already an incredible surfing career, and so much more to come. I always think of her as a podium threat anytime she enters ISA competitions, and this year is no different. Here's a look at Diane Ngolo representing the Philippines. First little wave there. Good slash to start. 15 minutes, 38 seconds left to go in this one. Yet to see our surf from New Zealand take off, but we see another ride now from Leilani Mechanical. You see Leilani got the memo. Get out there, get busy early. This is her second scoring wave, and that last slash was nice.
I don't mind this this heat strategy. 4.5 already on the board, a smaller wave that she just took, but now she has 2 scores on the board. There are bigger waves out there. There are more excellent rides to be surfed out there, but she's just gotten busy. Let's take a look again at this ride from our surfer in blue. Just kind of gets this one opportunity for a turn. It only comes in as a 1.5 because of that. Our second ride from Leilani, really pushing into that back foot on both of those turns. Quick in and out, a 3.67 comes in for her, but now she has 2 scores on the board. We know as the format goes, you need 2 scores, and a total of those 2 scores make your heat total, and the person with the highest heat total advances out of the heat. So I like that strategy, just getting 2 on the board and now having the opportunity to build, you know what you need to build upon now.
Yeah, it's a fortuitous idea to get out there and get involved within the first couple of minutes. You know, you kind of want these heats to be like a caterpillar, right? Turning into a butterfly. You start, and then you have this, you know, I guess explosion through the span of these 20-minute heats.
That's right. I love that analogy.
So, and now Leilani Mechanical has to be feeling like that butterfly, right? Free to roam.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
She already has 2 scores now, 4.5 and a 3.67. That's a really strong start. So that gives her the opportunity to maybe wait a little bit, identify a better looking wave. As we see now, Alani Morris from Team New Zealand. Cool story here. She's competing with her brother, Theo. And now we see again, Diane Ngolo from the Philippines. Great style. Flying down the line, looking for this end section.
Oh!
I like that attitude, though. Go for it. Her first wave is a 1.5. So Alani Morse from Raglan. Her favorite wave is Manu Bay.
Only 15 years old as well. Of course, we have our juniors division here, but we see a lot of young surfers that can be surfing in the juniors, also surfing up here in the Opens, the ISA World Surfing Games. Oh,
I don't think she liked the look of that wave.
chose to eject out of that one.
That was a horizontal ejection. It's a rare but functional maneuver. And just as we said it, right, Leilani McConaughey is free to roam this lineup. She's got a cool looking wave to work with, a little stuck at the top of that one. I think the tide is starting to push quickly up. So it kind of activates some bump coming up face on some of these waves. But she gets around that section. She doesn't like the look of that one either. She pulls out. So Leilani still in the lead with a 4.5 and a 3.67. And Echevarri with a 4.67, trying to get her to a 0.93. Ngolo's last score, a 1.5, pairs that with a 1.6. And we're still waiting for a score to come in for Alani Morris. Her hobbies, surfing, skating, golf, and don't mess with her because she's also a boxer.
Whew.
And you
right.
you probably have to be when you have an older brother. I have an older brother too. You better know how to put your hands up. So we got some time left in this heat. At the moment, Leilani is in the lead. She's making her way back to the takeoff zone. That means we can make our way down to the boardwalk with Paul Evans.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Kicker, congratulations on an amazing performance out here. Absolutely monstrous total from scores from you. Obviously getting those 8s, that helps you advance through the heat, but how good does it feel to find that kind of connection with the ocean here at La Volcana?
Thank you. Yeah, this is my second time in El Salvador, and this place is amazing. It has perfect waves. It's like super hot, the water's boiling, and it's the hottest place I've ever been on Earth, but it's worth every wave. And yeah, I just found my rhythm. It was a lot of opportunities, some lefts, some rights. So yeah, had a good time and can't wait for the next one.
You're in amazing form already this year. It's been a great season for you, getting a huge win over in Australia, going great on the Challenger Series. Tell us about just kind of parking those individual goals for the moment and being here part of this Portuguese team. How does that play out for you?
Yeah, the main focus is here is for sure the Challengers. My dreams to make it on the World Tour, and it was a crazy win in Australia. It was my 4th year. It's my 4th year on the Challengers, so I started to get my rhythm and getting confident each year because it's really hard. The level's really high, but yeah, being here it's a complete different mindset. Being here with the Portuguese team and surfing against so many different surfers, this is a unique experience, and I love doing the ISA. So of course the main focus is Irisara coming up next, but I was really excited to come and take this opportunity also to surf perfect waves all day.
And being in the team with surfers like Teresa and Yolanda, obviously they're your rivals. They're going for spots on that championship tour as well. They're right up there with you. What's it like going from that kind of rival energy to actually being teammates, and how does that work out?
Yeah, of course in the water we're all rivals, and I want to be the best, Yolanda and Teresa individually. But we've always been friends. We've known each other for years, and I've always looked up to both of them when I was younger, and now it's amazing to be on the Open team with them, sharing everything that's been happening on the Challengers, even here. So we have a really good team spirit, and of course if I go against them, I want to win, but outside of the water, we're good mates, and I'm just happy to be here and to share and live the present and enjoy everything that's been happening.
Surfing's a really well-supported sport in Portugal. Do you want to say a few words to everyone watching back home in Portuguese?
Yeah. Obrigada a toda a gente que está a apoiar em Portugal. Passei agora ao meu segundo round. Estão altas ondas aqui em El Salvador. Ontem competi em El Sunzal, hoje em La Volcana e amanhã há mais. Vamos com tudo. Bora Portugal.
Muito parabéns, Kika. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Paul. And if I'm a surfer in the women's draw, I'm watching very closely at what Francisca Veselska is doing because she is an absolute threat to win this whole thing. And if I'm on the championship tour currently, I'm already going to be
nervous?
a little bit worried
Yeah.
about Francisca because, man, she is a special surfer, and it's really fun to watch her rise kind of through the ranks of surfing with that World Junior Championship and now all the big things she's doing. But then you kind of like peel it all back to the baseline. She's a surfer just like the rest of us. She just wants to come surf perfect waves.
Yeah.
So all the rest of it's a bonus.
Absolutely. The happiness these surfers feel when they know they're coming back to El Salvador to compete competing here right now at our premier location, La Bocana. We also have El Sunzal as our other podium that the surfers are competing at right now. The open men are competing over there. Our open women main round 2 taking place at the moment. We are watching Alani Morris winning this heat so far, but it's a close one. No one really running away with it just yet.
Yeah, we still have, what, 7 minutes, 34 seconds to go. Split peak here as we see Annette Echebare, who went right, and Leilani McConigal made her presence known on that left. Oh, jeez.
Oh my gosh, did you see that rock in the base of that wave there? She got up just in
well,
time.
I mean, luckily we saw it. Luckily she saw it, because that was right on the edge of disaster. And it's interesting, I was down there doing post-heat interviews throughout the morning. Literally every surfer that came in, you know, when looking down, it's like blood on their shins, blood on their hip, their shoulders scraped up. So while this is a super fun wave, it's absolutely rippable at this size, there are dangerous elements, and you're about to see what can happen when things go wrong here. Watch the bottom of your screen. Look, she sees it right there. Oh my gosh, that was scary.
Wow. Had she completed that turn, you know her line was going straight over that rock. She bails out early. Thank goodness. Looks like she is okay paddling back out, but that was a close one.
Checking
still
her
getting rewarded for it. A 7.33.
Yeah, and again, this is split-second decision to pull out right there. Definitely saved the fins, probably saved her board, and saved some damage. And Echebare showing that she has reflexes that are just cat-like. And Diane Nogolo now from the Philippines, styling her way down the line there. 2.33 is the best she's done so far. So with 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go, you know, you can get fun waves basically every day down here. November would be a good time to maybe come, because that's when the crowds start to die down. So if you actually can get out a pencil while you're at home, I'm going to tell you about some of the premier events coming up here in the ISA. We do have the Paris Surfing Championships that are going to happen in Oceanside. We've got the World Junior Championships happening in Peru this year. So a full schedule for you, and I hope all of you out there watching join us for each and every event that we do, because I know, as a person that's been through and seen a lot of ISA events, I learn a lot, not only about surfing, but about the world. Again, 61 nations represented here. And I'm embarrassed to say that for some of them, I didn't even know there were surfers there. I didn't know there was surf there. But now, I can't divulge much, but I do have some really interesting secret spots to potentially go to in the future because of some of the people that we've met here at the ISA events.
Yeah, absolutely. Time is winding down on this one, and we see a situation change right as I started going to talk about that. Leilani McGonigal goes up into the advancing position, dropping a 5.63, now putting the pressure on our surfers from New Zealand and the Philippines.
Now, you want to learn something, take notes on this young surfer's style. Annette Echebare is such a smooth and polished surfer with a flair for the dramatic right there, blasting her fins out in her last turn. Quick lure there for Alani Morris. Almost looked like she got a little bit of air on that inside left, but right there, see the water is literally like boiling beneath her. It's not because it's too hot, it's because it's too shallow. The boulders are literally 4 inches under that water, and this is a bad spot to be in.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, these surfers are earning it right now. You would think that low tide would kind of be the harshest time to get in and out of the water, but it's actually medium tide, because now you just have about 6 inches of water all over that whole middle part of the rocks. But let's talk about that after we talk about this last turn.
Well, a word that you used to describe this surfing, Chris, smooth. And I think it absolutely embodies that. Let's look at our surfer from New Zealand chasing a score of 4.71. She needs a nice opening turn. Great second hit. pulling it all the way around. This wave gave her so much ample opportunity. Unfortunately, getting unstuck at the end there, but I think we could have seen that being enough.
Yeah, she only needs a 4.71. A lot of great work on the outside through the midsection of that wave. And the judges will give you full credit for what you did before the, I'll say, slightly unfortunate fall. I don't think that last finishing turn would have added too much, but the turn she did before that, lightning fast, super powerful, just giving the judges something to think about.
Well, these surfers, surfing so smooth, it's like a dance, like the foxtrot, a smooth ballroom dance.
Yeah, you got to make that smooth or things get a little wild. Here we go. Leilani McConicle. Now Leilani is in the position need a 4.73. So Morse comes through.
Dang it.
That was the turn she needed.
Now that was an end turn that would have made the difference to her score. I fear that without that, she will not be getting a 4.73. Still time. Had she landed that, Chris, that could have been battling with some of the highest single wave scores of this heat.
Well, if we lose Leilani McConicle right now, and I'm not projecting anything out into the universe, but if we lose Leilani, that will be a major upset, and that will mean we're starting to see the rise and the arrival of Alani Morse representing Team New Zealand. Haven't seen much of her in the past, but so far, so good. This young Kiwi is showing us that she's got a lot of power, and she knows how to pick the right wave out there, and she's going for airs, and I love that.
You can see Leilani now scratching a bit as she was paddling back out, trying to look if that was an opportunity for a quick turnaround. It wasn't. Still making her way back out. Final minute. 4.73, entirely possible. It's kind of one where you can take off almost on any wave and really try and surf it up with excellent surfing, as long as there's the opportunity to.
Well,
but with one big turn, you know, you could get a 4.73.
This is kind of interesting because Alani Morse and Leilani, they were on the inside. Priority just went to Leilani, but Alani just found this little left-hander. She belts that inside section, going for the back three. I want to watch a video part from Alani Morse. I can tell she is a progressive surfer.
Young surfer.
So
15 years old out of New Zealand.
20
Incredible
seconds
surfing.
left. She could have just provided one of the upsets of the round right there. We'll see. Where is Leilani in the lineup? The time is going quickly. That's going to be it.
Wow.
Give it up for Annette Echebarri. Not only did she get the heat win, but she dodged a near disastrous calamity with a rock on the inside of that right. Alani Morse, Team New Zealand, comes through with a huge upset over Leilani McConicle. We do lose Diane Nogolo to the repechage round, but that was a super entertaining surfer to watch, heat to watch, with much more to come. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We will be right back.
Check out this song too, Chris. Do you recognize this one that's about to play?
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games!
We're back, surf fans, and we've got a special heat in the lineup right now. 4 incredible surfers here at La Bocana in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley.
A beautiful song to ring us in, Chris. You recognize this one? By my favorite band, Sunbender.
Oh, wow. Yeah, check them out.
Check them out. Check Chris out.
There's the heat you have in the lineup. And I'm Chris Cote. This is a multi-time world champion, ISA medalist, Rachel Tilley. Rachel, we're looking at one of these heats that it's easy to say any 4 of these surfers that are taken in the lineup could potentially make it to the podium at the end of the week. How does this happen only in round 2?
Well, I mean, we're at a world championship event. And so that means when you're at a level of an event of this level, you can expect the draw to be stacked all the way from the beginning rounds.
Well, here we go. We got Kiara Gold in the red jersey. Rachel Aguero in blue, representing Costa Rica. Teresa Bonvalot, you know her. She's from Portugal. She's got that green jersey on. And Daniela Rosas in the 4th place position. I believe we had 2 Olympic surfers. And Rachel Aguero from Costa Rica gets the opening wave in this heat.
Oh!
And just slides out on the second backside turn. It looked like she was on her way to a solid number. I like that we're seeing these rights starting to activate here as the tide pushes up. Kiara Gould is a highly touted phenom representing Team France. First score comes through for Rachel. It's a 3. You see these surfers. All of them look like they're hunting the rights here. Daniela Rosas now. Team Peru comes around the corner. Hefty opening turn with a good cutting slash for her second and finishes. That's why she is always a standout here in ISA competition. Teresa Bonvalot, a fiery competitor representing Team Portugal. I mean, she has done it all in the sport of surfing. And it's a joy to see her put on the jersey. Of course, unless you're, oh gosh, competing against her. That's not how you want to end your first wave. Kiara Gould now.
Oh!
So everybody got handled by that opening exchange. And Rachel right out of it, she goes head over heels. It looks like all 4 of these surfers went out there super excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking advantage of the first 5 minutes and finally sharing this break with, you know, as a competitor, you only have 3 other people out there in the lineup. Chris, when we first showed up here to La Bocana this morning, did you see how many competitors were out there practicing before the contest started?
I think we had about 290 of our 290 competitors this morning, and as they should be. I mean, this is not an easy wave to figure out. It's a super fun wave when you're out there free surfing with your friends, but in 20 minutes, when you're going up against elite surfers, this wave can be kind of hard to figure out. I think we're blessed today at this size because it condenses the playing field a little bit and just tidies everything up. Throughout the week, it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and by the finals, it might be absolutely massive. So we're going to look back on a day like today and be stoked, but this was kind of a sketchy moment at the end of this wave.
Yeah, beautiful opening turn. I love her use of rail and extension of upper arms. Let's just take a look at how this one ends up lining up. Literally a board to the face. Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, it looked like it just, you know, her hand.
Maybe it hit her hand.
Right,
she blocked it in time. Looks like she's paddled back out.
Yeah, she's all good. She's super tough. I mean, I've seen her competing all over the world in all types of waves. And that's just one of those instances, right? You love surfing so much. A lot of times surfing loves you back, but sometimes surfing reminds you that the ocean is in charge.
It's in charge.
That's what happened right there. But I think Teresa Bonvalot will be fine, and I think she's going to be rewarded with a decent score. She does. 4.67 to start. So Daniela Rosas, 5.67, the highest single wave score so far. Rosas is a constant threat anytime she puts the jersey on. She's super consistent, very powerful. She will charge. She'll rip in waves from 2 to 20 feet. I mean, she is the complete surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. it's so beautiful to watch her surfing, you know, just kicking off, like we said, with that 5.67. But what really stood out to me was her flow, and on that takeoff, she almost kind of fell on her heels, but recovered, and I thought, oh no, that's going to put her out of sync for the rest of the wave. But she caught up with so much power driving through that rail and just surfed it so solidly.
Well, as our surfers reset themselves in the lineup, we've got 12:45 to go before the next set comes in. Let's go down the boardwalk. We got Paul Evans waiting with the winner of that last heat.
All right, thanks, guys. Annette, congratulations on a strong performance. Going out there with just 20 minutes, 4 of you in the water. Getting 1 good wave is a job, but if you had to get 2 and get a decent total up there in 13 points, how good does that feel for you?
I don't know. I lost my fin, so I was like in the worst case ever. So I was like, okay, now I will have to, you know, do my best. And yeah, I tried to get couple, and I did it, yeah.
Coming over here to World Surfing Games in El Salvador, tell us a little bit about your preparation. We had a big swell over in Europe before heading here. There was a QS event down in the northwest of Spain. Huge surf for that. Just tell us about how you prepare for an event like this, individually and as a team collectively.
Actually, it was good that it was big in Pantin, because we did like a little preparation for this one. And yeah, it was kind of mission, but good. And then we know each other really well. We surfing like almost every day. So yeah, we are ready for everything.
Team Spain's been getting stronger and stronger in the last few years, particularly a really big push, a great year last year as well, with a lot of Olympic participation. What about goals for the team here? What are you going for in terms of where you want to finish? And is that something you talk about a lot between you? Is your goals and what you're aiming for here in El Salvador?
Well, not only the Spanish team, actually all the Europe girls are firing and everyone is surfing so good, so we are pushing each other. And yeah, we comment a bit about the Olympic Games. My sister did Paris, so we really want to qualify, but yeah, we are just here to enjoy it, and that's it.
All right, you want to say a few words to anyone, everyone watching back home?
Yeah. Apa, mga hori ez da oso nahi izan, bueno, hainbat fallo ondia, baina bueno, posik pasatzatik an, bueno, baina nire olatoa denez ikusten, pero bai, hurrengoan ikuste eskerrik asko.
Eskerrik asko, Annette. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Paul. Gotta love the Echevarri sisters. I'm talking to one of them, and I can feel the other one looking at the sister, and I feel like they're telepathically conversing. I don't know if they're making fun of me or not, because I'll look at the other one, she starts laughing, and then the other one starts laughing. They're really awesome characters, and I expect both of those sisters to go very far. And Annette right there just proving that she is among the elite in the world of surfing. Basque region has really put forth some incredible talents in the past few years, and those 2 sisters, along with Nadia Arsarbi, are probably one of the strongest women's teams, you know, of the entire 61 nation contingent that we have.
Yeah, absolutely, and showing us why we are saying that. But it is the Peruvian team right now that is feeling good, with Daniela Rosas sitting on top. No one has, I'd have to say, no one's really run away with this. 5.67, a healthy score, but something that we know she can surf well beyond, similar to Teresa Bonvillain. A 4.67 only in her score line. Everyone's being super patient on that second ride. Both Teresa and Chiara not having second rides yet, but we see lines from this amazing drone angle coming through. Who will take off on this one? It's Chiara using her first priority.
All right, this young phenom representing Team France, throwing the tail there. Chiara is one of the most progressive surfers we have in the draw, so I really want her to get an opportunity with a big ramp to really show us what she is capable of. She is super gnarly when it comes to doing airs, and you saw right there, I mean, how fast she gets going on her board. She fell on that opening turn, but it was just a glimpse of what she's capable of when it comes to above the lip surfing.
Absolutely. I'm actually quite surprised, though, with only 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, that we do have our surfers being as patient as they are for their second rides. A really interesting strategy. We've been seeing really, really busy heats from our surfers in the past few heats. So to see them taking their time, being really selective, you know, oftentimes with this, the tide changes as well. The conditions change rapidly with it. And less is on offer. I think surfers as experienced as this too know that they can be patient and wait for the right wave so that they can get a big score rather than trying to just take off on anything that's breaking and get small scores. You know, they're confident enough in their surfing to be patient.
Yeah, with 7 minutes, 30 seconds left, Daniela Rosas in the lead with a 5.67 and a 3.83. Teresa Bonvalot in second. Aguirre from the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica with a 3.10, and uncharacteristically carrying on to 2 small scores right now is Kiara Gold. But again, we know what she's capable of. Watched her in the Stab High event do some of the sickest airs. If you go to her Instagram, you'll see some of the clips she has, and one of the few surfers I know that can throw a sailfish air and just a straight grab air and make all of them look so effortless. Here we go. Let's hope for a ramp. I'm fine with watching her do turns because she's really good at those too. And there we get the finish for Kiara Gold. That's more like what we're used to seeing from this young phenom, born and bred at the end of the road, Chopo. He's best friends with Miss Chopo. And that crew over there is special because, of course, they go to the beach breaks in and around Papara and the Tahiti zone, practice their airs, but then when the end of the road calls, they step right up. The future of surfing in Tahiti is incredible, and Team France is reaping the rewards of that.
Yeah, this is more of like how she was trying to start her heat, really opening her campaign with 6 minutes to go. There's still time for her to go get another wave to back it up. This will put her more into the line of fire. Let's watch this replay. A smaller wave, but she's looking to drive on that inside rail and make this wave look really powerful. Lots of finesse in her surfing. She's going up for that final maneuver. I love that extension of the back foot there. Was in complete control the entire time.
And watching waves in slow motion like that, thank you to our production crew for teeing that one up. You can really see how stylish she really is. I mean, her form is impeccable. Her technique is just so precise and so sharp. Kiara Gold is truly one of the future stars of this sport. So it's great to see her getting involved here early in ISA Open competition. I'm sure she's represented France on the junior side of things for quite some time now, so it's great to see her get the call up to the big leagues, if you will.
And already, like just like that, in contention of advancing a 5.07. So she's now right in there because look, no one else really has anything in their backup. Teresa Bonvalot still has yet to stand up on a second wave, but that puts her straight into contention. And with fourth priority, she's going to turn around on this one.
No one's even looking at what Kiara's doing on these rights, and she's starting to escalate here. Beautiful combo there. Here's the finisher. Quick snap. There's more through to this inside section. I mean, come on. She just illustrated all the points and all the hype right there from beginning to end. Impeccable style, perfectly placed turns. Kiara Gold is going to be rewarded for that one for sure. Now Daniela Rosas taking a look at this one, but she's going to give it over to Rachel Aguero from Costa Rica. Nice snap there, right in the pocket, but again, I feel like Rachel is just a little bit ahead of herself on some of these waves. She's going super fast. Sometimes controlling that speed is something that you need to do for success. But I did like the opening turn on that one from Rachel.
That last wave of Kiara, a 4.5, sends her straight into the lead. So with 3.5 minutes remaining nearly, it's Teresa and Daniela who are battling out for the second place position. However, all of them have very similar high scores at the moment. So the ask is not too big. Teresa only needing a 4.84, and she's taking off.
Yeah, Teresa is a tenacious competitor.
Woo.
See right there, that first turn.
Wow. Oh, no.
Second turn.
Wow.
It's going to leave a question mark because now this is starting to feel a little bit like that last heat where Leilani McConical coming into that heat as the favorite. I would put Teresa Bonvalot as the favorite coming into this heat, just you know, due to what she's done in the past. But is this the time? Is this the year that the veterans are going to feel the sting from these hard-charging rookies? As we see Daniela Rosas, she's appeared in many ISA events in the past, so she knows that every heat, even in these early rounds, is going to be stacked with talent. Nice surfing there. I feel like doing just enough on that wave. She didn't push too hard through any of those turns, but it could potentially be enough to get rid of that 383.
I think absolutely we'll get rid of that 383, and it does immediately.
Yeah.
Comes through as that 4.5. So now that ask for Teresa doesn't go up by too much, a 4.91, but that was absolutely a mistake that she had made on that last one, unfortunately. Knowing that she needs a score, she was really trying to push the limits on it, and I dare say only needing that kind of high 4. She didn't need to push it as much as she was going for it. I would have coached her into surfing it a little bit more safe just to ensure that she got the score there. 2 minutes remaining, and she's back out in the lineup, but it's Kiara who has priority over her. So it'll be interesting to see if Kiara now paddles over and starts sitting on her. Taking a look at this replay of this 4.5, taking Daniela into the lead. Just nice, simple, powerful surfing. She did well to hang on, making a really small section look like she's going upside down there.
No, we've got an absolute, this is more than a paddle battle. This is a paddle war. 3 surfers
war
involved. And Teresa Bonvalot is a master of the rule book. She knows all the tactics. So she's going to test Kiara Gold right now. But Kiara is not backing down. She has second priority. Teresa has third priority with 1:14 to go. Here's where we're going to see Kiara, who definitely has one of the best coaching panels of any team in the draw. Jeremy Flores, the helm of the French squad. As we see Rosas leaning into that last turn, can't quite ride out clean, but some big turns out the back. 51 seconds to go. This is your classic rookie versus vet scenario for 45 seconds. And we've seen Teresa do this to so many surfers in the past, so this is reap what you sow, because you know that Kiara has definitely watched Teresa Bonvalot compete and taken notes.
I'm standing up, Chris, and I can see there is a wave coming that I think might come to them just in time. Here we see now from the drone angle.
Well, if this is a test in tactical surfing, I gotta say, Kiara Gold has passed that test and more, but Bonvalot has to go right, and it was kind of just a straight closeout. So harsh times there for Teresa Bonvalot, but give it up to Kiara Gold. I mean, at a young age, to be able to take it to a veteran surfer like that and use all those tactics against her, that was a huge, I mean, subtle but incredible tactical performance by Kiara Gold in the last 2 minutes of this heat. She had to sell that right to Teresa, and it worked perfectly.
It worked perfectly. Teresa was able to manage to try and get something, but even had she ridden out of that hit, I don't think it would have been that 4.91. Wow. Shocker for us. I think that's not what we were expecting out of this, but it's athletes like Kiara Gold that I love getting to see come out of the woodwork in events like this and just surprise us and wow us.
This is just another example of the future of surfing happening right now. But Daniela Rosas, I mean, we knew what she was going to do all along. She is such a solid performer every time she takes the lineup. She gets that convincing win. In second place, Kiara Gold. Teresa Bonvalot. Now we have a shark entering the Repechage rounds. Watch out. Teresa's coming for you. We got a lot more surfing to come. We're going to flip the booth over to True and Barton. We'll be right back with more action. Stay tuned.
Another great afternoon here for day 3 of the ISA World Surfing Games. You can see it's Kiara Gould and Teresa Bonvalot. They're having a bit of a discussion there. Unfortunately, Teresa getting knocked out into the repechage rounds. Kiara moving on through for Team France, and Daniela Rosas, she just dominated that last heat, doing really well. I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Barton Lynch. Some pretty heated moments.
Yeah, that was an odd situation, wasn't it? We know Kiara Gould, a young girl, a young lady. Teresa obviously more experienced, bunch of years older, and it looked like she took offence to something perhaps. And I think we've all been in those situations when we're competing and people don't like the strategy you've had to employ.
Yep.
But in the end, maybe it's more Teresa's problem than it was Kiara's, because Kiara's just playing it the way she had to, and
yes, seems like I think the last 2 minutes of that heat they were just stuck to each other like glue, paddling in circles. And Kiara, you know, for as young as she is, she's pretty tough. It's hard to break her.
Well, that's the way it works. Yep. It's not personal. It's got nothing to do with who it is that you're surfing against, who it is you're employing strategy against, using priority against. That's just the name of the game, mate. Yeah. So you can't take that stuff personally.
No. Well, this is Dorothy. She's looking to get a start for El Salvador. Wow. A couple of turns there. That flaming board.
That's what I was about to say. Is there anything better or any spray on a surfboard better than flames?
So good.
I
They're the
do
best.
not think so. Yeah,
No,
they are 100% the best.
Yeah. I want to touch back on that previous conversation too, you know, and if roles were reversed, Teresa would have done the same.
100%.
You know, and it's like, you know what, you gotta swallow that, and you just gotta cop it on the chin and keep going through with it regardless of what happened. Kiara did exactly what she needed to do.
And she was kind of, you saw her looking to the beach when they were walking on the rocks, and she's kind of like, what?
Yeah.
Her arms were like, what is she going on about?
You can talk to me as much as you like, but at the end of the day,
yeah, the
it's
game's
tactics.
the game. Oh,
wow.
big turn.
Yeah, Charlotte Mully from Burleigh Heads. She's
Yes.
here representing Great Britain. Strong backhand. Couple of good sections, and this is that first wave for Chelsea Tuak as well.
Drives off the bottom. Beautiful first turn. Comes around the section. It's still tall. She matches it with her power into it.
Oh.
Unfortunate fall there, because that was going to be a keeper score for sure.
Wow, that was a lackluster finish for Chelsea, but Estella, she is connecting the dots for Chile. Wow.
Yeah, fantastic surfing.
There has been so many waves ridden in this heat. Oh my goodness, this is Dorothy, that 2.5, maybe another wave actually to lock in for her. And
it was a smaller wave, a couple of little wobbles in there, but a good starter.
Well, Estella, she's already locked in a 6.5 for that first one, looking to back it up. Catches the rail a little bit, but recovers well to get a good finish for Estella Lopez. She's come out of the gates firing.
Oh, a great start for all of the ladies. Charlotte Mully, a 4.83. We've seen much worse than that as a starting score. And then for Chelsea, a 5.77 with the fall. Without that fall and a completion on that last third turn, it was going all the way.
Yeah, well, lots of drama in that last heat, but someone who just stayed away from it, took the win, was Daniela Rosas. She's down there with Paul Evans.
All right, thanks, True. Daniela, first of all, some good paddle battles going on in that heat. For us to watch, it's really entertaining. For you guys in the water, it's pretty grueling. Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was actually really stressful thing. I don't know, I'm just really happy to make it through. Teresa, she's a great surfer. She always have a matchup with me here in the ISA, so I'm really happy and stoked to make it. And Kiara, she's also reaping, and Rachel, that I'm always looking for her in the ala. So I'm really grateful to be here, to be sitting here. And yeah, it was a really intense heat, a tough heat one, but yeah, happy to make it through.
You're known as a really stylish performer. You make surfing look easy. How does your style of surfing translate to this wave here and getting good scores at La Bocana?
I would love to be easy, but it was pretty intense. It was I really love this wave. I actually been here a lot of times, but I'm really happy to have a great heat.
So we're going to watch you here. Just talk us through what you're feeling.
Really, I was really not looking for the rights, but I was so grateful to get that one. I really start with a really intense heat, but yeah, I got a couple of cars, and then I was like, finish it, please. And yeah, I was pretty stoked to get that one through, and yeah, Teresa was paddling that with me, but yeah, I'm happy to really get that one.
Been part of this Peru team for a while now. It's a really talented, strong team this year. Once again, no surprise. They've also had some great news recently about the juniors going to go back to Peru in December. It's been a little while since the ISAs were hosted over there. How big is that? I know the juniors are somewhere where you started out. It was really important to you, but what does it mean to the country as a whole to host that tournament?
No, it's amazing. I think all of the young girls and young boys are really stoked to it. And Punta Roca is a great wave. It's always so intense, actually. There's a powerful wave. But yeah, I think it's a great spot for the guys. I think it's going to be really reapable. So I'm pretty stoked to go and watch all the kids. I think they all reap. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to be in Peru in that time of the year. Maybe get some hits to them and talk to them. So yeah, I'm really stoked to be there. And yeah, just cheering all for them.
And back here to the World Surfing Games, in terms of goals for your team here, I've talked already about the talent that you've got in that team and some great friends of yours as well. So you've got that camaraderie going between you. Where are you hoping to go in this event? All the way for the gold medal? Surely you've got the talent to do it.
Yeah, we have an amazing team. It's always so nice to be with them. It's an honor, obviously, always represents Peru. But yeah, I think we have a really good team. They are always so good, and we have this amazing vibe. So I'm really stoked to this ISA and really happy to make this hit, and yeah, keep going.
Keep it going, Daniela. Good luck for the next rounds. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Paul and Daniela. She's lots of tension in that last heat, and she just didn't even touch her. She had a barrier around her, and she's like, yeah, it's all good. I'm just going to do my thing and focus on me. But during that interview, there was a whole lot of waves that went down that just was asking for some pretty big scores.
Absolutely. 4.83 and a 6 for Charlotte Mully. The 6, big left-hander, saw her go up into second place. All, look at the 6.5 and 5.9 for Estela Lopez too. She backed up that with that 5.9 quickly after the 6.5. That was great strategic surfing. She's got her 2 scores now and can just focus on building that baseline. Judges still considering a 3rd ride for her as well.
Yeah, she's just got really good flow, transition between turns. This was a good wave.
And look how fast and clean the board is. See out of the bottom, the speed and the acceleration this board gets into the lip. Looks crisp, beautiful under her feet.
Wow.
And there's a 6.19 as well. So this heat is big scores dropping real early.
She is just absolutely in rhythm with the ocean out there right now, patient, really checking out each section. My goodness, Estella is just connecting the dots throughout each turn. I mean, she's really just firing up right now.
What a beautiful wave, steep. She was very patient, wasn't she? She didn't rush any part of it. Hit those 2 sections at just the right time. Sometimes when you stay at the bottom of the wave for an extended period, you lose momentum and lose speed. But Estella Lopez doesn't. Such a famous surfing name, Lopez, obviously, maybe the most. The great Jerry Lopez. I'm sure no relation, but Estella, a goofy footer as well, and absolutely ripping.
Just drawing on that power.
Out into the lead, couple of sixes, so a great start for her.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes to go. Dorothy started off strong. She got that quick inside left. It was a smaller wave, so capping that score, but she's been pretty quiet, and also someone who's quite well versed in these ISA events and also in events all round. Chelsea Tuak with that 5.77. She hasn't got her second wave yet. She's actually the first female surfer in the Caribbean to qualify for the World Tour as well. So she's just, you know, making waves.
Yeah,
throughout the
super
sport.
experienced. Been going at it for a long time. She's most probably on paper the most experienced of the four surfers in this particular heat. 5.77's a good wave, but in the standard of this heat, you're going to need better. Here we go,
Yep.
the local.
All right, she's up and into this one. Team El Salvador, all about team commitment, but that one just not paying off her, unfortunately. That looked like it was going to be a good wave.
It did look like a good wave, and that first snap, she did the snap, but she kept looking down the line, and the head never went around with the snap, created that disconnection with the board and the body, and ended in a wipeout. It was unfortunate. Chelsea Tuak.
Wow, she's up and into her second wave. She's got the experience behind her. A 5.77 already, flying down the line. One big turn for Chelsea. She just can't pull it off, unfortunately, and Estella is going to capitalize on this next set out the back. She hasn't put a foot wrong this whole heat, and she's not going to do that yet. Wow, beautiful opening carve. Just slows it down there to really line up this end section. She is just going from strength to strength.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the developing surfing nations, particularly this morning in the women's, the standard, you imagine it, previously, and it's across the board, irrelevant of gender, there were the super powerhouses of surfing, and then most probably a big gap down to the developing nations. That gap, what I see this year and already in this event, that gap has been reduced dramatically by those developing nations.
Yeah, it's definitely just everyone's showing up here with real intention and just real, like, you know what, I'm here and I'm going to surf and do my best regardless, and not leave anything out in the water. And you can't in such a high level as well here in these events. There's so much on the line. You're surfing for more than yourself. You're surfing for your team, for your country. And there's just, so much that goes into it. And for Estella, she's just easing into it. It looks easy for her out there.
Yeah, beautiful forehand approach, and hasn't really even had to go to the backhand yet.
Yeah.
So there's going to be big points that we know in Chile. It's renowned for its left points, and so no wonder she looks so comfortable. But the other thing she really has going for her, by the look of it, is great equipment. That board just looks absolutely beautiful under her feet. She can drive it with all of her power. It stays on top of the water. It never bogs down too much. It always keeps flowing from one turn into the next. So great equipment, great physicality, and a great approach to this heat. Yeah, improved again.
Yeah, it's 6.83 for Estella is locked in, and it's always, good to watch a surfer when it looks like their board is just an extension of themselves.
Yeah, well, that's everything, isn't it? Those magic ones, they're hard to come by. When you get them, you've got to protect them. They ordinarily are always the ones that get beat up the fastest, but it's such a massive part.
Here we go. Oh, Dorothy puts it up there, but pretty late to that section.
I hope you're getting a screenshot of that flame vertical on that on that wave. Just got to calm it down a little bit, breathe, take her time, still 4 minutes. The objective at this point for Dorothy Moody would be to find a wave that she can complete and just find some rhythm and get that feeling going. Board looks good underneath her feet. It's just the waves she's had have all been fast and quick, and she's had to rush to situations, and the rushing's resulted in incompletions.
The spray reminds me of that, signature Erin Brooks style. She's got that pink and then the yellow following it, or the different colours that she mix matches, and very similar spray. Maybe she's, you know, looking up to Erin in the sense of that real fast whippy surfing, but just hasn't found the wave that's opened up.
And she's a goofy, so that would make sense.
Yeah. She's got just under 4 minutes to get herself back into this heat. If she can get into the 5s, she's in a good position. Chelsea Tuak, she's got a 5.77 already. She needs a 5.07 Charlotte Mully. She's defending second place. Bit of a mistake for that one.
Definitely a long wait. First 2 rides were great. She decided, you know, it's time to put the anchor down and wait for an improving score, select a good wave with my priority, and that was not it. That was not the idea, unfortunately. As you said, Charlotte's from Australia.
Yeah.
But representing Great Britain.
She does. I know that she actually does a lot of judging over in Australia as well for a lot of the junior events. So she understands, you know, what is rewarded in that sense of being a competitive surfer. But I think just that tactical experience, you know, letting her down a little bit. Chelsea, wow, she's made a couple of mistakes in this heat. She hasn't really, after that first wave, hasn't found one that's opened up.
Yeah, the first wave had the fall on us as well.
Yes.
So, nervous times.
It's that pressure too, 2.5 minutes to go. Charlotte, she's trying to get back out there and get that priority over Chelsea, because Chelsea's the biggest threat for second at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. An 8.33 for El Salvador is a massive score. Big set still approaching.
Feels like it's picked up a little bit as well.
Yeah. It's maybe heading towards the top of the tide and things pushing in, the energy of the ocean moving forward with this swell, creating heaps of opportunities.
Wow. 2 minutes to go. Dorothy, she has that second priority. She needs an excellent number, an 8.33. Ooh. Just not getting that rotation at the top, unfortunately. She's 16 years old, so she's still quite young, representing El Salvador. She's got that repechage round as well.
And they're investing in the future of their nation, so this young lady will have a place in El Salvadorian surfing, getting to the point where you've represented your country on its own. It's a fantastic achievement. Where are we with the priority? Estella's got first.
But it's Charlotte Mully. She had the second priority over Chelsea there. She's going to try and better a 4.83. She needs to on this wave to make that decision count.
Well, you called it too, the importance of the priority and that quick paddle back out the back to get the priority over Chelsea. With 1 minute to go, some great strategic surfing there, and there's no better way to understand contest surfing than judging it. When you sit, you know, coaching, we talked about the benefits of being a coach and how it makes you think about things and dive into things on a deeper level than even a competitor may, because you have to explain it. It's exactly the same with judging. When you sit in there and judge an event, you realise the complications, you realise the emotions and what a judge goes through, and you're able to tap into that.
Yeah, and also the advantages of just those simple moments of those paddle back outs and getting out in front of your competitor, getting that priority.
Yeah.
You know, that's a huge advantage in that situation. And now Chelsea's back to third priority because she took off on that wave.
Yeah,
she was behind Charlotte. So Dorothy got back out before her, and now Chelsea, she gets the last pick of the lineup, and with 5 seconds to go, I think she'll be seeing herself in the repechage round.
Yeah, and the great thing for Charlotte Mully as this one wraps up is that she did improve. Went from the 4.83 to a 5.5. So great strategic surfing there to hold on for advancement.
Really smart surfing from Charlotte Mully, but it was this lady right here, Estella Lopez from Chile. Wow, she was ripping this whole heat. And her board just an extension of herself, and she could do that on her last wave. Big surfing, big scores. We're going to head into the repechage round, but we'll be right back after this quick break.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony. Woo!
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Wow, those opening ceremonies always give me goosebumps, seeing all of that and watching the highlights of it. And whoa, bit of a situation there. We are into the repechage round for the women. This is Jana Kasova from the Czech Republic. She just really took advantage of that first wave exchange. And
She was aggressive with her positioning. She was aggressive with the paddling for the wave. And then on the wave face, she slowed it down, kept it smooth, got her turns in, completed the ride. That was a great start.
you know, it's an interesting one, the start of the heats, you know, those first 5 minutes. Some people really like to get that inside, get the better of the first wave exchange, like be really dominant in that. And then sometimes people are like, you know what, I'm happy to just take a step back and wait for all of that to happen.
And what do you think?
Boy, be dominant at the start.
Be dominant.
Absolutely.
Take the inside if you can, 100%. Oh.
That was Darlene Ramirez from Guatemala. Unfortunately, bit of a mishap at the start. These ladies were competing at El Sunzal, the first day of competition. Maria, she's in and out there with 17 minutes to go.
Representing Austria. Didn't really get the completion, but just getting started, getting on the feet and surfing your wave is a great thing. And when you look at it, you put yourself in an advancing position at this point in time. And really all you can do is deal with this point in time, right? And if you're in an advancing position, then that's a good place to be, to build upon.
And it's interesting to note as well, we also have Juliana dos Santos from Brazil, the reigning champions of this event. She's in the repechage round, you know. And that's maybe a bit of a loss there for Team Brazil. Not a loss because she's not out, but bit of a shock.
Yeah.
Because they're such a dominant team, and all of the, especially the female surfers as well as the men, but at this point the females, we've been watching them all day, they've been really shining and you know, showing that, hey, we're here and we're ready for it. So she needs to, you know, get herself back into this with the repechage round. There's no more second chances after this.
No, that's right. We will lose surfers from this repechage heat. First and second will remain in that repechage round and continue to advance through that. Third and fourth will head to the sidelines, grab the flag, start waving and cheering for their teammates.
It's always an honour to do that and support your team. Juliana right now, she's got a fair few of them on the beach. One quick up and down, that's a good start for her. Probably the best out of everyone so far.
Terrible wave.
Yeah.
Great surfing.
Terrible wave. Wave selection, a 2, but the surfing, upwards of that.
Exactly. There it is, 3.5.
It's always good to know that you can surf a wave of a lower quality to a better score, up to a better score. Unfortunately, Maria just in and out.
And it would be fair to say that that is a asset of the Brazilian Storm. With their performance levels. Here we go, green.
Darlene, good connection there. Wow, she gets a strong second turn in. That's a better looking wave for her. She's just recovered so quickly after that first mishap.
Yeah. Board looked like it just skipped out on the first one. Looks
Yeah.
like so out of control. But that one, much better.
Maybe just instead of being at 100% in her attack approach, just dialing it back down to 75. Maybe even less, just to gain a little bit more control.
And
So
she just gained the
3.33.
lead, you know, with that wave. So although she's on 2 scores, that's the reason for the leading position. Here we go, Brazil.
Wow, this is a good looking right. Better wave selection, strong first turn.
Uh-oh.
Wow, good second turn in there for Dos Santos. Oof, gets it. Finish 2, wow. Big turns there. We'll go down to Paul though. He's down at the boardwalk with the winner of the last heat.
All right, thanks, guys. Estella, the surfing universe has certain rules. One of them is that goofies love going left. How good was it to come from Sunzal on your backhand and get some lefts here at Bocana?
Yeah, I love La Bocana. I surf here like a lot of the time I'm in El Salvador. I was hoping to surf some heats here. El Sunzal was really fun too, but I love La Bocana and it's my favorite between the two of the waves. So yeah, I'm really happy I could found some good ones and yeah, moving to the next one.
Different ways to approach surfing a heat. Some people get angry and fired up, but it's quite fortuitous if you can have fun while you compete. And you look like you're having heaps of fun out there.
Yeah, the waves were really fun, so I was having a lot of fun. I started with a ride that is not like, I'm not used to surfing rides in La Bocana, but then I got like 3 or 4 lefts, and yeah, just having fun.
I think we're going to try and tee up one of your waves here as well. But just in terms of being out there in the water, the warm water for you, coming from a place, a land of lefts, Chile, it's known for that, but a pretty different sort of experience of being out here in the heat. How are you dealing with all that around from being in the heats as well, as we're going to see here, but just away from the event? You keeping cool, you keeping chill?
Yeah, I've been in El Salvador a lot of times, and oh, that was a good one. I think that was my best wave, right?
So tell us about this left-hander when you were paddling in. What did you see and in your approach to surfing it?
Manuel told me to wait for a good one, and I started fast, and then I got like a little calm, and I got like 3 more left, and yeah, really loving the lefts in La Bocana.
Heavy section on the inside. Great to see you complete that. You mentioned Manuel Salman. Tell us about the dynamic in the Chilean surf team. A lot of talent from that region. How you guys enjoying being here as a squad and helping each other with that unity amongst the team?
Yeah, we're staying all together in a hotel here. I'm friends with all of them, so the daily it's really fun. We surf, we go to the hotel, we chat, and it's a really fun having them like telling me things to like do in the heats, and yeah, just like loving the team and the vibe.
Oh, we love watching you surf. I imagine a lot of people are back home in Chile as well. Do you want to give a shout out in Spanish to everyone watching back home?
Sí, bueno, un saludo a toda mi familia y a mis amigos que me están viendo. Siempre es increíble sentir el apoyo de todos acá a lo lejos, así que me estoy sintiendo increíble. También agradecer a todos mis oficiadores que me apoyan y a seguir con todos los próximos hits.
Great work, Estella. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And Estella, she was just really in tune with everything out there. And someone who's doing that too is Juliana. She just locked in a 7. Has another score to come through as well with 10 minutes to go.
7 on the backhand, vertical turns up and down, multiple turns, rewarded with a big score.
Big surfing from her and Team Brazil throughout the whole event so far. We're only 3 days in. It's pretty crazy to think about that, and you know, to look back on all of the excellent scores that we've seen, all the, you know, the surfing that's gone down as well.
And sometimes the, you know, being relegated to the repechage round early is a kick in the butt that you sometimes might need. And then what you seem to have happen down there in the repechage is that sometimes there can be some lopsided heats, perhaps you would say, with the differences in, the standards from nation to nation. And it's a great place to build momentum.
Yep.
And just get the repetitious heats and start to get your feel. And as long as you can maintain the energy and the pace throughout the 9 days of the competition, it's not a bad place to strike from.
Absolutely. But you think about even the last 3 heats of that round 1. You've got names like Leilani McGonigal, Teresa Bonvalot,
Yeah.
Chelsea Tuak.
All
They're
going
all
down.
in the rapid charge now.
Yeah. And again, speaking to the general rise in the performance level across the board.
Yeah, it's amazing how many talented women we have. This right here is Maria from Austria. Good opening carve. This one starts to wall up. She tags it a little bit earlier, which is really smart to come out in front of that whitewash and just really get that completion. She hasn't got a good score on the board just yet, so she'll be putting down a good number and helping her case in this heat.
Jump to her feet was fantastic too. Here's the 7-point ride. Snaps back into the pocket. Bottom turn comes from behind the whitewater. So it gets up vertical into the pocket. We know why it was a 7. 4 beautiful big turns. Great style, great technique. Everything you needed to do, delivered really well.
Here we go, Darlene Ramirez. She's got a good 2-turner just before, locked in at a 3-3-3. She's trying to back it up, get herself back into second.
Nice.
Wow, good fast finish. How's a stand tall? Bit of a staunch claim there.
But that was really nice surfing. It felt like she'd settled into what the heat was on. She was calmed down. The worst parts, the nervous parts were over, and she found the flow in her surfing there.
Just finding it time, and I feel like now, a 4.13 locks in for Darlin, but I think now if she can find herself on a better size wave or a better looking wave, it'll help her campaign in this heat. And it is Jana from the Czech Republic. She needs a 4.59, bit of an awkward situation there for her. It's had so many moments like that where your board flips up underneath you.
Dangerous.
Right now, the current heat leader. Well, this is a good-looking left. Strong opening carve, a bit of a whitewashy section, but wow, does really well to stay centered over a board, and she claims it.
Looks at the team and goes, "Did you like that?"
Yeah, I love the passion from the Brazilian Storm.
Yeah, such passionate people. Love their sport, love their surfing, have got to the place where, as a nation, they're able to turn average waves into big scores, perhaps better than any other nation in the world. The aerial surfing that comes out of there, obviously Felipe, Iago, Italo, the best aerialists in the world, especially in a competition situation. Great last turn there, critical. She loved the way that felt. And this heat, fair to say, even though there's still quite a bit of time left, would be hers because the performance has been dominant.
Yeah, it really has. A 6.67 for this last wave of Juliana dos Santos. And, you think back as well to the female surfers on the Brazilian side, Silvana Lima, of course, and then, the new age with Tatiana Weston-Webb and Luana Silva as well.
Absolutely.
Sophia Medina.
And Jacqueline Silva is here doing the women's coaching course as well, training up to be a judge here at the ISA. So that's fantastic. She'd be great to have on the panel.
So much, knowledge and depth there, and it's good, there's so many different areas outside of competing that still keeps you within that kind of fire of wanting to get better.
Yeah.
Whether it's, judging or coaching or, commentating or wherever that takes you.
Well, living proof right next to you. Who would have thought you'd be 62 years old? And still, for my whole life, I've worked in and around surfing. So what a gift that is. Here we go, Maria.
Opens up for that first turn. Just trying to stay low. Unfortunately, gets a little bit hung up. She's looking for a 5.1, so she needs to get a little bit busier if she wants to nudge for that.
A good baseline performance there, and then you look at Czechoslovakia and Austria and, you know, these countries that you wouldn't have even associated with surfing. And you can see the base performance there that they can build upon for the future for sure.
So many lessons, regardless of whether you win, lose or draw. You know, there's so much you can take out of it.
And that's the great thing about it, really. You know, the results be what they may in the end, but the constant fronting up and challenging your fears, challenging and confronting the fact that you may lose, you may fail, you may not be good enough. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Just keep fronting up.
It's exactly what Jana is doing right now. She's chasing a 4.59. She's patting the dog there, trying to get really nice and low and claim that finish.
She's got a nice style. The way the legs sit, the way the body sits, it's really, really nice. Bigger face, a little more time and space, and you could see her really open up those turns.
Yeah, it seems like that extra power in the wave could really suit her surfing. 3.5 minutes. It's at 7 and a 6.67. That is sitting pretty in Juliana Dos Santos's scoreline right now. She's in a pretty commanding lead, so it's a battle for second. Ramirez from Guatemala, she has a 4.13 and a 3.33. Got those two back to back. She's been pretty quiet since then, holding that first priority. You can see Maria having a good look at this one. She needs a 5.1 strong paddle into this wave.
Oof.
Unfortunately, just closes out.
Into the lip.
Yep.
Body slams the lip. Good jump to the feet though. She's really quick in that jump to the feet. Such an important part of surfing.
It really sets you up for a good wave or not, right?
It's, you know, again, coming from a bloke who's had 2 hip replacements and gone through some years of not even being able to get up. And every wave for the last 1.5 or 2 years that I've paddled into, I've never known if I'm getting up or not. And half of them I don't. And it's indignant. It's just a terrible feeling. There's nothing better than a good, clean spring to the feet, land in the... I haven't jumped to my feet and landed in the right spot once in a 1.5 years.
Wow.
Not a single time.
Wow.
And every time the foot, I've got dents on the sides of my board where the foot would just get stuck in there and have to, so it's, you know, a clean jump is just it's the first thing to go as you start to get older as well, is the jump to the feet. It's such an important part of the whole process to be maintained and held on to.
Yeah, it's definitely the foundation.
Yeah, it's
whole
simple
thing.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
You go to the bottom turn after that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You've
Yeah.
got these simple fundamentals that create the foundation for success as a surfer. As a free surfer, just in someone who rides waves, you know? And it's exactly the same for a competitor.
Yeah.
Things are much more complicated at another level, but it's still, the basics is still where your mind needs to be focused.
It's all there. And you look at that foot placement as well, you know, whether you have your back foot at the top of the tail pad or the back. Makes such a big difference between where that's positioned.
And when you connect in it, you go, oh, there's the right spot.
Yeah.
There it is. You can
Yeah.
just feel it instantly, can't you?
It's crazy. Sometimes you'll have surfs and, oh, I'm in the sweet spot. I've got it. And then sometimes it's like, I can't find it. Where is it?
Well, you don't need to tell me it's been a long 1.5 years of trying to surf, I'll tell you.
We'll get it back.
Get it back. The hip replacement's done. It's all up from here.
Well, Ramirez, she had that first priority. Smart to take it?
Yeah, I think so at this point in time. I mean, she's not really under threat, but a 5.19's not a big score. And, you know, the time's ticking down. It's just better safe than sorry, I would think. You know, there's nothing worse than letting someone have a wave that overtakes you when you could have stopped them.
Yeah.
You know, we see it at the highest levels, the misuse of that priority.
Yeah. It hurts a heart, those moments, especially in the last minute.
Terrible.
It's, yeah, lots can happen. I mean, there's lines coming through right now. So with 15 seconds to go, Juliana holds that first priority in the lead. It's Maria. She's out there with second priority, needing a 5.19. Ramirez, she's called it a day. She's going to make her way in.
And there it is.
Wow. Looks like the heat is over. Juliana, a bit of a victory lap there. Wow. The attack there from the Brazilian surfer. She is just doing the team proud. A 7 and a 6.67. Huge surfing for her. And Ramirez from Guatemala as well, progressing on through to that next repechage round. And unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Yana and also Maria, bowing out.
Which is fantastic to be here, to be a part of it. It's always good just to be here, to be a part of it. You know, the success or the failure is, that's another thing. Being a part of this community, part of this family, part of this great world of surfing. And we see all these beautiful flags. Look at that.
I mean, 61 nations that are here. It's pretty incredible. So many people. We've got some physio there, some coffee and ice cream. That's usually where you'll find me on the breaks.
Yeah, the best spot for the coffee right there.
So good. I got a latte frio, a little ice latte.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I was
clever.
Quite happy. Yeah, there's 297 athletes that are involved in this event for the ISA World Surfing Games here in El Salvador. It's the largest ever field.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the flags. There's not much wind out there today. You can see the majority of flags are just fluffy in this light sea breeze. It's barely having any impact on the conditions. And look, France there. And
2 extra flags have been added as well with
There you
Angola and Vanuatu. So welcoming them to their first ever ISA World Surfing Games is pretty incredible.
I wonder how many of those flags I would guess correctly.
Yes.
Pretty small percentage.
I think
would
so
dare say.
too. I see South Korean flag there. That was only because I was there a couple of weeks ago. And I tell you what, the talent over in South Korea is pretty amazing as well.
Right.
Yeah, they all are actually quite well versed in the longboard scene as well as the shortboard.
Yep.
And how that kind of comes into play, I mean, they're all really good in the wave pool over
I
there.
was going to say they've got the wave pool, haven't they?
Yeah, which is super cool. But a lot of the beaches is actually where that they have all learnt to longboard. It's like perfect longboard conditions.
Really?
Yeah. Well, we're straight into this second heat, heat number 2 of the repechage round. We have Leonie Perthold from the Dominican Republic, De Gwen Thion from Senegal, Miriam Benzerti from Morocco, and Lily Wagner from the Bahamas. Full different nation here, and from Morocco that was Miriam, just trying to scratch into that one. A 2.33 already from Senegal, a 0.77, just a quick in and out for Lily Wagner from the Bahamas. And yeah, it's just, you don't see this many nations in an event really anywhere.
No.
Except
no,
here.
Nowhere. And the whole, the goal of making the world a better place through surfing.
Yeah.
It's just a beautiful thing. Here we go. Snaps out of the top. Attack the section. The right sort of approach. I mean, there's different ideas of how you can manage a heat. Here we go.
Yeah, this is Leonie from the Dominican Republic. Off the bottom, just a little bit slow. And she goes over, maybe just a couple of nerves to start off this heat. Out the back, Team Senegal, she is up and into this one. Good first turn, it's a smaller wave, unfortunately gets a little bit hung up.
But that's too early, 2 scores early.
Yep.
So it's always a great idea, I think, to, obviously everybody wants to start quickly, but if you can get a couple of scores and then be conscious about the building, that's always the best way to go about it. You can come from behind, you can get them in the last minutes, have the buzzer beaters, all of those things. But if anyone had their choice, they'd be getting those rides early, getting scores early, and putting the pressure on your opponents early.
Yeah, you're thinking back to that heat with Nadia Aristabe. And she got hers 2 really quick and was just cruising throughout the rest of the time. I was like, yeah, this is a breeze. I've done the job already.
Job's done in a few minutes, nothing better.
Oh, it's nice to start. It doesn't always happen that way. As we were saying before, you lose more than you win, right?
Yeah, that's the reality of being a competitive surfer, is that the majority of the time you spend losing, trying to learn, gather information, and that's why so few succeed at the highest level, because you've got to keep fronting up, and you've got to be able to keep losing but not lose faith and lose spirit, and just keep coming to the heat with the right attitude, learn the lessons, go home, come back, go home, come back, and just keep succeeding and failing, and there's no other way. There's no shortcuts. There's no key. As a coach, a lot of people I coached wanted to be given the key. They want you to tell them how to do it, and then they just go and do what you've told them, and it doesn't work like that. No one knows what's happening out there in this uncontrollable environment that is the ocean.
Especially, it's just, unfortunately, that one just a little bit straight. Yeah, you got to have that mongrel, right? You just got to always be, okay, cool, lesson, move on.
Yeah, and you can't.
When's the next one?
You can't take it personally. It can't be like this is it's a mirror shining back at you, and there's all kinds of lessons that you can take. And we've mentioned earlier how we consistently in the evenings get some crazy weather and some crazy storms, and somehow we wake up and the ocean's glassy again after it. But
there's proof.
It does see it brewing, and something's brewing out there in the mountains for sure.
Yeah, wow. We've had some pretty big lightning strikes the last few nights. Lots of wind and rain and chaos, really.
I love a good storm.
Me too.
It really makes you feel alive, especially the lightning. You know what I mean? It's striking here, as we see. Miriam, happy with that one, the completion. Yeah, the lightning strikes, the amount of lightning strikes in half an hour here during one of those storms is astonishing.
Yeah.
And it's just got to energize the environment,
And how, pure and just strong they are as well. They light up the whole sky.
That's a beautiful word too, because it's just nature in its purest form, isn't it, And I got to say, I enjoy that part of it. There's a wild element to El Salvador that just feels so good.
Yeah, it's
quick one.
Keeps you excited and alive. While we have a little bit of a break, waiting on a few scores, we have Paul down there with the winner of the last heat, Juliana Dos Santos.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. Juliana, coming into the repechage round, obviously that's an elimination heat. How good does it feel for you to get big scores, the 7 and the 6, to settle you down and give you confidence?
Você veio na repescagem. O que você sente fazendo boas notas, né? Os scores altos, talvez os mais altos agora da repescagem, que é a primeira bateria. Como é que você sente fazendo um 7?
Estou muito feliz de estar aqui em El Salvador. Esse é meu primeiro ISA e estou muito contente de estar aqui. Na minha primeira bateria veio poucas ondas, né? Antes eu dei um treino ali, mas na minha bateria veio poucas ondas e não consegui mostrar o meu potencial, passar a bateria. Fiquei precisando de pouco ali para passar, mas infelizmente não consegui. Estou aqui no Elimination Round. Bom, começando o jogo aqui novamente, né? Muito feliz em ter começado bem. Eu sabia que eu tinha um potencial para passar essa bateria, era só escolher as ondas boas e soltar meu surf e me sentir bem. É isso, muito feliz de ter feito boas ondas, boas notas, e é isso, vamos para o próximo round, que a gente tem um caminho largo, mas bora dando um passo de cada vez.
Coming here as part of this champion Brazil team, gold medalist last time, is that extra pressure on you to perform? How are you dealing with that pressure? You look like you're dealing with it really well.
O último time do Brasil foi medalha de ouro aqui em El Salvador, time Open. Se isso você encara isso como uma pressão extra ou como é que você sente em relação a isso?
Uau! O Brasil foi campeão, né? No ano passado eu acompanhei tudo, foi muito emocionante. De fato, para mim é uma honra estar representando a seleção brasileira aqui. E, cara, eu luto com todas as minhas forças, com tudo que eu tenho, toda a minha garra. O Brasil é um país muito forte, só tem guerreiro. E eu sabia que não ia ser diferente, né? Que eu tinha que arriscar tudo, dar meu máximo. E é uma pressão, sim, porque cada bateria a gente fica com o coração saindo pela boca. Mas é isso, a gente sabe o nosso potencial, a gente sabe qual é o nosso objetivo dentro desse evento. E é isso, vamos dando um passo de cada vez e aí vamos fazendo nosso trabalho devagarinho, a gente vai chegar lá.
Muito parabéns, Juliana, e boa sorte para sua próxima bateria.
Thank you, Paul, and also thank you, Juliana. Pretty cool interview there, and yeah, she seems pretty stoked to be representing Team Brazil, reigning champions.
And very comfortable, had a lot to say in a native tongue, didn't she? She was letting it go, and that little hoot in there was
Yeah.
so cool.
That passion just shining through. We saw it out in the water. We get to see it on
Absolute.
land.
Well said.
Just over 10 minutes to go. This is the second heat for the women's repechage round.
Super interesting scores and situation. No one's really taken a stranglehold of this. This one could be advanced through with some controlled, deliberate wave selection and really not that much on the wave face. Just control it, get the completions, and advancement would be there. This is, with halfway through, these heats are super interesting to watch because they are so tight.
Yeah, they're so close, and it's just a little bit more extra pressure, I guess, on these heats because once you're out, you're out. That's it. And you don't want to be the first person in your team to get knocked out or part of that process. This is Leonie from the Dominican Republic. That was pretty deliberate.
That's what I felt like. That's it, mate. Just find one with a little more space. Get two of them in next time and build that way. Doesn't need to be the world's most spectacular surfing. It needs to be competitive surfing, smart competitive surfing with good wave selection, controlled performance, and job done.
3.5, that last wave of Leonie, and it's also interesting to have a look and see the positioning of them out there as well. It looks like they've come and sat in maybe a little bit further.
Yeah, maybe
from
that
the last couple of heats.
And that tide moving in has definitely brought them further in than they were surfing on the low tide, for sure.
Just a bit of a change in positioning and, a change in the ocean. And that's what a lot of the competitors, they have to keep an eye on that. The conditions throughout, tides, winds, everything that's going on. And wow, good surfing here from Thioune. Wow, nice connection there. That's a better looking wave.
That was exactly what needed to be done. 2.3. The 1.07 is long gone now. That's going to be her best ride. She'll be in the position where she'll be looking to replace the 2.33 as well. Tall, young lady, got a boogie going, and that was a fantastic wave for Senegal. I feel like that's going to, the 132, she's definitely going to the lead, you would have to say, with that ride. Best wave of the heat so far.
For sure. Managed to get those two good connections. Couple of moments and waves rolling through. I mean, it's really consistent here. There's always opportunity. And I feel like even, when you're out there and you're needing a score and there's a minute to go, you're still kind of feeling comfortable because you're like, something is going to come through.
Yeah, something's going to come through. We haven't seen people have to move too far inside to find those opportunities late in the heat, have we?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you're used to, surfing heats or watching heats where they need a small score and they have to come right on the shore, and it's like the difference between a 1.32 and a 1.
Yes.
It's so crazy, but it's Miriam. She is looking for a 1.87 now. Strong surfing from her. She gets that good completion, really just navigating the whitewash there.
Everybody's settled down, haven't they? You feel like the nervous energy that was there at the start of this heat has kind of settled down now. People are kind of in their own space, doing their own thing. And we see the results in the performance. 4.5 for Senegal. Takes her straight into the lead.
Yeah, good score there for her. That's going to be a real feather in the cap as well. Hoping to better that 2.33. And yeah, it feels like, how sometimes when you watch the surf in the morning and you're like, oh, it looks like it's got a bit of morning sickness out there and it's a bit wobbly and there's a bit much going on. Like you said, it's cleared now.
Yeah.
And it's done and they're like, oh, okay, we're back in.
Yeah. I remember talking about conditions changing during a day. I remember being at G-Land, and for the G-Land Pro, Quicksilver Pro that used to be there, and it was the best speedies, beautiful waves I had seen maybe in my life, and I was just sitting there, couldn't wait to surf then. My heat was at lower tide, and as I paddled out, I just watched it go to rubbish, and it was just so devastating to be at one of the best waves in the world and have a heat coming up, but those conditions change that much that you don't even get a tube.
Wow.
So sad after watching people just get 10-point rides all morning,
How did you figure that, like when you're out there and it changed so much? How did you adapt to that?
Oh, I think I just got angry at that point in my career. It was at the sort of those events started coming in towards the back end of my career, and there was a point where I would have rather have been at a beach break and surfing average waves than be at a perfect wave. You don't get to surf it all day because there's heats on. You go up and surf Kongs, but you're not there to do that. And so you don't get to surf all day, and then you get a heat, and they give you 25 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my gosh, I'm at G-Land, I've got 25 minutes to surf. This might actually be worse. It might actually be more torturous to be at a perfect wave. Here we go. Good attempt there. And the thinking was right, because she's got her 2 scores, and to go bigger, she's got to go, get bigger scores, she's got to go bigger. So a lot to like about that approach there too. So yeah, it became a quandary of confusion as to whether the dream tour and being at perfect waves was worth it when you didn't get to surf them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it actually made you want to quit the tour and go free surfing.
Yeah.
Is what it made you want to do,
Fair enough. It's always hard, even like watching, waves like this now. It's so, like, it's always pumping here. You wake up and it's, wow, there's good waves. And it's just so many opportunities. And we're pretty spoiled for choice here, because you can go 100 meters up or down the beach and it's basically the same.
Yep. Which is what makes it one that's such a great competitive venue, doesn't it? Here we go, 2 surfers up and riding.
Yeah, Miriam, she's got herself up into second. Just a little bit late to that section, but really good attempt. Leonie, though, she only needs a 1.47.
That's, and again, back to that controlled approach to competitive surfing in a heat like this. You would say, I could have got a 1.47 easily by this point in the heat if I'd just surfed in that controlled fashion.
Yeah.
She's still got enough time. Let's see what happens here. Lily.
Yeah, Lily Wagner from the Bahamas.
Oh, nice.
Really nice connections there. I mean, that HS is looking good under her feet. She needs a 4.2, but that's going to be her best wave.
Yeah, that's a bit, exactly. And there's enough time for another one of those, So, again, this is a really interesting heat. No one's run away with it.
This is actually her first ever ISA event as well.
Congratulations. Doing so good. And so much learning going on. And then you get to see so many incredible surfers that inspire you. And one of the great things about the ISA Games is not always the winners that are the great stories.
Yeah. Yeah, there's great stories. There's a lot on offer, and I feel like there's so many. Oh.
I think she got a score.
Wow.
Leonie Perthold, Dominican Republic, need a 147. She got that, right?
Yeah, for sure. 1.47 every day of the week. And with just over 2 minutes to go, she doesn't need much. This score is yet to lock in. Miriam from Morocco, I mean, she's going to need to really find herself on another wave in these last 2 minutes.
Yeah. And that 3.5 for Leonie early in the heat was the thing that's kept her campaign alive.
Yeah. Here we go. Wow.
Nice turn. Second turn. That's it. She's going to get the score. She's going to go up into an advancing position, you'd have to believe, at this point in time. Great salvage of the heat.
Yeah. And as you said, that controlled, intense surfing. She went out there and she's like, I don't need much. I'm just going to go for it, but do it with surf within myself and not kind of push too hard.
Yeah, that's the advantage of a quick early start, where you treat it that way, and then you've got time to get crazy as time goes by,
Yeah, exactly. So Leonie from the Dominican Republic, still yet to have that score lock in. Miriam had a paddle for that wave. She's looking to defend second. Bettering a 2.4 will help her do that. We got 1 minute.
She needs to ride a wave, even one big turn.
Wow, you can start to see that those paddles, maybe those stress paddles to get herself into some waves, into some opportunity.
Judges still thinking about it. Obviously a score of consequence in this heat and going to have an impact on advancement. I feel like doesn't need that much thought though, maybe.
No. 2
we
points
figure
something.
it's enough to get her through. at this point in time, 30 seconds. They need to know that score so they know what they need to do next. And the longer the judges take to give it to you, the less time you've got to react to
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so hard, you know, and there it is. It's a 3.93 for Leonie Perthold. She goes up into second place, and with 18 seconds to go, Miriam needs a 4.86, and Lily is looking for that 6.33. I mean, there's some decent scores in the dying moments of this heat. Let's see if they get an opportunity, but it looks like the clock is going to be the enemy.
There it is. It's done. Super interesting heat. Senegal, Dominican Republic advancing. Senegal pretty much, you know, not cruised through, but had control most of the heat.
Yeah, they really did. Well, that was a tough heat. Some good scores locked in, though. Some good controlled surfing by the end of it. We've got heat number 3 for the women's repechage round. They're about to start, and we'll catch up with them right after this.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries. Take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We're flying straight in to La Volcana, our podium one for the day. Lots of action has gone down already and lots more will come. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. 4 surfers enter this lineup, starting with your surfer in blue. That's Maya Mateja, representing Mexico. So we got a great mix here. France, Mexico, American Samoa, and Hungary. So Clemence Squarsh will be representing France, Maya Mateja from Mexico, Lucy Gerard from American Samoa, and Blanca Sebastien from Hungary. And Team Hungary has come through with a lot of spirit here at the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. I've had the chance to interact with that team, and they are just excited, happy, stoked to be here, stoked to be mingling with some of the world's best. And that team's going to grow each and every year. You can bet that.
Yeah, I've been reading Blanca's profile that she wrote on her profile. You know, if you go into the ISA Surf website, you can see all of the athletes that are representing their teams, get to know each athlete that is here competing. And Blanca wrote a beautiful big paragraph actually about her journey coming into surfing, and she finished with 2 university degrees, obviously coming from Hungary, a landlocked country, and only body surfed a little bit in the Mediterranean Sea on family trips growing up. And at 28 years old, after finishing 2 degrees, she says she wrote she spent all her money and went to go see the ocean for the first time. And from that, fell in love with surfing. Now she works as a surf instructor in Spain and has just taken to surfing so much. She loves to longboard, shortboard, competes in everything, and obviously now is representing for her country on the national and international level. So I just love getting to see these human stories as a part of the ISA World Surfing Games.
And the unfortunate part of our repechage round is we do lose 2 surfers. You get 3rd and 4th place here in your repechage. You're done with this competition, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone leave an ISA event early, regardless of when they lost in the draw, because, you know, you got the team camaraderie, and of course, most of these teams are fielded with 4 to 6 surfers, so you always have at least someone still going through. And a lot of times when these surfers lose out of this contest, they kind of get absorbed into one of the other teams. So that's just another really cool underlying story that happens outside of the water here at ISA events. So with just inside of 15 minutes left, 1 score comes through for Clemence. That's a .90, so just a slow start for this one, which is a rarity here in El Salvador. It seems to always be pumping, and here we go. So our first look at Blanca representing Hungary. And I love that story. The fact that she drained her bank account just for a glimpse at the ocean. Well, guess what? Totally worth it, because now we get to watch Blanca Sebastian surf representing her team of Hungary.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a score on the board within these first 10 minutes is crucial, so that's a good start to her. We see Lucy Gerard now up and riding, representing America Samoa.
Yeah, Lucy is an ISA standout for many years, so a couple quick turns right there. Team American Samoa has, I would say, the best mascot, the best kind of spirit leader on the beach. You got Liam Wilson's dad on there flying that flag. He's been at nearly every ISA event that I've ever been to, so you know that he's down there giving it all for his team. Lucy Gerard, she's 23 years old, lives in Waianae. She loves to surf Pupukea, and she likes to kickbox and read. And she is the first female surfer to represent American Samoa in the ISA. So in addition to her surfing, she spends time with friends, family, and she is going to the University of West Oahu and majoring in political science.
And of course, we've also seen her compete in the longboard division of the ISA events alongside her sister, Sive Gerard, who also surfs for America Samoa, a phenomenal surfer. So, you know, she credits Sive to be more of the longboarder of them too, but we'll always see her, and sometimes their brother as well, competing, representing the country. It's really great to see, and I love when we can see Lucy coming across and getting her to do her thing here on the shortboard.
Saw Maya there flying down the line, got late to her feet, but straight up and into the lip. That's the kind of attitude you want from your teammate. So quick turn there. Lucy Gerard jumps into the top spot real quick, but a lot more serving to come as our surfers make their way back to the lineup. Let's go down to the boardwalk and say what's up to Mr. Paul Evans. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Chris Cote. Dégaine, bon, c'était un série un peu compliqué pour toi. Ta meilleure vague, c'était un 4.5. Comment c'était? Comment tu as trouvé cette vague?
C'est ma première fois au Salvador et c'est la première fois que j'ai fait mon premier hit, mais j'avais pas eu de bonnes notes. J'avais 2 et 1 et ça m'a fait tellement mal et je suis partie au repêchage. Et je me suis dit que quand je serai au repêchage, il faut que je montre ce que je sais. Et aussi, ça fait pas beaucoup, 3 points. Mais ici, sur le repêchage, j'ai montré que je sais au moins surfer. Ouais, parce que c'est pas la première fois que j'ai fait des compétitions internationales, mais au ISA, c'est la première fois. Et ça fait 4 ans que je surfe et ça me fait tellement plaisir de représenter mon pays, le Sénégal, et de représenter la Fédération sénégalaise de surf.
Et vous avez une sacrée équipe ici, le Sénégalais. Comment c'est l'ambiance entre vous et comment tu trouves d'être ici, même pour les séries, mais les soirs, des choses comme ça, comment tu trouves d'être ici à El Salvador?
je trouve que c'est une bonne ambiance d'être ici parce que même si on n'est pas très fort au surf, il y a au moins des pros qui sont ici et qui sont là pour la compétition et ça me fait tellement plaisir de surfer avec des pros. Ouais.
Bon, félicitations et bon courage pour la prochaine série. She's really stoked to be here in El Salvador and stoked to be part of the Senegalese team. Great energy, and she's loving it here. I wish her the best of luck. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Paul. Very impressed with that.
I'm very impressed.
That interview, that was awesome. And yeah, Team Senegal always comes correct. A lot of spirit. As you see now, this is Maya representing Team Mexico. Born and raised in Puerto Escondido, so obviously no stranger to heavy water on most days in Puerto during the big wave season. I mean, you're going to get pounded if you paddle out there and surf. So from what I've seen in videos, Maya Mateja is an absolute ripper and definitely not afraid to charge when things get serious. She's doing her job right now. She's got a 3. I think she just backed it up and improved on 1.6. Clemence Scorch from Team France is a 5.67, so the highest single wave score there. And Lucy Gerard came through with a 4.5, so we got a heat on our hands, Rachel.
Yeah, let's take a look at what came through as this 5.67 for our surfer from France. Beautiful surfing, and it is the score that we're waiting for from our surfer representing Mexico. That is the wave that she was looking for, looking to replace that 3 and that 1.6. I think it will replace both of them, or go above both of them, I should say. Really nice finesse surfing, lots of speed, and projected through every single maneuver there. And I think she'll feel good paddling back out with that one. We have a good heat on our hands going into the back half of it.
Yeah, I really enjoy these opening rounds for the repechage because this is where you get to see some new faces, some new names come across the screen. These are a lot of surfers that are really just starting their journey here in ISA competition. So it's really fun to shine the spotlight on these surfers who, obviously you have some incredible talents that are elite level that maybe just didn't have a good first round, but then you have other surfers that are just starting to cut their teeth in competition. And it's just really fun to see their stories. And we might only get to see them 1 or 2 times throughout this event, but you know that this is a big learning experience for these surfers that are just kind of starting their path through ISA competition. So a really fun round to watch. And yeah, the stakes are high because this is your final chance at staying in this contest. But with that, you just see surfers giving their all and surfing with a lot of heart in the lineup.
The mission of the ISA is a better world through surfing. And what's great is to see all the nations coming together, and you see nations developing their surfing federations, their national surfing federations, just so they can come here and be a part of this. So we get to see so many stories, so many participants. And while we are a world championship event here and crowning a world champion by the end of this event, we get to see so much more beyond competition here.
Big snap for Maya to start that wave, so that'll no doubt delete that 1.6 out of her scoreline. Lucy Gerard, meanwhile, dropped to 0.77 for her backup wave, so she's going to want to get moving and get rid of that. So pretty much everyone has their starter kit right now. That 5.67, the highest single wave score for Clemence Scorch from Team France. Gerard in second for now. Mexico's Maya Mateja in third. She's got a 3, and Blanca Sebastien, representing Team Hungary, with a 1.03, waiting for her to get her second wave ridden. And these afternoon heats have a way of feeling very calm, but you know the urgency in the water is full on because they're still 20-minute heats. You got to get 2 good waves, and time is going to fly by with 3 other surfers in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where it comes down to strategy now between priority. We have our surfer Blanca in white with first priority, and Blue just lost priority, so that makes me think maybe she just caught a wave or paddled for something. But it's all about strategy here, and with 4 surfers in the water, not a lot compared to when you're free surfing, but trying to make sure you're that one person that's on the best waves is crucial for these final 6 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, we have over 297. Well, we have 297 competitors. It's a record-breaking number for us here at the ISA, but no surprise because we have 61 nations competing, and that's a number that seems to grow each and every year. Vanuatu and Angola, 2 of the brand new countries competing this year. But Maya right now in her backhand looking sharp. I was kind of stuck between strong and sharp. So,
Sharp.
Yeah, so great surfing right there. 2 big backside hooks. She already got a 6.27. The highest single wave score now belongs to Maya. So she just jumped into that second place spot with a 3-point ride. Clemence improved as well, 3.77. So even though this is the repechage, don't expect things to de-escalate here. They're already going to go up and up through this round.
Well, Maya looking to replace that 3 with just a 3.17 to go into the lead and put that pressure on Clemence to defend that second place. That's always, in a 4-person heat like this, you have your surfer in 3rd and 4th right now. That's Lucy and Blanca, who are vying right now just to at least get into that second. So you have that buffer if you're sitting in 1st place, that you know if someone were even to get a score to jump up into 1st, at least you just drop down into still an advancing position. So a lot of reasons. Of course, everyone is vying to win this heat, but a lot of reasons from a strategy perspective as well, that it's really important to go for that 1st place position, especially if you're Maya right now sitting in 2nd.
You see 5 minutes left here. It was about 90 degrees in the air, 85 in the water, but right now things have started to cool down a little bit. You see the wind has receded as we do a flyby of the boardwalk, the now world-famous Surf City boardwalk. 61 flags lining that wooden plank boardwalk that goes all the way from La Bocana down to the next river mouth. And you can pretty much just jump right over the next river and make your way over to El Sunzal, where our Podium 2 has been going off all day long. You can click the tab for the El Sunzal Podium 2 to get all the information there. You can listen to the technical beach announcers as they break down the action of what's happening. And this is now on day 3, where we're going to start to see, you know, the overall team standings come into more of a clearer picture. And that starts to get really exciting towards the end of the week. You see Lucy Gerard now trying to surf her way to a 4.95. Great style. Right in the pocket, comes around the corner, gets the completion. So nicely done from the outside all the way to that inside section. So Lucy Gerard gonna make the judges think about that number there. I liked what she did. It was a small, compact wave. She pretty much got the most out of it.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, was the fact that it was a small, compact wave, really impressive technical surfing, that she was able to maintain the speed through each maneuver and surf from rail to rail in the way that she did, especially these 2 final maneuvers. So fluid between those 2 turns. That will go into her top 2. Obviously, she is looking to just drop that 0.77. So will it be a 4.95? I think it'll be close. And it's Red looking to defend her 2nd place position at the moment.
Well, obviously, it's a vastly different lineup here in the afternoon. It's very high tide, so it looks like a different spot than we saw this AM. The one thing that is similar is we still have rights and lefts, but you see how much more condensed the lineup is, which makes it a little bit easier to come in and get out of the water. But I think most of these surfers would have preferred those silky smooth early morning glassy conditions. But anytime you enter a surf contest, you know you have to adapt as the day goes on. And these surfers are doing a nice job of that. Here's Clemence's last ride. She had to fight through this one, but made it through nice and clean.
Yeah, finding one of the bigger ones of this afternoon heat. She's super patient, able to get around that section, wax the lip, and never gives us a shadow of a doubt that she would be losing control throughout that one. That comes through as a 4.83, so she's putting that task a little bit harder on Lucy and Blanca.
Yeah, it's just about applying the pressure and keeping that pressure through the remainder of your heat. You cannot give any of the competitors that you're going up against a second to even think about it, because at this level, everybody is capable of dropping the score that they need. It's going to be a little bit harder to find quality waves this afternoon, but we know they're still out there. Lucy Gerard's kind of hunting around through this inside, trying to find one of these punchy little lefts. So good start to this wave. Like that second turn, she comes through to the inside. Good completion, blowing the tail a little bit, and still room to move.
Oh, no. Oh.
Oh, but right out the back, going vertical. Maya Mataha. Good snap there. That was done with authority. Beyond vert on the backside turn. Not an easy thing to do, especially on a bumpy little wave like that. But Maya makes it look good. She's already sitting on a 12.54 heat total. We'll see if that last wave beats any of the 6.27s that she currently has right now.
To me, Chris, that wave was not complete, that final maneuver. I'm not sure what you thought there. I think it looked so close. She tried so hard to stand up to show that she had that control at the end, but just getting knocked off a second too early, in my eyes, to have been marked complete. But it's no matter to her because she has those 6.27s, a pair of them, in her score line.
Judges thinking about a couple scores right now. Lucy Gerard would need a 5.93. Are any of these surfers on your list of favorites? Well, tell us. Give us a shout at ISAsurfing on the gram. Of course, we definitely want you to watch all the highlights that have gone down, the incredible photography that has been captured by our team of photographers. These guys and gals are among the elite. The images that I've seen already from this event are just incredible, and much, much more to come. So this heat has flown by. Look at that. You blink your eye and it's over. So Maya Mateja, representing Team Mexico, unofficially gets the win for now. We are still waiting for 2 more scores. We feel like Clémence Scorch from Team France did enough to defend her second place position, but we gotta wait for that last wave from Lucy Gerard. Did she get a 5.83? Was it enough? Well, it was not. It was close. So give it up to our surfers. Lucy Gerard representing American Samoa, and Blanca Sebastian from Team Hungary put on a great showing here at the ISA World Surfing Games, but unfortunately they are out of competition. And congratulations to Maya Mateja representing Mexico, and Clémence Scorch from Team France, who will be moving through here in the repechage rounds. And we've got a couple more heats to come here in the repechage round for the day, so plenty of action right after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Excited to talk you through an afternoon of repechage round surfing. We are live from La Bocana. This is Podium 1. You see up at the top of your screen, that's Podium 2, El Sunzal. The men's repechage is happening just up that way. So you can check in on that by clicking on the tab that says Podium 2 on it. Right now here, your repechage round 1, Heat 4 enters the lineup. See, we do a nice flyby of a spot called Papaya. They've been feeding the entire ISA staff. Every meal has been stellar. So if you're looking for a spot to stay next time you come down to here to El Salvador, take a look at Papaya. This place is great. And all up and down the road right here, great restaurants, great places to stay. This spot right here is on top of the action, and we thank them for their service to us. So in the water, you've got Norway, South Africa, Venezuela, and Israel represented. Rachel, when you see these flags flying across your screen, I know you get excited because I do too. This international field of 61 nation always has a lot of surprises for us. You know, some names that maybe we haven't seen many times in competition, they just show up and go off. It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. There is so much to see out of all the 61 nations that are represented from here. And like you said, there are some names that we're maybe more familiar with in the surf world that we hear more often because of other tours that they surf on or other things that we see on social media. But here it really is an opportunity to expand your surf knowledge and get to just see some incredible surfing by people coming from nations you would not expect, landlocked nations
like that.
even. Like that, exactly.
Yeah, Lee Boger just ripped that last wave. She got a 5-point score for that incredible closeout snap. I mean, that's one of those turns that when you do it, it feels so good sometimes that it can really just give you all the momentum you need to blast your way through the rest of that heat. I think that's going to be one of those turns that's a feel-good moment for Lee, and I think that's going to help her through the remainder of this heat.
So we see our surfers from the next heat getting ready. Alma from Israel as well. So she'd be watching Lee, see what Lee just did there. They'd have a lot of energy behind their team at the moment. Getting excited, getting ready, tying those rash guards, making sure you're feeling good with your equipment. That comes down to boards. It comes down to, for girls, it comes down to choosing bikinis, getting all the jerseys ready.
Yeah, being prepared is huge here at the ISA World Surfing Games. This is what the surfers see from the lineup. They can look to this tower and 15 minutes, 32 seconds. Okay, that's pretty simple. That's the time we have left. Above that is our priority scenario. So right now, you see the white with the 4, the blue with the 3. That means blue surfer Natasha Van Grunen has 3rd priority, and Lee Boger, representing Israel, has 4th priority now. The other 2 surfers are still either making their way back out to the takeoff zone or are kind of on opposite sides of the draw. So number 1 and number 2 priority has yet to be established, but we have a priority judge specifically on hand to make sure that our priority scenario is in perfect order. So Hele and Kellyanne have yet to paddle for and or catch waves. So that's why we don't see priority for them lined up right now. So 14:46 to go. Waiting for the next set to roll in. While we wait, let's go down to the boardwalk and see what's up with Paul. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Chris. How you doing? Great to hear you. Maya, a couple of slow heats before yours, some lower scores, and then you went out there and smashed a couple of 6s. How'd you do that?
Thank you. I don't know. I was kind of just like watching the waves a lot, like before my heat, and just like in the shade and kind of just not timing the sets, but just kind of like seeing how many sets come through and just kind of being aware of which were the good waves and which aren't the good waves.
Coming into repechage, obviously that's an elimination heat. So a little bit of extra pressure. How good does it feel just to settle you down when you get that first good connection? Do you start to feel it and just grow in confidence?
Yeah, I was a little like nervous at the start of my heat because I was like, oh, like, I don't know, kind of just like, oh, if I fall and stuff. But then I kind of just got like a couple waves and I was starting to feel better and kind of like reminding myself that it's not such a big deal.
Let's have a look. Talk us through this. So this is what the judges are watching. How did this feel for you here, Maya?
Oh, that turn felt pretty good.
So you click the first turn, you're already thinking, all right, I'm on my way here. I want to get a strong finish. And you see this inside section?
Oh, I fall on this one, I'm pretty sure. Oh, dang it.
So putting it up there onto that inside, but already some good work done out the back. We talk about the Mexico team and how much strength in depth. You got some incredible surfers here and great energy as well. What's the team dynamic like? Are you guys all serious? Are you having fun? How does that play out for you?
Yeah, it's so fun. Like, everyone's so supportive, and the boys, like, they always teach me, and like the girls, and we kind of just like hype each other up, you know? And yeah, it's really nice to be in the Mexican team, and I'm so happy to be in the Mexican team, so yeah.
All right, good luck with the rest of the event. Keep it going.
Can I say a few words in Spanish?
Please do.
Hola a todos en casa, muchos saludos, mamá, papá, solo que quiero decir y apreciar a Romen Pacheco y a los CONADE Olímpico Mexicano y muchos saludos a todos. Chao. Thank you.
Ciao and thank you. And you might be thinking, well, that doesn't sound like an accent that you would hear in Puerto Escondido. That's because Maya is actually your current New Zealand national champion, but has family connections. She's from Puerto Escondido, splits her time between there and New Zealand. That's where you hear that little bit of Kiwi accent that she has.
That blend, yeah.
And how beautiful was that for her to just flow from perfect New Zealand English straight into Spanish like that with no problems. And just as we talk about that great interview that we just saw from Maya, Heliani comes flying down the line.
Wow.
Huge turn there. Looks like she may have broken her leash.
Swim! Swim!
You
Faster!
got it. You got it.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! No, 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 no! Grab it!
Oh! She got it.
Yes!
Wow, that was... I like those these little micro-dramatic moments.
Well, that was
happening.
dramatic. And it
So-
looks like maybe her leash just came off on her. The Velcro maybe just came off. So she doesn't even have to go to the beach. She gets to just paddle back out.
Oh, that's a pretty rare occurrence for the Velcro just to go apart like that. I think we need
And
to get Kelly on a new
unfortunately,
leash.
it happened to me twice in a row when I was surfing at Cloudbreak recently on a big day. Tried to pull in twice, got lipped in the head twice. Both times, Velcro ripped off, went over the reef.
So it happens.
So it happens. I've discovered that.
Got to be stressful when it happens in a heat, though. Good. Man, this turn was incredible.
Wow, just drives from the top down that wave with so much speed. Did well to keep that nose out of the water, but look, just bounces up. Looks like she recovers, and then the whitewash just kind of swallows her up as she is bending quite low.
Yeah, it looked like maybe her back foot slipped off. She did the splits right there, which is really sketchy thing to happen, especially when that
Hopefully
lip
she's
coming
flexible.
down. And that's where the leash got just ripped right off her foot. But guess what? She's right back out there. And had she made that turn, we're looking at 8s all day. That was incredible. But the good news for Kaliani is now she has that feeling, right? She knows that she's capable of pulling off an incredible maneuver like that. She just needs to give herself the opportunity to try that one again. As we see Tasha Van Groenen here representing Team South Africa. We've seen her name in the draw here at ISA events a few times in the past, so it's great to see Natasha back in that jersey. And she makes her turn, so that's going to add to that 1-point ride that she got earlier on. But meanwhile, Lee Boger comes through with a 5-point ride. Pair that with the 183, she's got a 683 total.
Yeah, I want to give a highlight now to our surfer from Norway that we're still waiting to get on the board there, but let me tell you a little bit what she's written in her bio, Chris. She talked about how surfing is still a new sport in their country that started in about 1980. She says back then when wetsuits weren't easy to get to Norway, they surfed with diving dry suits and dishwashing gloves. Imagine being out in the cold water like that with dishwashing gloves.
That's hardcore.
So she is part of the crew that are really trying to make a claim for surfing building as a professional sport over in Norway. She says, when talking to my friends about going to El Salvador to compete in World Surfing Games, I like to joke about me being that guy from South Africa joining the World Ski Championships this year in Norway. She loves to meet people and is motivated to develop new skills by surfing with the best surfers in the world. So, you know, it's great to see she's working hard to be a role model for the next generation in Norway. And I think it's women like her that we're seeing compete here on the world stage that are going to be a reason that we'll see Norway, you know, in 5-10 years to come as a real threat in world championship conversations like this.
100%. I mean, Norway has some great exports. I include Norwegian death metal in one of my favorite things out of Norway. You know, obviously they have incredible snowboarders, some great skaters coming through. So it's really cool. You know, in the past decade or, you know, decade plus, I've seen amazing footage of waves in Norway. They already have a pretty strong contingent of surfers, and a lot of the surfers you would think you would want to get out and go to these tropical destinations, but a lot of surfers in Norway are totally fine with staying home and scoring waves to themselves because you really do have to earn it. I love that story about diving suits with dish gloves. I mean, the words core lord really kind of come to my mind when I think about that, because regardless of your skill level or, you know, how good you surf, if you can do airs or not, the fact that you want it that bad to literally like risk being frozen with uncomfortable, thick, bulky wetsuits, it's awesome. I think that truly is the hardest of core. And thankfully now our wetsuits are really nice, and you know, these surfers can feel a little bit more free in the waters of Norway, with still probably wearing 6.5s full suits and, you know, 5mm booties, 3 to 5mm gloves as well. So not easy, that's for sure. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. Still Lee Boger in the lead.
Yeah, what we were just saying, that was one of our cameramen. We're now looking at the angle that he is filming for us right now. Thank you to our cameraman and our entire broadcast team for making it possible for us to see everything that we're seeing. Action Sports Production, bringing it all together.
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy job. We have 2 podiums, 297 surfers total. Not a wave, not a turn, not a drop of spray has been missed. Been loving this show. Even if I wasn't here working, I'd be watching. This is definitely one of my favorite events through the years. You see Lee Boger. Good snap on the outside.
Bang!
Strong finish there, right out clean. Yep.
Nice.
Quick look to the judges, let them know you're in control. So nicely done there for surfer in white representing Israel, Lee Boger.
Yeah, I loved that one. That will really solidify her place in the first position at the moment. Already sitting in first, just basically, you know, she has that 183, but it's off the strength of that 5. So we can expect to see that requirement get even stronger for the rest of the surfers. Let's take another look at this. Foam climbs over this section, gets a little hung up, but that doesn't minimize her speed too much going into this final section. Nice hit, rides out of it clean.
I'm going to give Lee a lot of credit for the recovery. First turn was kind of awkward, but you see right here, just maintains, grabs her composure back, and then gets this strong finish, throwing that board up into the lip.
Well, what I think the judges will appreciate too is a lot of other surfers maybe would have read that and surfed around that section, but what she's trying to do is milk every single opportunity that the wave is throwing at her, showing her variety of maneuvers that she has on tap, and giving the judges a reason to throw a 4.77 at her as her backup.
Solid. So good surfing will be rewarded. And that's what we just saw there from Lee. So she is comfortably in the lead for now with a 9.77. Tasha Van Grunen, just one wave of consequence for now. It's 4.17. She's got to get rid of that 1. See Kellyanne representing Venezuela, the 1.57. And Hele right now, just the 0.90. Room to grow and time to do it inside of 5 minutes, but you see how much more compact the takeoff zone is right now. They're really a lot closer to the rocks. Obviously, you can see that they're all packed together in that proper kind of peak takeoff spot. But you can hover around on the inside, and one big turn could be a difference maker in this heat. You see in top priority right now is your surfer in green, Kellyanne.
I think it's a bit rare that we're seeing our surfer in blue, Natasha, already in the repecharge round this early. You know, we see her perform phenomenally on the Challenger Series for the past 3 years. She's an ISA Athletes Commission member. And a fun fact about her is that she's gotten a hole-in-one in golf when playing with her granddad. So she is looking to back up that 1.0, but we know that she's a very experienced athlete. Currently in the advancing position, but it's green and red who are eyeing down that position out from under her with that first priority for green, third priority for red.
Yeah, I mean, other than Lee's pretty sizable heat total right now, this heat's still pretty wide open. Inside of 3 minutes left, you see on the right side of your screen, that's a green jersey. That's Kellyanne Flores. So she has priority. She can drop in on any surfer she wants at the moment. But looks like she's trying to find a little left-hand wedge on the inside section. Here we go. Surfer in red, Helle goes for it.
Wow.
I mentioned Norwegian metal right there, and she showed us some heavy metal attitude going up into that lip. That was awesome. And Keliani now uses her priority off the bottom and just gets Bocana right to the head. Felt the force of that wave right there. Water's deep enough now on the inside section where you got to be mindful of where you're at, but you're definitely not doing the rock dance as much as you would at medium or low tide. 2 minutes left now.
Let's take a look at this replay from our surfer representing Norway, going for the smack. Lip ends up smacking her back.
You know what? No risk, no rewards. I love that she attempted that.
No, that's correct.
It's impactful, 0.80. Here we go, Natasha van Groningen. Nice stylish carve to start this wave, building up some speed down the line. Good little inside section for Natasha to work with there, so just good clean surfing. Didn't push anything too hard, just knowing that she had to get rid of that 1 point ride. That'll probably be right in there, in the realm of a 417 she started with, but it'll definitely help her solidify her second place position.
Taking another look at this wave from a different angle, we're really able to see her put that board on rail on that third turn, get that slash before cutting out in control. Trying to solidify that, hold on to that second place position right now.
Just wait for one score to come through. Here's a look to the south. Around that bend, another world famous wave called Punta Rocas. Super fast little right hand runner over cobblestone rocks, just like here at La Bocana. As we pan back, we see the overview of our takeoff zone, which is pushed way further in towards these rocks. 29 seconds left. There's Team Mexico right there. You got surfers coming up in the next heat. They just watched Maya advance through her heat. And here we go. In that top priority spot, you got Lee Vogler. So she's trying to kind of herd cats right now and just make sure that nobody gets a good wave under her watch. So she's going to be traveling along with Natasha. She's got green right behind her. She puts herself right in the middle of those two surfers. Keliani is probably the surfer with the biggest chance of unseating her. But as time winds down, it's going to be your surfer representing Israel, Lee Boger, getting the win there. Natasha van Groningen escapes tough repechage heat. And we want to thank Keliani Flores from Venezuela, as well as Helle Loves, representing Norway, for doing your nations proud. It was great to watch you surf, and hopefully we'll see you again in ISA competition. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. Talk about repechage, round 1, heat 5, coming right up.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games!
Welcome back to Repechage, round 1, heat 5. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games, presented by Surf City El Salvador. Here's what we got cooking in the lineup. Rosani Alvarez from Venezuela, Alma Avaram from Israel, Ana Lilia Gonzalez from Mexico, and Isabel Higgs from Thailand.
We have our first attempt. Now first up and riding. Isabel from Thailand.
Well, nice whips right there from Isabel. So Isabel is 16 years old. She was born in DY Beach near Sydney, Australia. Currently lives in Singapore, Thailand. Her favorite break is North Stein and Karamas and Nias. So this tells me she gets around. Love to hear it. She has a ton of accolades in the competitive landscape. Open women's and under 18 girls. 3rd place in the Asian Champions for 2025. It's already some success this year. Open women's 4th place at the Asian Championships in 2023. And you can see she's a great surfer. I mean, this is not an easy wave to surf. It's really quick, it's punchy, it's going fast down the line, but she made it look pretty easy, and I think the judge is going to give her a nice little score for that opening wave.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have our surfers from, well, we have Alma from Israel, who just got to see Lee win the heat right before that. She's right before her. We're going to be speaking to her shortly. And she got to hopefully exchange some words of encouragement and see what is the right strategy to do out there. We also have Ana Lila from Mexico, who got to see her teammate win her heat a couple heats ago. So lots of good strategy. I'm sure that is being exchanged between teams at the moment.
Yeah, this is where you learn the most, I would say, in the repechage round. You just learn about, you know, competition, the highs and lows, but also how much of a will to win do you have, because this is where you can continue your path through and get back on the main podiums. You saw Rosani Alvarez there representing Venezuela. Quick turn, falls on the second one, but she will get credit for that opening snap. Venezuela has a massive coastline. And I know there's a lot of great surfers coming out of Venezuela. There has been before. So it's just really cool to see their team starting to build a little bit of momentum. I'm sure there's some hidden gems that if you make friends with a surfer from Team Venezuela, they might just give you the download, give you the scoop on some of those hidden spots.
Well, that's actually what we're, I think, hoping for from pretty much
that's the bonus of,
that's the bonus just from all the countries here. You know, I think that's what's great about being at events like this, and what I get to experience on the longboard side too as an athlete, is you make friends with so many people around the world that I feel like I have a home that I know I can go to in every country that I travel to and be welcomed in, and vice versa to my athlete friends when they come over to California to visit. And you get to be taken around like a local, you know, and it's such a unique experience. 61 countries here that now these athletes get to become friends and have a local show them around at.
Wow, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing right now from the surfer in white representing Thailand, Isabel Higgs. Real fast surfing, good composure. It's a name that I haven't seen many times in competition, so this is a good scouting report for us, because I have a feeling that Isabel Higgs is going to go deep in this round and might even fight her way back onto the main event.
Well, she's only been surfing for 6 years, and you might think that's not a long time, but she's only 16. So she started surfing when she was 10, basically almost half of her life now that this has been her life.
She's a quick learner, 'cause she's ripping right now. Surfers are resetting themselves in the takeoff zone. Let's go down to the boardwalk. We've got Paul standing by.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Lee, well done. Good performance out there. First of all, tell us about making that switch from the right-hand point at Sun Zhao down here to La Bocana.
הרבה יותר טוב, הגל פה יש לה הרבה פייס, נותן לעשות יותר ביצועים על הגל מאשר בסונזל.
And in terms of surfing a repechage heat, obviously it's an elimination heat, a bit more pressure on you. Did you feel that pressure coming in, or are you just looking at the waves and trying to do that free surfing in a heat?
לא, הגעתי חופשייה וגלשתי הכי טוב שאני יכולה.
Speaking of free surfing, there's a lot of people here, 297 competitors, 61 nations. Trying to practice at these two venues, it's tough. How are you finding practicing out here and getting your warm-up waves?
איך את מרגישה עם כל הלחץ בעצם של כל הסשנים שמלאים גולשים? האם קל להתאמן, לא קל להתאמן?
זה מאוד קשה, ויש הרבה גולשים טובים.
There's a lot of good surfers in the water, and it's hard to practice.
Good luck, keep it going. Best of luck for the next round. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Paul. So 12 minutes, 22 seconds left. One surfer representing Team Israel is on through to serve another heat in this repechage round. She'll be looking for Alma Avaram, her teammate, to get through this one with 12 minutes left. The moment, Isabel Higgs is in the lead. Just looking at Isabel's Instagram. She's friends with all the other surfers. I'm seeing, you know, a bunch of likes from Ella McCaffrey and the crew, so you know she's in the mix there with the best of the best. And I love this one. She said, I have a busy couple of days of the Asian Surfing Championships in India. She came home with 5 medals. 3rd in open women's, 3rd in under 18 girls, 3rd in women's overall team ranking, 2nd in the under 18 girls overall team ranking, and 4th in the Aloha Cup. So that is some hardware to come home with.
Yeah, absolutely. That is very impressive. Full dominance, as I think you could see in that corner, Chris, under the roof there, a USA flag. So I believe we are looking at the headquarters and home of Team USA, perched right on top of La Bocana here, so they are in prime position.
Well, they got a sweet spot. Have we not been invited to their barbecues yet, or?
I don't know.
Oh.
Still, I'm waiting.
Well, I think they still have some business to attend to, because every one of the surfers from Team USA, I believe, still in this contest and still moving through. So with 10 minutes and 45 seconds left to go, Rosani Alvarez is in 2nd place for now. And here we go, Isabel Higgs again, straight up into the lid.
Wow.
That right there was solid surfing. A great finishing turn for Higgs. Most likely going to delete one of those 4s out of her scoreline.
Wow, impressive surfing. She is looking so comfortable out there. Probably, you know, as we're talking about her experience and her success, probably a bit of shock to her to already be in the repechage in round 1. Let's see. Our surfer from Mexico looking to answer back, looking for a small score of a .74. That'll do it right there. Great turn. Looking for one more opportunity. Will she get around this? She does, but gets deleted off the wave there.
That's a tough section. Has been all day, will be for the rest of this event. The inside, you know, convergence of water here at La Bocana, it pretty much doubles in power when those 2 pieces of whitewater come together. And she found out just then that it's definitely not an easy section to ride away clean from. But she's sitting on a 2.43, so she's still well into this heat. Just needs a .74. I feel like she did one little turn before that, so she could be jumping up into that 2nd place spot. Right now being defended by Rosani Alvarez from Venezuela. Yet to see a wave ridden from Alma. And I mean, we've seen this before. Definitely not an easy spot to decode at any size, especially at high tide when the wind's starting to whip up like this. Makes it that much harder to figure out where to sit. National participation in gender equality is as follows. We've got 127 women. That's 44% of the competitors here representing their teams. 297 athletes, our largest ever field. And my favorite number, my favorite stat on here, 61 national teams. 2 new nations, Angola and Vanuatu. And Rachel, 22 Olympians? That's huge.
Incredible. Incredible.
Have you been looking at the highlights at the day's end on ISAsurfing on Instagram?
Yeah, absolutely. ISAsurfing is such a fun way to get to see all the behind-the-scenes action. You get to see fun extra clips that we don't get on the broadcast here. So definitely worth getting to tune in there and see just the variety of action that is going on here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
I've been glued to my phone. You know, it's like I can't get enough of the action. Stayed up late last night, digging deep into ISA socials. There's incredible highlights to watch, amazing photography. I mean, this crew is on it, and I'm gonna try not to stay up till midnight, watching highlights and looking at waves and watching replays and listening to all you awesome announcers, taking notes. I'm trying to improve myself, so I'll probably watch a lot more of this today and do better at my job. You know, it's part of it.
Well, speaking of commentating, let's take a look at the action. We just saw our surfer from Israel get her first opening ride.
Love to see it. You hear the beach going wild for Alma Alvaram. And you know, there's tons of ways that you can be involved with the ISA. We have judging programs. We've got scholarships to send surfers around the world and back. And here we see Annalie Gonzalez on her backhand. Great turn there. Looking fired up, trying to fight around this section. Another solid snap. But just gets upended by that powerful bit of white water. You can just see how bad she wants it. That first turn was strong. Fought her way around that section. With 6 minutes and 45 seconds left. We'll see what the judges do there. But again, the ISA offers so many ways for people out there to get involved. Luckily for all of us, they don't have a commentary camp.
We'd be out of jobs quite quickly.
Yeah, we know that they're training judges of the future. They're training coaches of the future. Again, the scholarships and all the cool things that ISA does with the parasurfing, with Masters in the past, with the Pro Juniors coming up. So let's keep it like that. That's plenty to do. We don't need to replace ourselves in here.
And Surf City offering the perfect venue for us to host so many of these ISA games here. We have longboard held at El Sunzal for the past 4 years running, 3 years running. We have Masters being held at El Sunzal at the end of last year, World Junior Championships in May last year. Obviously, we have the World Surfing Games being held here this year and 2 years ago. I mean, wow. We have just enjoyed coming back to El Salvador and El Sunzal plus La Bocana year after year. It's been such a pleasure, and for good reason. Look at everything that there is to offer.
Well, it works perfectly, right? We've never been let down by El Salvador. There's always waves. The weather's always great for us. Even when it rains, it's totally surfable. So it just makes sense that we keep coming back to Surf City, El Salvador. You know, it's like automatic, you know, it's almost like nature's wave pool. There's always waves down here. There's always something to perform on. As Isabel is illustrating right there. A tough wave to surf, but she made it look nice and clean. 2 big turns there. She's got a 4.9 and a 4.50. Big paddle there for Alma, and you could just hear the oohs and ahs from the beach trying to will her into that wave. And there you see a big, deep duck dive. So even at this size, Abo kind of still packs a punch. She's fighting her way back to the takeoff zone with 4.5 minutes left.
3.37 awarded for her first wave. She's super patient for that opening ride, getting it with 7 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time to get that backup score, but she is chasing a score in order to get into advancing position. A 3.54 needed. We'll see what happens. The weather quickly changing. We know it's still hot out there, but every single evening, these amazing thunderstorms have been rolling through. Get to hear the rain, hear the thunder, see the lightning.
I thought that was my neighbor Paul snoring. It's thunder.
No, it might still be his snoring. I don't know.
We got 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. Isabel Higgs is in the lead, representing Thailand, 5.5 and a 4.90. Annalie Gonzalez, Team Mexico with a 3.57 to back that up with a 3.33. Alma still in it. She's got a 3.37, looking for a 3.54. And Rosania Alvarez, Venezuela, with a 2.17 and a 1.03. Nobody's out of the woods just yet. This heat is anyone's game. And there's a view of our judges. They've been on top of the action all day long at both podiums. Our technical beach announcers are in there as well. We hide them behind, that tinted glass because, I mean, they're international celebrities. They're at nearly every single event. There's how your priority stands right now. Surfer in red is in that #1 priority spot. And Rachel, you've been in a million heats out here in El Salvador. Is it clear from where you are in the lineup, the information that you see there?
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, we also have incredible beach announcers that deliver the commentary to the surfers.
Give us an example of what our beach announcers would be saying right now.
Well, they would be telling you the time. They'd say, surfers, you have 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Red, you have first priority. You are looking for a 4.73. Blue, you are looking for a 3.53. You are in third priority. Trying to just give the surfers what they need to know without having to look back. And then, of course, we have that board there to help the surfers look exactly what they're looking for there.
Ooh, that first snap that Rosani did was so fast and sharp. It's almost like she surprised herself with how fast she was going down the line, but I really like the look of that first turn. The judge is going to give her a little bit of credit, maybe some extra credit for how fast she was going down the line there. With 1:54 to go, Higgs in the lead from Thailand. Ana Lilia Gonzalez in second right now. Rosani, she's on a threatening course.
And if you want a break from our voices and to hear what, hello, there's one of our. So great.
We got a SWAT team down here. Everybody very good at their jobs.
Now you can tune into Podium 2 at El Sunzal and hear the beach announcers giving all of our athletes over there all the information they need to know.
Nice. Gonzalez there again, just throwing everything she had up at the lip. Rides through it for a completion. And here's Alma. Oh
no.
I've seen that happen so many times at here and at El Sunzal because this wave really just rockets you into the downcoming section. I've seen a lot of people try to stand up and just go right back down just because the awkwardness of some of these bumps coming through, but not Rosani. Completed that first turn. She's looking for a 4.30. So 38 seconds to go.
I think they're trying to get Paul out of a job in his post-heat interviews.
There are, I will say, we've been talking about how awesome this town is. There are a lot of great doggos running around. Look
So
at
many
that.
cute ones.
You know what? That right there, if you're in a heat, you're stressed out, you need a score, all you need to do is just visualize what we just saw. A nice, beautiful pup. Smiling, looking up. That'll calm you right down. Tranquilo. Get you back into it. But there's only 3 seconds left here in Repechage round 1, heat 5. And at the moment, it's going to be Higgs from Thailand carrying that momentum for the Asian Championships straight down to El Salvador, convincing heat victory there. And it feels like in second place, Ana Lilia Gonzalez, representing Mexico, has defended her position. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Rosani Alvarez from Venezuela, as well as Alma Avaram from Team Israel. So this being the Repechage round, yes, it is bittersweet, but we just want to thank all the surfers that have come down here, surfed with all their heart. And even though you may have lost early in this event, you won our hearts. And we're going to be following your journey from here on out. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. The fun's not over yet. More Repechage heats coming right up. Going to bring in True and Martin on the call for the rest of the afternoon.
Welcome back. It's the final 2 heats for day 3 of the ISA World Surfing Games, and Siki Yang, wow, straight off the bat to start her heat off in this repechage round. It's a bit of a surprise to see her in this one. I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth with me is Barton Lynch, and we both were scratching our heads there for a minute. This is live action with Angelina from Colombia. Nice snap there. This one starts to really bowl up in front of her, and she gets a good connection to finish. So good couple of starts, but yeah, for the Chinese surfer out there, bit of a surprise.
Absolutely. We weren't expecting to see her in the repechage round this easy. Early, should we say? Lots of waves. All of our surfers getting opening rides. Get rid of the nerves. Get the blood pumping through the body.
Yeah, wow. Bit of a different experience for her there. She's just locked in a 6.83, so starting off her campaign in this repechage round really strong. She's got a solid backhand. I've watched her surf many heats over at Cruy, and it was solid. There was some big sets, some big moments, and she was not scared. And this is who we've got in this heat: Angelina de Cesare from Colombia, Lara Lang from Hungary, Siki Yang from China, and Daria Korol from Ukraine as well. So this is going to be a big heat for heat number 6.
One of those heats that you look at the list of countries and you go, I would never have imagined. You know, China, Hungary, Ukraine, and Colombia.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Barton, but someone who did well in that last heat from Thailand, Isabel Higgs. She's with Paul.
Yeah, thanks, True. Isabel, kind of a tough heat out there in terms of waves on offer. Tell us about your strategy coming into that one, and how did it play out for you in the water?
I was just trying to find a couple quick lefts, like on the shoulder, and then once I got a couple, then wanted to wait a bit more.
We've been talking about the teams over here. Some teams bring in a full complement of surfers, a stacked squad. You got more of a tight unit from Thailand. It's just you.
Yeah.
Tell us about who you're hanging with. How does it work?
I've just been like hanging around all different groups, all different countries. Been with like the Chinese Taipei for a bit, and then Indo, and just floating around.
And your mum as well, right? Shout out to mums.
Shout out to mums.
Shout out to all the mums. And obviously your surfing journey, spent a lot of time over in Northern Beaches of Sydney. Tell us a little about your background, where you grew up surfing and all that kind of stuff.
I grew up mainly surfing lots of North Curly and Manly, around that area, and
So you're well versed in competition surfing. How are you finding the ISAs here in El Salvador?
Definitely a big change being on like the international scale, seeing lots of different people, and then some people that I've seen as like idols and stuff, which is pretty sick. So yeah.
Some inspiration for sure. You're in the repechage round. You're still alive here. What about your goals for the rest of the event?
I think my goal is probably just to try get as far as I can through in the comp, but most importantly, just have as much fun and gain more experiences. Yeah.
Best of luck, mate. Looking forward to seeing you surf again soon.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Paul and Isabel. Yeah, I've actually seen her surf quite a fair bit over in the Northern Beaches when I was living there, and she gives it a good nudge, you know. She's got no fear, for sure. But that 6.83, someone who has absolutely no fear, is Siki Yang. I mean, she's just on fire at the moment.
We watched her at the Olympics at Tiahopo, and she just threw herself over with absolute abandon. And so she's one of those, shining lights of the future. And as you said, we're all surprised to see her relegated this early into the repechage round, and she'll end quite a few people's dreams down on that side of the draw.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty crazy, like even looking at the further rounds or the further heats in this round as well, and seeing some pretty big names in it. It's those dark horses seem to be a little bit underestimated in this main round, and they're just coming out swinging.
Yep, for sure. Now, Angelina Desiree. Her father, John, is Kai Lenny's filmer. She grew up in Hawaii, spent a lot of time there in Hawaii. Mum's from Colombia and has been exposed to, the highest level of surfing since she was a little girl. It's great to see her. She's represented Colombia on quite a few occasions here. John, her dad's here, always filming and supporting his daughter. And when he's not doing that, he's out there filming with Kai Lenny and capturing the crazy stuff that madman does.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty crazy as well, like all that he's doing, and then to be able to just jump in and film that as well.
Yeah. And to watch Kai Lenny go both ways, goofy and natural. Nelly is good as each other. Definitely feels like a glimpse into the future, what people will need to do to advance surfing. Things like, I never saw jet skis coming. You didn't imagine tow-in. That's a whole new idea and just opened up the sport. All of a sudden, things that weren't possible before that, without the access to a motorised vehicle, all of a sudden people are surfing waves and realising that they can paddle those waves. And, the jet skis helped explode what we thought was possible. Then you look at foils. I never saw foils coming. I never saw someone up in the air above, the water's level by a metre, flying through the air like a bird.
Yeah.
Never saw that coming. And again, one of the greatest feelings going, two of my favourite things to do are tow and foil. So you can try and project forward and understand what's next. And going all four ways might be it.
See, I have never tried foiling, but at home, it's scary, like watching the people, because they just come straight through the lineup, the crowded lineup, and then people end up ditching boards, and it's just chaos.
And where's that? Like
at Snapper, they go through at Cabarita, which is where I live at the moment. Like,
really?
yeah.
So they're foiling in the traditional lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Well, it's terrifying when a foil. I've been foiling for I haven't actually foiled for a couple of years because of surgeries, but before that we were foiling all the time and absolutely love it. It's a very steep learning curve. You take some serious lickings, and since shoulder surgery, spinal surgery, hip surgery, I felt like a high-speed accident. Most probably not the best thing for me at this point in time, but hopefully in a few months' time we can get back to foiling. But it's again another astonishing way to ride waves. Like it's incredible. And then you look at the way, like the recent swells at Chopu. Who I would never have imagined that people could ride a wave like that. And the people paddling in, Atahi, Emio, Zermatt, the people are doing things in surfing in this 2025 and for the last decade or so far beyond anything I ever imagined possible.
Yeah, seriously, it is just. Every time I feel like we turn a new corner, it's just a new explosion of something different, something
huge,
more
something
amazing.
Crazy, yeah. So true. Even SUPs. You know what I mean? Obviously, here we go, Angelina.
Yeah, on her forehand, she's got really good speed, good, strong connection, and
nice.
Wow, embracing that drop as well. That was a really tough section to time.
It looked for a moment like she got stuck at the top there, didn't it?
Yeah.
But then the way she added drama to that situation by getting stuck for that little moment and coming down with the lip. That's going to be a good second score. She's already got the 4.67. Our surfers from the Ukraine and Hungary need to get busy. They both had very tiny scores. They're in second and third priority. It's at this point in time where, on the high tide, they're actually surfing now where they would have been walking over at low tide.
Yeah.
And so it's a similar lineup, but it is very different on the top of this tide. Replay, drives off the bottom, really high through the board was right out the back of the wave. That was a great single turn.
Yeah, wow, she did really well to navigate that. And, even get that little bit of extra
little karate chop at the top there.
Exactly.
What did she get scored? A 4.73 to go with the 4.67. Takes her up into the lead. Beautiful turn.
Yeah, wow. She navigated that really well. And 2 4s, in these repechage heats, especially this afternoon, the conditions have changed a lot. I feel like those 2 4s is, a really good combination to get you through.
You'd almost feel like you're good.
Yeah.
You go, okay, I think I'm good.
Yeah.
You know, I can build, but maybe you don't even need to. So let's see how my opponents do for the next little period of time. Look at that drone shot.
Wow.
Isn't that beautiful?
Beautiful.
The coastline's so dramatic, rocky and exposed. It's just got this... And then when you look inland, you go, oh, it's the same feeling. You feel, I'm in the jungle here.
Yeah.
We're in the midst of the Central American jungle.
And you can see like how green the trees are and the grass and how blue the ocean is. This place is just so full of life.
Yeah, full of life. The volcanic soil.
Yeah.
12 months of growing. There's no winter here. There's no not growing. You've got 12 months to grow food. And the food, how's the food?
So good.
It's so good.
Oh my goodness. It is
Seafood,
amazing.
steak, the food's amazing.
The pinto, like the vegetarian food, the pinto beans, so good. It's my favorite thing.
And have you had a pupusa yet?
No, hopefully tonight.
That's the plan?
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, they're great too.
So good.
Local delicacy.
Fair warning though, you gotta let them sit for a couple of minutes, otherwise
Burn your
it's
mouth?
so hot. Yeah.
Yes.
They're too good though. You gotta eat them hot. That's when they're the best.
Oh, they are good.
We got 7 minutes to go in this heat, and it's Angelina from Colombia. She's out in front with a 4.73 and a 4.67.
Go, go.
Lara, big paddles to get into that wave, but maybe a blessing in disguise to have missed that one because it just peaked up a little bit and just closed out straight in front of her.
Good call. And that's one of the things that comes with time and experience is the ability to read a wave.
Yeah.
You think that you just paddle out and catch. You don't just catch anything. You get yourself into all sorts of trouble if you just start conducting yourself like that, especially in competition, but free surfing as well. And you need to be able to read the wave and understand what its potential is, what it's going to do as it breaks and moves towards shore.
I still remember like the moment when I was able to be like, oh, that's a good wave. It felt like a real penny drop moment to be like, oh, I get it now.
Yes.
Dad, I don't need you to call me into them anymore. I get it.
Yeah, exactly, because you rely on other people to go this one, this is a good one, go this one.
Yeah.
As a father of a surfer, I understand that and have been told, Dad, I don't need you to help me a few times already.
Yeah. But then as soon as you hear, I don't know what it is, but as soon as you hear someone say, go, it's like your whole body just goes, I have to go this wave, otherwise I'm like never going to be able to show my face here again.
Yeah. Especially if it's, go with your name involved.
Yes.
I mean, that's a wonderful thing to hear when you're out in the line. Oh, look at this, great entry. Oh, fell awkwardly right in front of the board, and when you fall in front of the board and then the white water of the wave pushes the board towards you. Here we go, nice looking wave as well.
Here we go. Daria from Ukraine.
You got it.
She's only been surfing for 3 years. She's actually a dance teacher.
Oh, yeah?
So she's just enjoying being out in the ocean, and obviously it's such an honor to represent Ukraine. She's doing it to, the best that she can, and that's a pretty good ride.
That was a great ride, and the good parts for me were her ability to keep her speed and put herself on a board in places on the wave where she got acceleration out of it and kept going.
Yeah.
And then you saw when she did the turn at the end, there was conscious movement of the upper body, so definitely see the technique evolving, heading in the right direction.
It's such a process, like even talking to people who've tried to surf and have just not given up, but they've gone, I just can't keep going with it because it's difficult. It's not an easy sport.
No.
And you just got to keep getting back out there. And but then as soon as you start to progress, as soon as I feel that it goes upwards, it goes really quick.
Well, you'd hope. Here we go.
All right, this is Angelina. Oh.
Same, but different.
Yeah. I'm really loving these one-turners.
And I suppose we've seen Yang Suchi get the 683 and wait. She's most probably waited 12 minutes now or more maybe since that first opening ride. She's in an advancing position. She may have watched the performance of her opponents and assessed that I don't think they're going to get a 6.83, for example, so I'm safe to sit on this score and wait for the type of wave I want.
Yeah.
But hard to do because you just want to ride waves.
Yeah.
So let me surf a couple.
Yeah, seriously. And even if, you know, like she's in a good position to progress through off that one score right now, but I feel like it's never nice to come in after a heat just having one wave.
Oh.
Whether you make it through or not, it's like,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to get 2.
I did something wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's just being super selective for the last 3 minutes of this heat. I mean, Angelina, she's just been picking up waves underneath the priority of Suchi, and that last one was a 4.1, so still rewarded for that committed turn. It was just a 1 turn, but
Yeah, good for the confidence, wouldn't
yeah,
it? You know,
exactly.
you go, well, I'm doing 1 turn, so I'm getting 4s. I do 2, do I get 8? Yes.
Yeah.
Now we know how to make this work. Yeah.
seriously.
Oh.
Wow, big smiles for Lara from
Oh,
Hungary.
Lara. That made both of us cringe,
Wow.
didn't it?
Yep.
We've seen enough wipeouts and injuries in our time to sort of recognise that those situations, they're a 50-50, aren't
Yeah.
they? You know, whether you hit your board, the wave flips it, the fins are up, you come down on them.
Yeah.
That was difficult, but watching her smile
The
at
best.
the face, that was the best. That
Yeah.
was maybe my favourite part of the day. We saw some incredible surfing, high performance surfing today in the main round, and to just see that smile and the joy is really what it's all about. In
Yeah.
the end, win, lose, whatever, but to be here, be a part of it. Here we go on the replay. Gets to take off, gets that turn, goes, yes!
The smiles.
I've got one, I'm going, we're up, we're ripping. Beautiful
Wow, it was-
stuff. Here,
Oh, she would have been so close.
and really that's just luck in those
Oh,
situations.
it
that
really
you don't
is.
get hurt. That was
Yeah.
that had all the makings of a fin to the back or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah. The ocean was on her side there.
Yeah,
And
that's
her
right.
board, everything was going right.
And I wonder what part the good vibes, the smiling, the happiness played
Yeah.
in the whole thing, because
Yeah.
that was a cool ride and a very cool vibe that she brought to that moment, and you could see that she was enjoying herself.
Yeah. Well, I guess what you put out, you get back, right?
Yeah, there you go, exactly.
Well, she's definitely the surfer having the most fun out there. That's Lara Lang from Hungary. And she's, yeah, sitting in that 4th place position, but smiling all the way through it. She's only been surfing for 4 years. She's first started surfing in 2021.
Right.
So
Yeah.
really short time to go from surfing to representing your country at the world stage.
And competing, that's, yeah, it's a big deal. It's a long distance, isn't it? And it shows ambition, though, doesn't it? It shows that she's got ambition and a desire to keep with this thing and build it into a lifestyle for herself.
Yep.
Same way we all want to.
Yeah, exactly. It's all part of it. Well,
Do whatever you can to avoid a real job,
yes.
you know?
I can't remember who it was, but in someone's bio it says, I like to surf, I don't like to work.
Yeah. Voila.
Sums it up.
It does.
Well,
10 seconds.
yeah, we got 10 seconds to go. And Angelina, she's just been building and building throughout this heat. Suchi Yang, 6.83.
You know, there's a big difference between first and second. While you both advance, and we'll say goodbye as that heat ends to Daria and Lara and thank them for their good vibes they brought to the event. But, you know, you'd rather win your heat and go into the next round and have 2 second places
Yep.
rather than 2 firsts.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it is Angelina Desesare from Colombia and Yang Suchi from China progressing on through to the next round. While we go on this quick break, we're actually going to check out some highlights from today of Podium 2. There's been a lot going on. We'll be right back. back. It is the last heat of the day, day 3 of the ISA World Surfing Games, heat number 8 of the women's repechage round. And I promise we can count. We did just have 6 heat out in the lineup, heat 6 out in the lineup, but heat 7 is a walkthrough heat due to an injury. So right now we have Tazania Billy Prem out there for Guatemala, Isabella Goodwin from Panama, Vera Yariz from Argentina, and Lucy Lavosava representing the Czech Republic. Last heat of the day. I'm true styling with Barton Lynch.
Good job with those names too.
Thank you.
Yep, it's a challenge in that respect with all the different nations, different pronunciations. But looked like the boys were having a lot of fun down the other end of the beach.
Yeah, they really did. Those highlights from today down there, looks like there was some big heats, some big exchanges, and maybe even some rivalries.
Yeah, some beautiful right point waves. I keep saying it, but it's a really tiring wave to compete at. Long paddles, and you've got to build speed, and it's kind of got that slopey face, and why it's so suited to longboarding as well. Yeah, it looked like the men were ripping down there.
Yeah, there was definitely some good moments. That was only a little snippet of what we saw as well. We'll be able to see the men's main event. They'll be back here at La Bocana at some point tomorrow as well, once we get through the rest of the repechage heats for the women. This is the last heat for day 3, and then we'll be almost halfway through the event, kind of, and this is Lucy from the Czech Republic. Gets one good backhand slash in.
Good start.
Yeah. Good way to start a heat. It's just, you know, thinking back to this morning and to how the conditions are right now, it's changed a lot. But there's still some really good opportunities rolling through.
Absolutely. With good wave selection, there's big scores potentially out there at all times, essentially. Look at this set approaching. That is the difficult thing. It could be 50 metres between where a big set breaks and an in-betweener breaks, and you've got to somehow position yourself.
Yeah. Ooh, that would have been a really good way to make yourself known in this heat for Isabella Goodwin. She just couldn't quite hold on, and here we go, Vera from Argentina. Good first turn. Wow, comes unstuck. That was really unlucky because she looks like she was carrying some good speed. Lucy just having a little look at that one.
And we talked before about that management of your heat and management of how much you put out there. Got to stay in control, complete them.
Got to stay in control, and someone who did that in that last heat was a pretty good one. We'll head down to Paul, and they're going to have a chat.
Yeah, thanks, True. Angelina, conditions out there, there's a little bit of texture on the ocean, a little bit of wind, a couple of bumps. When you look at the ocean before you go out, you're preparing for your heat. What are you seeing out there, and how does that translate to strategy for you?
Well, it is pretty difficult out there. It's a lot of paddling and a lot of sweat, especially with this heat, but I'm just looking for waves because overthinking it is just not the way to go for me. I'm just glad I got a couple waves under my belt in the beginning of my heat that worked my way up, which was really great.
We've been talking a lot all event about the teams aspect here, and it's something unique for a surf contest. You're representing your country, and you're here with a big team of people. How's the energy amongst the Colombians, and how are you enjoying hanging with that squad?
I mean, it's really great to have the support. We're only a team of 2, me and my brother, Ramil. But my family's here supporting me, which is like the greatest thing ever, and I'm super grateful. Yeah, I'm super happy to be here.
And in terms of preparing for an event like this, getting ready to come here, tell us about your training. What does that look like? How do you prepare to come and compete? How are you getting ready?
I just surf at home. I'm not really big on I have to go on this trip. I have to find this. I don't go too hard on myself because it usually stresses me out, but I have a really good support of people back at home and here, and I'm really grateful for the people I have behind my back.
You've had a chance to surf at both podiums now over at Sunzal here at Bocana. Which of those would you prefer if you were given the choice, which you won't be, but for your next heat, where would you prefer to surf?
I prefer Bocana a lot more. I live right in front of Lowers, in San Clemente at the moment. and it's super similar, so I find it super fun. And yeah, I had a really rough start to this contest, but I'm glad to back it up with a heat win, and I'm really stoked.
We're a similar time zone to California here. Do you want to give a shout out to anybody there, or indeed family over in Colombia? Any shout outs from you, Angelina?
I want to say hello to my parents who are here supporting me, who made it all the way from Vegas. My coaches, my sponsors. I'm really grateful for all the support, especially after heat losses, but I'm really happy to have them behind my back for the heat wins. And yeah, family at home in Hawaii, and yeah, super stoked. Gracias a todos por ver mi heat y por todo el soporte, aunque los logros son chiquitos y grandes, lo agradezco mucho. Gracias.
All right, let's keep it going. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Paul and Angelina. And she seems like she's got a good energy, just kind of, trying not to put too much pressure on herself.
No, and she's got a lot of support, and Dad obviously is he's in love with surfing. He's a videographer, photographer, so she gets a lot of footage to reassess how she's performing, and she's got good vibes. 3.27, the high score here. So this heat's very tight, especially in that advancing position. 8 minutes gone, so still a lot of time on the clock. It's all about just finding a clean wall that you can tee off on. One big turn is going to be enough.
Yeah, especially in heats like this where it's low scoring, it's that, one moment or that one turn or, that one good wave that just changes everything for you and for the rest of the competitors. Let's see if Lucy can do that. Gets that one nice connection, redirects for the right. So she'll get a second score in. She's only had one wave, just a 1.7. She only needs a 0.57, so she gets that. It's a 1.3, goes straight up into second. There's a whole bunch of whistling going on down there from a bunch of different teams. They've probably all got different whistles and hand signals going on.
And when you think of representing the Czech Republic, these ladies are pioneers in that sense. They're pioneering surfing in their nations, and we've got a lot of that goes on at this point in time with 119 nations associated with the ISA in total. Isabella Goodwin there, unfortunately, not making that one. It was a good attempt.
Wow. It looked like she tried to get super low and maybe even grab onto a rail there so that she could stay connected to her board. I don't know, that's kind of how it looked to me, but a 1.83 is what she needs. It was a 1.17 that last wave, so it goes into the top two, and it's just those completions that would really set her aside from everyone else in this heat.
Yeah. Again, anyone could do anything in this one. This one's so close. And really, besides the 3.27, the scores are all largely very similar. We can hear some support crew action going on down there.
Yeah, wow.
And that's one of the highlights, really, is the support crew action, the yelling, the screaming.
I love it.
Tiziana Billy Prem, sorry, just dropped a 4.27.
Wow.
Maybe that's why they're screaming and yelling.
Yeah. Team Guatemala is stoked to be hearing that number come through, because she's in a good position to progress through this heat. I think it was Team Argentina giving some direction for Vera, saying, stay there, head further down.
Go here, go there, no.
Seriously, yeah. At what point do you go, okay, I can't listen to you anymore. It's too much. Trust in me.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to, is the trust in the surfer in the water to make the decisions. And the more you confuse them and the more energy you're throwing into their mind, and they're trying to make their decisions and know where to paddle and what to do, and then they're looking back to the beach, the attention's distracted from the lineup back to the beach at times, and that in itself can be a negative rather than a positive. And while as coaching staff, you try to bring all the positive stuff, as you were just saying, sometimes you've just got to zip it and let them play their own game.
Yeah, it can be really overwhelming as well. But, oh, there we go. That's a better looking connection for Vera. And I love how she held on to that for just a little bit longer than necessary to really just solidify, yeah, I'm out the front of the whitewash.
Yeah, that was a powerful turn, beautiful style. Dare say she's going up into second place with that one.
For sure, 1.73 she needed. She'll see herself up into second quite comfortably, I think.
Yes, I would say so too.
8 minutes to go. We've got Tiziana Billy Prem. She's out in front with that 4.27 and a 3.27. This last one of Vera from Argentina, a 5.0. So she's in a good spot right now, putting extra pressure onto Lucy from the Czech Republic. 4.58 is the number she's chasing. And Isabella from Panama, she is looking for a 5.1. You can see the emotions coming through. Everyone, you feel the wins and the losses for your teammates.
Oh yeah, it's it can be heartbreaking. I remember at the these ISA World Surfing Games at Huntington Beach, I don't even know what year it was, maybe it was 96, being the first to lose for the Australian team. And it's traumatic.
Yeah.
It's just not there's a lot of responsibility that comes with representing your nation. Beautiful scenes there.
Wow.
Some development going on.
Some gorgeous coastline. We've got Punta Roca out on that second point as well, where we also see some of the world's best hit that lineup.
Yeah, that's an amazing right-hand point as well.
Plenty of waves on offer. I mean, there's literally lines the whole way down the beach. You could literally just find some random side street and I reckon you'd find yourself in a really good position with some good waves and no one out.
Totally possible. Just take a dirt road. It's not a bad little right on that first point too. There's
AJ.
Yeah, doing a great job out there. Capturing the interviews.
Yep.
And behind the gentleman with the flag is Stephanie, the PT here, who does always working on the surface, keeping an eye on the health of the field. All of the surface paddling. First priority.
Here we go. Heat leader. Prem in and out. Just a little bit too deep. Used a priority. Bit of a mistake.
Yes, you would think so.
Wow. Lots of noise down on the rocks.
And I suppose it's because we're at that point where third and fourth here, a loss to the games, not to their team, not to the energy of their country, because they can still support, but as far as progressing and achieving further success in this event, not a chance. There you go.
Ooh.
Isabella.
Yeah, just a little bit behind. She looked like she was maybe a touch out of control that whole time, trying to get herself back into it, but yeah, that was really unlucky for Isabella. She needs to find herself on a slopier wave, but oh.
That was unfortunate too. Nice hit out of the top.
Wow. That was really unlucky, and so much going on down there, the passion and everything. It can be overwhelming. You know, like you're hearing that and you're hearing the whistles and the cheers or the yelling or whatever it is, you know, and it's like, okay, I just need a minute.
Yeah.
I'm like that. Give me silence. Yeah.
And I mean, that's one of the great skills a competitor needs to develop. You've got spectators, commentators, parents, family, countrymen, team members, all of this stuff that's just really pressure.
Yeah.
And somehow you've got to develop the tools to be able to just keep your focus on yourself, in your moment, on the next 4 minutes and 12 seconds. And it is a really overwhelming thing, competing on its own, you know, just going and competing. But then to do it with all the other stuff involved. And as someone who has lost, been the first member of their country's team to lose at one of these events, it hurts, it stings. You feel like you've let everybody down. Here we go.
Here we go, Lucy. Trying to stay alive in the ISA World Surfing Games here. Fortunately, that wave just fattened out a little bit, but yeah, it's It's such an interesting one because you don't want to let anyone down, and it's the worst to feel that. And you can see the look of intention. Just eyes on the water, on the surfers and what's going on.
Oh, there's a
Little
nice
smiles though.
Get that camera off me.
Yeah. Just a little smile behind the mask.
The good thing about this heat is that the majority of surfers have all had quite a few waves. Nothing worse than not getting a wave.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Losing because you didn't surf, you didn't ride. It's okay to have caught the wrong ones.
Yeah.
It can happen because at least you caught some.
Whoa.
Oh, another beautiful turn from the heat leader.
She's already got a
no,
5.
second place at the moment.
Yeah. I feel like that's just going to edge her out further in front of 3rd and 4th place right now.
100%.
We've got Isabella. She's having a good look for Panama. She needs to get a good score on the board, but coming off the back of that wave, unfortunately. And sometimes it's moments like that where the loud noises can be a little bit too much, but the water safety has been amazing. Throughout the first 3 days of the event so far, they've been the biggest legends. Chuck out on the ski now.
Might be the best job in the business, really. I mean, ours isn't too bad. We've been able to sit in air conditioning and talk about surfing. Those boys get to sit on their ski. Really, they haven't had to do much because, you know, the lineup and everyone knows what they're doing. And I think that might be one job I might swap places with. I'd never swap places with the judge.
No.
That's got to be the hardest job in the whole thing.
Surely.
But Water Patrol, they'd be fun.
Yeah. And you know what? They're the biggest legends as well.
Well, and the ISA administrative team across all of the areas of that come together to put on the show, put on the event, they're all good people.
Oh,
it's a great group of people to work with. I've worked with other organisations and other events, and you know the vibes can be sometimes a little different.
Yeah.
But this one feels like surfing. This one's ran by surfers. It's all about the surfing. And,
it's that core, the whole thing is about.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels it's just a great group of people to work with. And then you watch the performances of the surfers and the teams, and you know you're contributing to something really nice. There's that score up into first place for Argentina.
Yeah, 4.77 for Vera. So she goes up into first. Tiziana Billy, she is down in second with that 4.27 and a 3.27, but she's got pretty good stronghold on it. Lucy, she needs a 5.84, and Isabella looking for a 6.37, who seems like she's had shades of good moments, but just hasn't been able to put it together, and it is Vera. She had the priority over Isabella then, and wow, good turn there. This is going to be a big score.
That's the way to finish.
Wow, in 30 seconds to go, she's just saved the best till last.
Great surfing and showed the potential. I'm excited to watch her future heats because the strength and the power and that goofy footer's attack at the lip is something special.
Wow.
10 seconds.
Yeah. It's almost time to come in now. She's done the job. She's definitely getting rid of that 4.77, if not surpassing the 5.
Yes, I reckon you're right.
So
well, there we go.
Wow, the heat is over, and it is Vera from Argentina. She gets that win. Let's take another look at this wave though, BL.
Drops in. You can see White had the priority, so she kind of waited back there before she turned out onto the face to make sure that White didn't get it. She had second priority. Beautiful snap, aggressive, powerful. This one back into the pocket, tweaks it out right at the end. Gives a little fist pump. He knows that was a good one. And well done, well surfed.
Really good two-turn combination. It locks in at a 7.17. And we've got Billy, or Tiziana Billy Prem from Guatemala coming in second. Lucy from the Czech Republic unfortunately bowing out. Isabella Goodwin from Panama coming in fourth. Big day of surfing today. We've had some huge scores, some pumping waves pretty much all day. Let's take a look back and appreciate the highlights of the day, but don't go anywhere. We have the post-heat interview. We'll be right back. And we are back. What an incredible day of surfing.
How were the highlights? Amazing surfing.
Wow.
Incredible performances from the young ladies and the young men.
There's some committed surfing, some big turns, some unexpected losses or bow outs into that repechage round as well. I mean, moments that you just weren't expecting. But someone who did really well, particularly in the last 30 seconds of that heat, dropping a 717 was Vera from Argentina. She's with Paul.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Vera, last heat of the day, a long day, and even quite late into that heat, you can see the free surfers paddling out as well, a little bit of extra pressure on you. How good for you did it feel to connect with those left-handers at the end and get good scores?
Okay, I speak in Spanish because my English is so bad. But estoy muy contenta de encontrar esa última hora, my last wave. Está súper complicado el mar porque está súper movido, chiquito. Pero surfé en la bocanita antes de mi hit, agarré una ola y sabía que iba a estar parecido la condición, entonces solo quería surfear, soltar mi surfing. Estaba un poco nerviosa, pero contenta de encontrar esa última ola.
Lots of support and noise from the different teams on the beach. The Argentina team, one of the loudest teams. They're giving really good energy. Can you hear that in the lineup, and does that give you more inspiration, more fire?
Sí, el equipo me da mucha fuerza, somos muy unidos. Amo mi equipo, amo mi bandera, representarla. Y esa fuerza se siente, ese power de Argentina. Se siente mucho dentro del agua y es como un abrazo.
You've won your heat, you're through to the next round in repechage. What does the rest of the day look like for you? How do you relax after a tough heat like that?
Sleep. dormir. Ahí, nada, quedarme tranquila. Respirar. Es súper largo el repechaje. Y bueno, eso. Respirar.
Fantastic action. I think we all merit a nice little afternoon nap in the air conditioning. Maybe head out a bit later for a pupusa. That's what I got lined up. I don't know about you guys. Take it away.
Well, I tell you what, Paul, I'll be joining you for that one, for sure. The pupusas sound like they're definitely in my future. It's been a big day of surfing, Varden, but I tell you what, it's been exciting to watch women for the first time in this event.
Yeah, exactly. First 2 days we had the men here at La Bocana. Now, today we got to witness the women. They did not disappoint. The performances were amazing, even in the repechage round. So, day 3 of 9 done, 6 more to go, peoples. It's going to be amazing, and the conditions in the forecast look great. So I think we're in great shape to see this event into the history books as they have in the past.
Yeah, you can almost bet on it as well. We're going to have good waves tomorrow, potentially a storm tonight. Who knows? We'll see.
Guaranteed that. You can bet on that too.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a 6:45 a.m. call tomorrow for a 7 a.m. start, and we'll be starting with the women's repechage round. We'll see you guys bright and early for another huge day of surfing. Thank you.